Oops. 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 Oops, guys. Sorry, guys. It's my fault. I did some shit. I fucked up. What's good, y'all? Hold on. Shit screen. Blah, 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 blah. Come back here. My bad, guys. That's not it. That's it right there. Shit is tab stuff. Uh, here y'all go. Let's get the intro in. Am I not streaming that fucking thing? What the fuck just happened? Yo, some shit just happened just now, which was wild. Hold on. Let's see if I can do that. Nope. They won't even let me do it. Ain't that crazy, guys? That is crazy. Y'all give me a second. I was just about to play the shit, and the shit said, nigga, you wasn't here for that. Like, what? Yo, this shit is definitely playing me right now. So we gonna get this shit straight though. No, that's not it. No, I'm starting a fucking live fucked up right now. I don't even know anybody in this bitch. Is this it? There you go. So we gonna play this. We gonna stream this shit. What's up, Tiny Plants? What's up, Scotty Trav? Appreciate what you do. You already know. You know it. We gonna get this intro in real quick, and then we gonna get started. How about that? So let's see if it popped up. Did it pop up? No, it stayed back there. Add the stage. It still stayed back there. Nope. There it is. Where is it? Bum. There we go. It's crazy how it does that.
One little blaze for the night.
You pack my balls.
Whole crew happy, whole crew like. Me nah rush, me nah fight, just vibes, just laugh, just right. Last blunt of the night, pass it round slow. Big belly laugh when they through one show. Ash in a chair, feet on the floor. Tell another story, then we tell one more. Your friend, them a smile like sun on the bay. Everybody wait fly, then it melt away. Room full of joy, no need for pretend. One drop, one joke, one link with me friends. Hold it up, all of the mood stay sweet. Every little heartbeat rock to the beat. Whole place warm when the circle lock. When the upsetting, nobody wants stop. Yeah. Last blunt, we all live up the night. Last blunt, everything feel right. Laugh hard, till the troubles get small. Last blunt, we just nice after all. Last blunt, we all live up the night. Last blunt, everything feel right. Laugh hard, till the troubles get small. Last blunt, we just nice after all.
Last blunt,
of the air, jokes in the room. Sweet smell linger while the moon them bloom. One more pull, then a slow exhale. Friend them a reason while the story sell. No drama, no stress, just a clean vibe. Hands in the air for the ones by your side. If tomorrow call, we answer later. Right now we afloat on the good creator. Keep it mellow. One more smile, one more fellow. Memories sweet like a fresh cut tune. Still a laugh when the night get through. Yeah. last blunt. We all live up the night, last blunt. Everything feel right, laugh hard, till the troubles get small. Last blunt. We just nice after all, last blunt. We all live up the night, last blunt. Everything feel right, laugh hard, till the troubles get small. Last blunt. We just nice after all.
What's good, y'all? I hope everybody's having a good one. This shit funny. So why the fuck not get these niggas on this shit? Here we go. So we're gonna share this. We are gonna be bringing this up. Pluck out. Y'all ready? Listen to the bullshit. Do I have the volume up? Oh no.
Justin, good to see you. The content, keep it about the grow, keep it about what we doing, keep it positive.
What happened to this nigga hair? Like all of this shit gone. This nigga hairline is started here now. Like, what is that about? Can we talk about that? You know what I'm saying? But nah, we're gonna keep going.
And we're gonna make it rock like we've been doing, man. What's up, JD?
Ernie!
What's up, bro?
How you living, man?
Everything good, man.
Yeah, so yeah, I caught your mail call there. So what kind of beans did you get?
They're called Bingus Blaze. I think it's Afghan.
Bingus Blaze.
Afghan.
All right, so remember, the strain is called Bingus Blaze, okay? Remember, Bingus Blaze.
Kush crossed with Bingus Blaze.
So what's the cross? What is Bingus Blaze cross with?
Like everybody's falling in. We appreciate y'all, man. You know, me and JD, we keep it going.
It's Hindu Kush times the Bingus Blaze.
So now it's Hindu Kush crossed with the Bingus Blaze makes Bingus Blaze. What? The Bingus Blaze is Hindu Kush crossed with the Bingus Blaze. He went and confirmed it.
Oh, okay.
Hindu Kush.
Oh, okay. I got you. Now, do you know what the Bingus Blaze is crossed with, or what is that?
Yeah, I don't know what that's crossed. I think that's one of Bingus's
Bro, this nigga just said he went and looked and tried to tell everybody what Bingus Blaze was, right? Then to find out that Bingus Blaze is crossed with I guess, the Hindu Kush. And he just says, what?
Yeah, I don't know what that's crossed. I think that's one of Bingus's strains.
Bro, let's go back to before he got up.
Let me see right quick.
Let me see real quick. He went and did
Like
a double confirmation, guys.
We appreciate y'all, man. You know, me and JD, we keep it going.
Look at him.
It's Hindu Kush times the Bingus Blaze.
Okay.
Bingus Blaze is Hindu Kush times the Bingus Blaze. So what is Bingus Blaze?
Yeah, Hindu Kush.
Oh, okay, I got you. Now, do you know what the Bingus Blaze is crossed with, or what is that?
Yeah, I don't know what that's crossed. I think that's one of Bingus's strains.
Okay, that's what's up, man. That's
what's up.
You might know
New fire. It's always good to. It's always fun when you get new beans. Sneaky in the building. Let's go.
Snakes.
You know.
Okay. No, there's one of Wormhole homeboy. That's on
Yeah.
he peeps. No, wormhole.
Yeah.
No.
Nope.
He be over there. He be over there chilling with Wormhole. Yep. Yeah.
I forgot y'all could see me.
So,
I'm all in the mic.
Look.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hope y'all having a good one out there today.
On these niggas.
A few people that was on live earlier. I think Levels is still live. Wormhole was live a little bit earlier. Appreciate him. Spreading the love.
Damn, boy, you ain't got no strength to hit that grinder like that, boy. Get your grinder together.
What up, brother? Dr. Levy, what up, bro?
Yeah, Dr. Levy in the building. Got another good live today, like we've been having every day.
Visible
good lives,
Farms
good
is in
people,
there.
Good conversation, good smoke.
Let's go see.
Just having a good old time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he had 28 watching. What
I
happened?
don't know why my camera be showing clear. As soon as I get online, it should be showing stupid. Like you seen how clear my video was, right?
Sometimes they be like that for some reason. Like,
yeah, because you seen how clear my video was. My shit was
I saw.
clear.
Yeah.
Same phone, same everything, same angle, same everything. I was looking all dark. Oh, good though. I'm on witness protection mode right now.
There you go. I'm talking about. So shout out to the chat, man. Hope y'all
He's a worm killer.
Yes, crossed with a Hindu Kush and Bingus Blaze, which is one of Bingus's own lines.
Yo, I seen that. Let's not talk about that.
See, I was watching the first smoke of the day, and they had Copycat on there, and he
I want y'all to keep peep
like,
this.
I don't give a damn what the cut is. If it's a hype cut, I'm going to get it. He said, "You don't think I'll send the girl over there to you? If you like girls, you don't think I'll send the girl over there? You got employees that work for $20 an hour. You don't think I?" It's just like you have me weak. Like, yeah, I guess so.
That lets me know that for a couple dollars you'll sell out your homeboy. He's smiling. You can see the fucking. He's so black. The only thing you can see is his teeth and the light that's shining on him. But you will sell out your homeboy for his strain, like you just tried to do with Cab shit. Remember the Blutonian, whatever you were talking about, Blutonian style, whatever that shit was. He says that's not his Cab shit. That's my shit now. But yeah, that's what you just let us know.
Shit. Talking about he paid 25 grand for a cut before, and then sold multiple cuts for 25 grand. I'm like, damn.
I got some gummies for you, Sneaks.
John Doe,
Hey,
you're not allowed to
making
give
me
nobody
some damn
gummies. You fat. You need to give away all your gummies. Nigga, you're like 5'6". Remember what did he say he was? 5'6" and 350 pounds or some shit, 450 or some shit. God damn. Bro, last time you had to climb up to go, you gotta climb up on your computer chair to turn off the click your fucking light, your ceiling fan. That's crazy. You gotta use a step stool to go ahead and turn on and turn off your ceiling fan. It's wild work.
For real. Yeah. Hey, check out the Bite Me podcast, man. Bite Me podcast. She shows you all kind of cooking things to cook and how to do it, man. You know what I'm saying? And do it the right way. So
what?
Check
How
that
you
out
know
if
what
you
the
guys are
right way
interested in
is?
the
Damn, I
edibles,
matched
the
you
gummies,
up on
things like that.
fucking
And
views
there's
that
a few
quick.
folks out here that do lots of edibles and stuff and things like that. So
I want y'all
shout
to
out
listen to these
the
niggas.
edibles.
You don't want to be fucking with them edibles and them pinsters heavy like that.
Yeah, he do. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure there's other folks that make it, you know what I'm saying? But just, you know, that don't be out there as much showing it. Yeah. So went ahead and ordered my cloner. My cloner will be here tomorrow morning.
Oh, so they jerking each other in a circle.
Get that, then I'll get that set up, and I'll go ahead and get that mail put into that cloner. Shout out to Wormhole for pointing me in the right direction. That cloner, so I ended up getting the cloner to be here in the morning.
Hey, how bad do you have to be? You know how I knew this was a really good shit? Cause this is not rosin, okay? I'm gonna tell you that rosin does not come with a clear bottom like this. in these type of jars. They give you all black jar all the way around, and that's how they come. That's how I know it's THCA. And then he wanted to flex some sugar, and this looked like plastic. They have those plastic containers. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? You know, you can see the top of it. It's like the same texture, so that means that is plastic on plastic. Um, John, you look how bad of a grower you have to be, or how much of a person that needs attention that you gotta randomly flex some THCA and some this sugar. If that's only like 2 to 3 grams, I think it's like 1 or 2 grams, right? That is roughly $10. He paid $50 for a whole little box of the smoke box, whatever fucking local schizophrenia is using. But yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there we go. It looked fire though, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That shit look like some straight fire.
Shit is fire, bro. So you had to get some more of it.
That's
Yeah,
fucked
that's
up,
what I'm saying.
trippy.
Like that's what
I was
thought
just
I heard
saying
you
that.
say
That's
you
like
had to
$10.
get more.
That's like $10, and he's over there
You
flexing.
know that Tahoe OG pronounced it, bro.
I'm gonna be harvesting in the
Yeah,
morning.
first time I had the Tahoe OG,
I'm
bro.
gonna be just cutting down that
Man.
last plant, cleaning out everything.
That shit was fire.
Hold on, guys.
All
I'm gonna make
dense,
an
nice and
announcement.
dense.
I don't like to say things until they're in play, but I feel like this is very promising. That I met up with an investor yesterday who's gonna put in the investment on the basement. So I'm cleaning out everything. I'm taking cuts. I'm throwing away moms. So restarting moms over. And this coming week, instead of me just ending everything, like I was saying, I was gonna wait until the winter. No, I'm just doing a full reset. We back at it like crack addicts on my mama.
Thick, frosty buds. I mean, it wasn't even like, you know how, because back in the day, you never really got like huge buds when you got your pack or whatever.
I'm about to start a GoFundMe
like
for that nigga to get a fucking
buds. It
ball.
wasn't these big old chunky buds.
Right. Yeah. If they did get buds like that, they kept them for themselves.
Right. Every now and then you know when you get a couple packs of the same shit.
Yeah, I
Watch it. Listen to
super
him.
big top as
right.
pack. Like,
you normally get like the tops, but you get like the bottom parts of the tops. You know what I'm saying? Below that first level. You know what I mean?
I got nice size buds, but they were like these.
You talking about nice size buds? Where are those? We have never seen you grow any fucking nice size buds.
I'm saying below that first level. You know what I mean?
Wait, before that, the second canopy. Is that what you're talking about? The satellite buds. So you're not talking about, you said the bottom of that cola, right?
Like the bottom parts of the tops. You know what I'm saying? Below that.
The bottom parts of the top. So what happens when you're growing 4-inch floppers?
First level. You know what I mean?
And this nigga got the nerve to say.
They were like, you see them big. I've never got like a big ass, 10-gram top in a bag and shit.
Yeah, that's what's up though, man.
You probably get that.
My nigga, if you get a 10-gram top, unless it's big buds like from what Bernie got, your shit outdoor. If you smoking 10-gram fucking buds tops and you didn't buck them off until there was like, decent sized buds, there will never be a 10-gram top. Right? You might have a fucking 3-gram stem in the middle of that bitch.
If you fuck with a homegrown, but yeah, you only get that shit on the trap or.
Right.
Shit.
When I got my pack.
Where's my bottle? I need to shake.
You know I'm skimming through that. Boy, I'm taking.
What's up, Wev?
I'm taking me some
get
choice
you a
buds
wrench.
and push them to the side for myself. For real. I remember them days.
Homie.
Shit, I remember the days when I got like a quarter. You know what I'm saying? And
the meth bottle came out.
I would take like an eighth or 3 or 3.0 for myself, and try to flip it back so I can get back some more, so I can keep my nice little eighth going on, free eighth.
yeah. Try to flip it to where you get some
John Doe block
middle man.
That's wild.
Yeah,
don't worry, we don't block over here. You talk crazy
Good
about
old
kids,
days,
women, or some
man.
bullshit.
Yeah,
You say you
man.
out the way,
I
baby.
remember,
All about
before
bros and
before I
about my
went to before I
plants.
went to
All
school,
right,
like me and
we
my
keep it
partner
about the
KB, shout out
plants.
to KB.
You ain't getting
We
blocked.
used to,
That's how it is.
because I drove to school.
Keep it
In
about the
sophomore year,
plants. I don't
I
care
had a
if you
car
got to say
going
something
into
negative
sophomore year,
about my plants. I don't give a fuck if you got to say something positive to say about my plants. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck
I
if you
started
got
driving
something
early,
negative to
man.
say
You know what I'm
about my
saying? Like I
critique
was
of
driving in
plants.
my mom's whip
And long as it's
on the
about the
freeway.
Yeah, I'm about
plants,
to say,
keep the
shit,
women,
14.
keep the
I was
wives,
still with my
Yeah.
sister,
kids,
but
and
I
all
was
that
just
shit.
got my
All right.
own shit when I was like 16.
Don't say no weirdo
13
shit.
Yeah.
And we all good.
So
You
I
know
was
what I mean?
whipping
Y'all know
early.
it. Y'all just know that's just been
You
the
know,
motto.
my godmother didn't like
We
it. She
keep
was
the
like,
weirdo shit out of it.
shout out to my
It's just all
godmother.
everything
She
I've been
kept me,
talking about these
held
niggas
me down.
is
You
about
know what
the
I mean? But
weed
yeah, she
shit,
was like,
keeping about the
you know,
plants.
it's kind of hard
Even
to,
Kratom.
get
He put it as his
over
oh
a
yeah.
young
It's
14,
about the
15-year-old
content
kid.
that you put out
You know,
and the
young
plants.
man.
That's just it.
yeah, you know,
Legit.
especially, you know, the
This
way
is
that I
his
grew up and
content.
things
I
that I've been
reviewed his
through.
Back in the
content.
day, man, you was fucking a man when you were 16, so shit.
He was
Real.
fucking a what? He was fucking a man and he was 16. What are you talking about? Let's listen to
You know,
this.
especially, you know, the way that I grew up and things that I've been through.
Back in the day, man, you was fucking a man when you were 16, so
You was fucking a man when you was 16, or you was a man when you was a fucking man at 16. But you say you was fucking a man. What?
The things that I've been through.
back in the day, man, you was fucking a man when you were 16, so shit.
Real.
No. Who the fuck was fucking a man at 16? Am I tripping? Did I not? Yo, am I tripping though? Do y'all think that you was a fucking man? Right? Right. But then he said, but you fucking a man at 16?
I'm still bro, close. The day, man, you was fucking a man when you were 16, so
Dog. Am I tripping? Y'all making it seem like I'm tripping. We're gonna continue.
shit.
Real.
I digress.
Clothing 125. What up? What up? Welcome to the show.
Yes, yes.
Yo, y'all niggas getting bad over there.
Canada, man. It's a lot of good people.
Yo, Clothing 125. What's happening? Appreciate you tapping in with us.
Hey, hold on. Hold up. But you know, worms don't like citrus, right? You know they don't like they just don't like it. But it's your bird. I mean, but it's still your shit. You can do what you want. He would trash you. You don't get trashed for putting lime juice or orange juice, or not orange juice, but if you just put the lime or oranges in there, they just don't like it. They'll still break it down, but it'll take longer for them to break that down, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
Correct me if I'm
85
wrong.
Buick
Ron.
Century. Okay. No cassette, but
See?
radio was
Like that's what I'm saying. They were fine.
back. Yeah,
So-
that shit. Yep.
I had the Honda Prelude, man.
Oh, you had a Prelude? Okay.
Yep.
I had an Acura Integra. I had an Integra at a moment, which reminded me of the Honda Prelude.
Yeah, I had a Prelude, and then I got a Accord after that.
Exactly. That's what
Okay.
I said. If I was
I-
not mistaken,
mine
they
was a
don't like
stick.
it when you
Mine-
just drop it
Those
like that. But if you
changer.
squeeze it out,
Can't tell me I wasn't.
it'll take like what, a day or two
we
for
had
the
had
CD
beat.
changer with the face off. You can
micros
take
to
the
break
face
it.
off, take
Take
it with
the face off,
you.
you know what I'm saying? Yep. And I had the different colored ones. You had all, I remember when those faces really first came out, and then they had all the different color ones. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What are they
And
talking
then
about?
you'll see, the D boy, because he had it in his hand or on his keys with his keys and shit.
What
You know
is
what
you
I'm
talking
saying?
about?
Pop it out. You know what I mean? Shoot.
Man, let's get through some of this shit, because these niggas talking about bullshit.
B, man, we used to take his dad's Honda. Even like switching, like my BMW, the engine went out on me, but my BMW has.
He just said his BMW. He keep talking about this car. This car is dead. He ain't got the money for German engineering. You get what I'm saying? Like, he don't got the money for that shit. Legitly. I told you I used to have a M5 5 series. M5. Yes. I wrecked my shit, got T-bone. You think I was gonna fix that bitch? You got me fucked up. What's up, PD? But that nigga was talking about he don't got German car money. You know what I mean? Listen.
It's what is it? It's 328i twin turbo.
328i. He got a 3 series. He got a bitch car. 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 What's up, Semper? But he got a bitch car. A 328i. I want to know a year. Twin turbo. Twin turbo. Hey, let's go see if they even make that. 328i twin. Oh no, not here. Hold on. Let me hit new 328. And let's see if it's twin. I don't even think they come twin. Twin turbo. What year? Listen, the BMW. Hold on, look. Y'all tell me what this is. The BMW 328i is not a turbo car. Let's twin turbo. Let's go to 325. They got a kit. It was never manufactured a 325 twin turbo. Okay, just let you know that. All right. Let's get back to this.
So I always put it in sport. The engine went out on me, but my BMW has the what is it? It's a 328i twin turbo. So I
lied like a motherfucker. Yo, I called that shit out. That nigga just said he had a 325. What's that third eye? 325i twin turbo. Why lie? Why lie and make yourself sound better? You just lied your ass off. You just lied. You just legitly said you had a 328i twin turbo. Wait, let's back that up one more time.
My BMW, the engine went out on me, but my BMW has the what is it? It's a 328i twin turbo. So I always put it in sport mode and I switch it so I can shift the gears. Man, that little motherfucker was a beast.
I thought you still had it outside.
Try to roll up on me and try to race, but they didn't realize how fast that motherfucker was because it just
325 is shit. Okay, 1 through 3 is bullshit. Okay, especially 1 and 2. First gear and second gear is bullshit. Unless you have all-wheel drive, you're not doing nothing. Okay, simple. I told you, I own BMWs.
It's the 328i with the twin turbos, so extra, boy.
What's up,
turbo? Hit that turbo.
Yeah. Can't wait to get that
fixed. Yo, Cavs, come on.
Get a whole new engine for it, and then I'm as I get the new engine, I'm gonna have them put selective parts on it to make it, have a higher intake, a little bit more power, a little bit more speed.
Intake, a little bit more power, a little bit more.
But chat, I appreciate y'all all rocking with us. Don't forget to wipe your feet at the door. Hit that like button for your boy.
I'm gonna stop talking.
I'll get everybody who's supposed to be modded up so you can link up to everybody in here. Prince, Princeton Bell Clothing. I will get you modded up here so you can go through and follow and sub up to people in the chat. This is a great community. Information out there. It's not just cannabis, it's just other things too as well. It just depends on what the topic is.
Hit that like, hit that sub, spread that love, man. Cheers.
Yep. Come in as yourself. Like I said, look, I know there's people that's been blocked from my channel that was disrespectful and shit. Like, hey, I'm a fair person. I don't just block nobody for no reason. Like, I block you for a good reason. Like, come as yourself, be respectful. You know what I'm saying? If you've been blocked, you want to come back. And I know, people come in with these different channels that's not theirs because some of these people been blocked. But come in and be respectful. You're here to stay. You can be here. You be cool. You know what I'm saying? If you want to email me and apologize for being disrespectful and you want to be back, you come fuck with us, whatever the case. It's all good, man. I just don't want the BS. You know what I mean? I'm a forgiving person. You know what I mean? If I fucked up and was disrespectful to somebody for whatever reason, and I really didn't mean it, or I'll come back and say, hey man, look, I was out of pocket. I apologize. You know what I'm saying? Shit,
Hey, man,
Hey, y'all think if I go apologize that it'll let me back? You think if I gave them a fake apology, you think they'll let me back? I'm just asking for a friend. But let's go back to that. I wanted to say something else.
Email me and a good reason, like sponsors. Yep, come just to throw information out there. It's not just clothing. I will get you modded up here so you can go through and follow and sub up to people in the chat. This is a great community. Information out there. It's not just cannabis. It's just other things too as well. It just depends on what the topic is.
Hit that like, hit that sub, spread that love, man. Cheers.
Ready?
Yep. Come in as yourself. Like I said, look, I know there's people that's been blocked from my channel that was disrespectful and shit. Like, hey, I'm a fair person. I don't just block nobody for no reason. Like, I block you for a good reason. Like, come as yourself, be respectful. You know what I'm saying? If you've been blocked, you want to come back. And I know, people come in with these different channels that's not theirs because most of these.
You said most of these people are blocked. Thrippy the Thrip. I know who this is. It's never been blocked there. Didn't come under a fake account. Just to come under a fake account. I mean, they didn't come over there because they were blocked.
Some of these people been blocked. But come in and be respectful. You're here to stay. You can be here. You be cool. You know what I'm saying? If you want to email me and apologize for being disrespectful and you want to be back, you come fuck with us, whatever the case. It's all good, man.
Yo, who the fuck do you niggas think you are for you think people's gonna apologize and for exposing you for false information, for bad information? Nobody has ever said that, hey, they wanted this, no. Bad information. The words that just came out of your mouth, you've been exposed. Same thing with John Doe dick sucking ass. He's literally taking a dab out of a fucking butt plug. All right? This legitly is a butt plug. But nobody has literally slandered your name and threw it through the dirt. Besides your little hairline, it's like monks, and then your shit's lopsided. How you got a lopsided hairline and that shit pushed all the way back? That is about it. Nobody is literally do anything. These glasses they're fake metas. He does not need, these are not prescription lenses. It's all fashion. He's about vain. He's vain as fuck. He got a mirror sitting to the side of him. You know what I'm saying? His name is on every fucking thing in that house. Yeah. A1 is a narcissist, and then this one is definitely another narcissist. He thinks he's better than everybody.
The BS. You know what I mean? I'm a forgiving person. You know what I mean? If I fucked up and was disrespectful to somebody for whatever reason, and I really didn't mean it, or I'll come back and say, hey man, look, I was out of pocket. I apologize. You know what I'm saying? Shit,
hey, man, I'm a forgiving person too, but you only get one chance with me, man. So all those that already blew that one bridge to me, keep that in mind.
You hear him?
So now that we got that out of the way, guys, we're gonna keep doing what we
suck my dick.
Anybody out there
JD.
in the chat that wants to come up and show their growth, of course, I will be showing mine here in a bit. As I always do, things look good, on a daily basis. I see change, and I'm debating whether I'm going to, how soon am I going to?
Hold on, Cav. Cav, can you answer this question?
At least the ones.
Hey, Cav, you made a cross, right? Right, Cav? You made the biggest blaze, right? Let's go find this real quick. Cav, you answer this question to see if he's right. Nobody say nothing.
Tom's the biggest blaze.
Listen.
I'll share. Your mail call there.
Listen,
So what kind of beans did you get?
listen.
They're
Cav,
called Bingus
what's up, man?
Blaze. I think it's Afghan
Bingus Blaze.
Kush crossed with Bingus Blaze.
What? Biggest Blaze is Biggest Blaze crossed with Afghan Kush and Biggest Blaze? How said what the fuck is Biggest Blaze of the Afghan Kush and Biggest Blaze? All right, let's play it again. Let's keep going.
Let me see right quick.
What's up, man? What's up?
Y'all ready for this?
Like everybody's falling in. We appreciate y'all, man. You know,
Listen what it is now.
The thing is, it's Hindu Kush times the Bingus Blaze. Wow.
So it's Hindu Kush times the Biggest Blaze or cross with. I hate saying times. So it's the Hindu Kush cross with the Biggest Blaze, right? But what the fuck? Now watch this. Now even day one, it's like, yo, I already asked you that, but let me ask you again.
Oh, okay.
Hindu Kush.
Oh, okay, I got you. Now, do you know what the
Sound like
biggest
so far.
blaze, the biggest blaze is crossed with, or what is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what that's crossed. I think
Now you don't know what Biggest Blaze is crossed with. Yo, hold on. Y'all talk about. I don't even want to read chat. Y'all chat is fucking wild. I'd rather read this
That's
shit.
what's up, man. That's what's up. New fire. It's always good to. It's always fun when you get. Yeah. That's He got that. He sent that to me, and I gave it away.
that's what's up, man.
Oh, it's so does you stop it, Grant? You can't talk about Grant, your grandpappy like
there's
that.
like a
He
link
ain't my
or something
grandpappy.
or
He
anything
would
like
never
that,
be my
guys.
grandpappy.
I don't mind and showing that link and watching other things. You know, that's what this channel is for. That's what this live is for.
I hope you rewatch this live and see what she said in chat. She even got the crater pills on the motherfucking
something that's got good information
on the profile pic.
So you know, you can guys always put that in the chat too as well, and we can always look at those things too as well.
What things?
But let me get.
Y'all like my old school fucking logo?
Take these off.
Hey, Kaz, if you out there, right? If you still out there, Kaz, I need you to hit me up, and I'm gonna hit you up.
Check.
I need to learn how to send shit overseas with the stamps, and I'll send you a roll of stamps. But I need to find out how I can send my slaps across overseas.
Man, is it potent, Jason? How is it? Like I always been asking people that grow that or smoke, and you have smoke in it.
Look at this jar. That's his only, and he didn't clean it out. Look at this jar.
Yeah. Is it worth it? Because it be growing crazy.
Check. There you go. Yeah, because I definitely want to grow the freak show, bro. I definitely want to grow it.
You definitely want to grow the freak show next.
Got a dope show and all.
It is a dog. I mean, I don't blame it.
Free 3.
You might grow real soon. So chat or JD, I know you haven't really taken clones or anything like that. How many?
This guy is the guy that's telling you about plants and never took clones. Look at that double barrel shotgun nostril.
Nodes do you guys wait until you start to clone your plants? Like, what is a good node spot to start topping, and where do you guys like to first top from? Or
don't give him the answer, but what node do you start cloning? It's funny.
Clone from, shall I say? That's what I meant. What's a good section to clone from? You know what I mean? Like,
it's the top. It's all the oxes at the top. Remember that. It's at the top. Just do the top. Don't do the opposite of what I'm telling you. Take your tops. They got all the oxygens you need. They will have the most vigorous fucking. I don't believe that I'm over here screaming that in the microphone, knowing that I'm lying.
Like, How many nodes do you guys let your plant get to? And are you cloning from the side? Are you cloning from the top? What do you guys like to do? I'm just catching
We
from
got
the
a
chat, guys.
clue who Trip is, man. We got a clue. What happened?
Oh no, I'm just catching up in the chat real quick.
I can get you
That's
those.
cool. But I know while he here, he probably allowing them to restream our shit too.
Allowing them to restream our shit too.
I mean,
Who's they?
you know, we got a dope show and all.
Free Thrippy.
It is a dog. I mean, I don't blame.
So how do they know that we restream? They don't watch me.
I mean,
wait, they don't watch me, but they know that I restream. It's not even me. I'm not Thrippy.
Yes, I mean, a spot to come and kick back, and you know what I'm saying.
That's why I got
Top
26.
between, okay.
And you have how many?
Top between 5th and 6th node. Okay.
I got double your
5th and 6th node. Are you topping it? Are
Where
you
would you
bringing
like
it
to
down?
go?
We're talking about
Over here,
cloning.
you're
Are
free.
you topping that? And
nobody
you're
gets
that?
blocked. You can say
Yeah,
whatever
we're
the
not
fuck
talking about
you
topping.
want.
We're talking about
I know.
cloning right
Yeah,
now, not
I
topping.
I misspoke when I was asking the question. I was saying top, but I meant clone. Like, where do you guys like to clone from? I mean, I know some people like to top and take that top and clone that.
Why?
You know what I mean? But if you're gonna keep a mom plant or something of that nature, how are you gonna be cutting your clones?
If I'm keeping a mom, I'm always taking tops, right?
No,
But if I wanted to make a mom,
14 of it.
just do the latter.
He says, I top at day one of
He asked you what part of your plant, Ron, not what date, what part. Let's get
I
the
was
wax
asking.
out to get a listen.
Ron,
What part
go
of the
over
plant?
there.
Are you
Oh, well, it's too
cloning
late for
from?
that.
What day?
I'm way behind. I forgot.
Yeah, what part are you cloning? Are you topping?
I'm trying to make my way through the line.
Are you topping it and using that as a clone? Or are you are you taking branches from the side node? Are you going lower? Are you going higher? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is your guys' kind of idea of where you want to take your clones from? I mean, I got a general idea where I'd like to take my clones from. Now, if I am gonna actually top my plant, I will top my plant and take the top and try to root that top. But I like to go to that mid section of the plant, you know, right around that.
Why?
You know, I guess you can call it, you know,
that's,
4th or 5th notice.
If
I like to get from that area there, but I like to do it so where I'm like not just cutting from that one area. I will go. Sometimes I go a little higher just to keep that plant kind of symmetrical.
There's no answers given.
You know what I mean? The first 2 branches. Let's see. First 2 branches and the main. So take 3 cuts. So the first 2 branches. What do you mean the first 2? What do you mean the first 2 branches? Little tiny plants. So I know you say you take the top. You know what I'm saying, and then just take the lower nodes here usually. Okay, so Jason Taylor. So when you do the lower nodes, now are you having any issues with the viability of those?
No, you don't,
stems?
motherfucker. They root faster.
Lower, sometimes
Ooh,
they
shit,
become a little bit thinner sometimes, and sometimes not as thick, you know, and not as stemmy to where you can get a nice good cut off of it.
Where the fuck?
So have you experienced anything like that cutting at the lower nodes?
Damn, I didn't realize he was this far ahead.
Yeah, he said he doesn't know.
Spinning it around to show you in the very beginning, because I saved the female, the original female, and the original male. No, the male was just a regular leaf that I don't even know who did it. I don't know what male did it, okay? But this first time around, the male plant that came out of it was a freak male, where it looked like a male plant, but it had another leaf growing out of it. It was like growing leaves instead of being the freak show. It was whole leaves.
So you thought it was a male. You thought it was a male. That's what you, okay.
Growing. So that was like out of the F1. And I still had the mother, I'm pretty sure, from.
So if you got a mother and she was a female, how are your feet?
That, yeah. And I took that and hit the mother again. hit the mother with that. Yeah, I did a bunch of courses with it,
Listen,
but
Rich.
they're outside. I can't show you them now. So right now, what I'm setting up is I got a short path. Okay, it's a short path distillation. I got
Hey, what is that right there?
it's a short path. Short path
Okay.
distillation. Here's the front. The front's over here. I just took it out. I had it put away for.
Yeah, he just took it
What
out.
is
He
that?
I got
hasn't
this in.
used
I
it.
got
He
this
don't
in.
know how to.
I got this in
This is dementia.
2021. Okay, I got
2021,
this.
4 years.
What is it for?
He never made anything out of it.
Oh,
Thank God
looks
he got
like
kicked off.
we hit the wrong button.
He's coming back.
What the fuck is that, Doctor? Is that
He fell off.
It's not a
some type
CO2.
of extraction too?
No, it's distillate. Some type of extraction tube. You gonna say, yeah, we extracted fucking distillate.
Dr. Lee be having all kind of shit.
I seen one freak show that had decent bugs.
This weirdo who makes me want to eat a bullet.
For
For real, bro.
Here he goes. He's back. I got him.
There he is.
All right, Dr. Lee, you back?
Okay, yeah. I'm holding my phone in my hand, and somehow when I went to take this and spin it around to show you,
Yo, this is 5-year-old distillate. He pulled it out for no reason.
What is that tube, Dr. Lee?
this is
You
a
don't
short
know.
path.
I thought you said it was some type of extraction tube. You knew this already, John Doe.
Distillation. This separates the THC from the CBD. So,
Okay. What was that glass tube you were showing me?
Shit, bro. This nigga just said it separates the CBD and the.
Before though.
this one,
Yeah, it was like elongated. Yeah.
Well, no,
That-
it was the first
No, this
one.
thing, I got
Yeah,
this.
that one.
I'll go through the whole thing. I'll go through the whole thing. All right.
Okay,
So
that's all one whole thing. Okay.
I'll go through the system with you. This is the mantle. Okay. This thing here is the mantle. This heats up, boils the oil.
It's gonna catch that gas. And
It has
it's gonna
a,
cool
it has
down.
Hey, Hash Holio, does this short path separates THC from CBD? Answer the question. I need an answer like now.
stirrer. Has a stirrer in there that's an automatic magnetic stirrer and stirs it and makes a vapor. So
Takes
these
that
two
vapor, and then it turns that vapor in when it goes to those pipes, right? Turns the vapor into the liquid or the
yeah. Well, this is a condenser. It goes up into the condensers right here, basically. This is I forget the name of this. Well, the fumes come up, the vapors come up and go into here, and then they travel through here. Now, this cold water runs through these. No, cold water runs through these fittings.
Right.
There's a cooler.
Right?
There's a cooler, and what do you call it? And you got to watch the temperature to make it at the right cold temperature. And it cools the vapors down.
Yeah.
So the vapors come down, and they cool, and they start dripping into here.
I see you got
and you can rotate. Well, I just pull that clip off. But you can rotate this. At the first step is it takes out the fats and lipids and any alcohol. What this does is this separates the THC from the CBD. So each one of these. So this is called broad spectrum.
It's for no,
it ain't a full spectrum. All right. So because it only takes out at the first stage, it takes out the alcohol and any fats and lipids. Well, But after
That part, the fats and lipids go down.
that's if there's any left in it. It'll take out the alcohol and fats and lipids
So
first.
it's fine in it.
Okay, that's if there's any in it. But you can make it where it's not in it, so I won't even go through that. Okay, then the next step is it takes out the CBD. So the CBD comes out, and it's all at different temperatures. Now this thing reads different temperatures when it gets up to.
Okay, because I was about to ask you, like, how do you know what's different? The CBD is different from the THC. Like, how do you, does
Watch
it look
this.
different, or
That's a good question.
The temperature.
Just by
Okay,
temperature.
so
you know, at a
basically
different
based off-
temperature, that's going to be
What's that,
extracting
John?
THC compared to at another temperature to be extracting CBD.
No.
Yeah, CBD comes first at a lower temperature, and the alcohol and everything comes out first because that evaporates quick.
Which one comes out first, the alcohol or the CBD?
Okay, so all that, and then the fats and lipids, then the CBD, then the THC. Thing comes out first because that evaporates quicker, and the alcohol and everything comes out first because that evaporates quick. Okay, so all that, and then the fats and lipids, then the CBD, then the THC. So
temperature, that's going to be extracting THC compared to at another temperature to be extracting CBD.
yeah, CBD comes first at a lower
CBD comes first. Remember that.
temperature, and the alcohol and everything comes out first because that
Alcohol comes out first.
evaporates quick. Okay, so all that, and then the fats and lipids.
Then the fats and lipids. So now it went from CBD comes out first to the alcohol, then the fats and lipids, and then what?
Then the CBD, then the
And then the CBD. Which one is it? Does it come out first or it comes out third?
THC. And they all, as you raise it up, you got to go real slow. Got to watch this thing only go one number up and one number down. So say if you have it at 40, you put it up to 41, and then it's at 40, it'll go to 41. Then you got to go to 42. You put it on 42, and you let the thing catch up to 42. And then you go to 43. You got to go real slow. And when it gets to the point, you'll see it won't be. It won't be.
From the 1970s, it still work.
It will still like. Oh, you could see if it gets darker.
We waiting right now.
I got this in 21.
Okay, see, I'm talking about
2021.
He got it in 21. That's not a 1920. 2021. That's a 1921.
No,
This
no,
ain't no.
this is separating the
This ain't no
CBD from THC.
2021 machine though.
Separate it.
This shit from the 90s.
So you have it's called broad spectrum.
I'm just joking.
This is
shit from
here.
like
This thing's
2000,
ice.
2000s.
This you put ice in there. You put dry ice in there, and it's a cold trap. So there's a vacuum line that goes onto here that pulls a vacuum. The water goes through here and cools this vessel, so it condenses. It's called a condenser.
Bro,
Then it drops down into this. It's like a
think
cow
so.
head or something they call it.
You sound like you're hating because you don't got a condenser, man.
He don't
Man,
have a
bro.
condenser.
Bruh, I'm
He's
not, I wanna
missing
know,
parts
Dr.
to that
Levy,
machine.
You actually use this equipment?
man.
Yeah, we definitely want to see that thing in action, though, Doc.
Hell
This
yeah.
is,
He would never
and
extract.
this is the
That nigga-
cold
that nigga's
trap.
No
never
need, Moyle. This is
extracted
not a
anything.
device for watering plants. This is an extract machine.
This is a cold trap here, and you have vacuum hooked up to this too, and it will suck it from here. So any fumes or anything will go into the cold trap, or
Yo,
or anything, any vapor of the alcohol.
But it looks
That's
like you got.
left. Okay, now I'm telling. I'll explain it. I did this.
Snatched up the dude's weed. They were like, man, he's not gonna miss this
I
shit.
remember that.
Hey, y'all want to see? Y'all want to see this nigga's head?
That's like chemistry. That's real chemistry
Yeah,
equipment,
it is,
bro.
100%.
Those vacuums and shit, bro. Like I'm like,
dude,
dude,
science class
you-
with it. I'm like,
God damn, bro. Yeah, you know how to
He put
use
on a
that shit,
hat.
bro.
That
Like
he
that's
real
off the hook,
legit. He put
bro.
on the hat.
I thought he was making like the butane solvent that is probably baked through a speakers.
Just congratulate.
I want to see this bald head of there.
You
bro.
think that part too, man.
Why not congratulate on some shit you don't know about?
What the fuck?
Man, if my boy was a chemist like that, we would have seen that shit a long time ago, bro. That's how I'd have started my channel off with a couple of beakers.
Just congratulate the man that he doing what he do, man.
Yeah, man.
Just congratulate
that
Be
man-
cooking
yeah.
up some rock over there instead of getting some.
Hey, look,
I think they
Who's
do.
this guy?
I think they got like a.
You want to call
oh, he got kicked off. Hold up.
I think my biggest
We're not
thing
doing
is just making sure that you have.
You
It is
got
ball
a dome
head,
fit
man.
over that. You can find over yours, or you just doing
1, 2, and 3 bald headed niggas.
straight environment
okay.
being depending on your environment.
Why that nigga looking at me like he mad? We have found all these niggas. Why found me at that? That's why he's rocking a cap right now, huh? Is that what it is? This boy looking like a blue, boy looking like a soccer ball, boy looking like a baseball, boy looking like a basketball, boy looking like a volleyball. Hair sitting tenderism. Your straps hanging off the ball. Boy, you looking like a crystal ball. Boy, you looking like a golf ball. Yo, I am dead, bro. And yeah, to reclaim the ethanol. That's just ethanol, though. All right, let's get back to these niggas. All right, let me get back up here. I'm one been skipping. I've been trying to get into these plants. Because, you know, A1 can't help. But
Man, if my boy was a chemist like that, we would have seen that shit a long time ago, bro. That's how I'd have started my channel off with a couple of beakers.
I would have started my
Congratulate
channel
the
off
man
with
that
a
he
couple
doing
of
what he do, man.
Yeah, man. Let that
Be cooking
man.
up
Yeah.
some rock over there instead of getting some separating the CBD from his THC, man. Give the man some props.
Well, I mean, definitely, bro. Like, as long as he's happy, bro, I'm ecstatic, bro.
I'm telling you, you never came up us to hit or showed us you using a Buckner funnel or any other funnel for that matter, or any other extraction.
Yeah.
So why
I
you
mean-
talking shit about people that do it?
You
My
have
attitude
neither.
is like
done it.
this, bro.
You came up
When
and
it
showed
comes,
your worms eating fruit. So
when
chill,
it comes to this, bro, when it comes,
That nigga said, who talking shit? Who's talking shit about it? You showed your worm talk. Is he talking about worm guy? Is he talking about worm guy? Listen to this.
for extraction.
Yeah.
So why you
I mean-
talking shit about people that do it?
my
You
attitude is
never
like
done
this,
it.
bro.
You came up
When
and
it
showed
comes,
your worms eating fruit. So
when
chill.
it comes to this, bro,
He said, you came up here and showed your worms eating fruit. You ain't do what he was doing. He ain't do it either. He ain't come up there and show you him doing it either. You're just backing up a fucking stalker, bro. Yo,
well, I mean, definitely, bro. Like, as long as he's happy, bro, I'm ecstatic, bro.
I'm telling you, you never came up us to hit or showed us you using a Buckner funnel or any other funnel for that matter, or any other extraction.
Yeah.
So why
I
you
mean-
talking shit about people that do it?
My attitude
You
is like
never done
this,
it.
bro.
You came up
When
and
it
showed
comes,
your worms eating fruit. So
when
chill.
it comes to this, bro,
what did Dr. Levy come up and show you him doing? Besides, he didn't show you him drilling those holes in the ground. He didn't show you feeding shit. He didn't show you transplanting shit. He didn't show you. He just showed you plants in a cup, like a 1,500 plants or something. He shows you 20 plants outdoors, and all of a sudden now he didn't show you his extractions. He had to show you just show you the equipment he bought, right? He didn't show you nothing else. He didn't show you how none of that shit works. He didn't show you him doing anything. But yet you are like, I don't want to say it like that, but you jumping into conclusions like he done them already.
it's like this, bro.
You came up
When
and
it
showed
comes,
your worms eating fruit. So
He
when
showed
it comes to
something.
this, bro, when it comes to this bro shit, bro, as long as y'all happy with what you're doing, that's all that matters, bro. Like, you know, there's a lot of different ways to skin a cat.
There's
bro.
right. There's at this point, there's no need just to be talking down, on the man for no reason, just because you've worked in a system before, and you think his stuff is whatever you think it is. You know what I mean?
I mean,
At the end of the day, the man is doing what he's
Time
doing.
to
You know
look
what I
at your
mean?
bro,
ROI.
if he ain't
Go make
right,
your
You
money.
have your
But,
opinion, negative
we'll
or
get back to
positive.
it, though.
You doing what the fuck you want to do, regardless.
if he ain't right, I don't feel like, man, I'm gonna be the one today to have to tell him that shit, man. But he'll just keep on doing what you're doing, dog. You'll figure it out.
Oh, you to tell
Yeah,
him
man,
he ain't right.
he accomplished what
First
he
of
need to
all,
accomplish.
That means you're not his
man been
homeboy.
doing his shit and
But
accomplished
here
what
we
he
go.
been
Let's move on to these.
for decades, man. Who are you or me or anybody to tell him anything?
Bro, them plants is growing, bro.
His friends.
That's
Yeah,
all we
so
can say.
here we
You
are.
guys
I
are
didn't water
supposed
him
to
last night.
as his friends, like you so-called call yourselves, you're supposed to be able to tell him, yo, you fucking up. Right? My bad, I hit my mic.
gave them a break last night. You know what I mean? Because they're in the 1 gallons, and so they still did good.
What's
They got
up, John?
they still got a little moisture in there, so they did good. These are the 3 males. These are the 3 males that I'm still gonna figure out which one of these I'm going to use to pollinate. A couple females, so I can get some more seeds, because I have no more seeds, like I said, of the Blucindo. And that's what you all see right here is the Blucindo. Besides a couple of these, this is a Sedona Gold, which is Panama Red crossed with Acapulco Gold. One of the phenos that was actually it's actually looking pretty good though, but
Cheers.
I don't think I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna flower it out. So yeah, here's the rest of these that are getting really good acclimated to this 1 gallon. Like I said, these are all Blucindo in the
This
front
nigga
right
is
here,
in
which is the Blue Raz Timbetonian F2
180p.
crossed with the Guerrero Blaster. What was it? Yeah,
Like
Crescendo
2
Guerrero
frames
Blaster.
per second.
So, but like we were talking about earlier, as far as like taking clones from plants, and all of these right here
Why
are
are you
from
taking
seed.
clones from those?
So, like I have a couple of phenos of the Blucindo right here. These ones I really like. I got 3 of them. One back there. That's number 1, 2, and 3. And then like here's a this is the Daybreak. So this is the cab sour cross with the Blue Raz Timbetonian F2. So where I'm looking at for cutting the clones from, and this is from seed. Now I'm gonna come up right in this area here. Like, so if we look, we're 1, 2,
Bro, he
3, 4.
recorded it.
So around the 5th
He's
node area,
streaming
this area.
not from a
That's
sidekick.
where I first take my clones
He's
from.
streaming from a time port.
This stuff
Two-way
down here,
pager.
it's possible that I would take clones from here because these are actually pretty decent right here. A lot of the bottom ones sometimes are not as valuable. Like some of these right here that are down here that are not as valuable.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, that's why I don't like taking from the bottom like that. You know what I'm saying? And I like to take from, this area here.
Yeah.
Bro, give me a second. Watch this. Where should you take clones from a cannabis plant? Hold on. They're going to read it. Read that. I want y'all to read it. In botanical terms, the different parts of a plant contains various concentrations of growth hormones. The upper sections the apical regions typically have higher levels of auxins, which are hormones that regulate the growth and development. Lower sections of the plants are often older and may exhibit different physiological characteristics. It is important to be aware that the cultivation of it is the subject of strictly blah, blah, blah. That's all it says. Hold on. It's always better, right? But when you take clones, I only take clones from this THC farmer from lower sets, never tops. I'm a clone guy of 6 people, 6 clones, blah, 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 100%. It's always from the bottom, lower half of your plant. They say the lower branches contain more rooting hormones than the tops. Hold on, let's just keep going. Y'all want to keep going? Oh shit. I wanted to see more. I just wanted to say I want more. So when you go, is you not just taking it from the first one, right? Tiniest growth in the apical swim. But then they tell you from the lower branches at least 4 nodes down of length. Why? Because it is said it earlier. They said earlier it will root faster and grow. No, it doesn't. It does not. From the bottom, they root faster. It's scientifically known. Let me put the L in there. This is the woody one. So now they say control height, right? So lower or tops. More potent clone? Awesome question. No, you do not. They should be the same height. The tops will eventually alternate nodes, the branches, blah, 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 blah. Y'all are tripping. It's always from the bottom. Just let y'all know that. Take clones from the bottom. They root faster.
I am going to incorporate is THC Garage. He cuts this knuckle right here. Let me turn it. So he cuts this knuckle right here. So he has an extra little space right here. And his clones are like twice as long as this, though. He likes long clones. But I thought it was a good
What's up,
idea to cut that
Crumbleweed?
knuckle right there that gives a good surface area for the roots to come out at. So, but yeah, here's the Aquapoke and Gold Cross.
Do not cut your clones from the knuckle. What he just pointed out. That area, this area right here, you don't cut. You can cut from here. You can cut all of this off, but you're going to still cut a 45-degree angle above this node route right here. Okay. And then that'll be a perfect clone. But you want to take the lowers. Why take the tops that you're going to leave onto the plant when you could take these? And they have more hormones to root faster. These don't root faster. Apicals don't root faster, to be honest with you. These root faster, but the vigor is low. These take more time to root, but once they root, they shoot up fast. But if you're doing a mass amount of rooting, of clones, just take the bottoms. The vigor loses in the first week or two, then it picks back up. But taking apicals would be asinine. That means if I were to take these, that I would be depending on these with no vigor. I would leave these with the vigor to continue to grow. But that's just on you. That's just your own opinion, all right?
Area for the roots to come out at. So, but yeah, here's the Aquapoke and Gold Cross with the Panama Red right here. So this is the Sedona Gold. This is the Daybreak. These are all the first three that the first time I planted them that they took off. So these are going to be my moms right here that I'm going to use. And like I said, I'm just doing that so I can get a seed increase. And then I want to stack up enough of this flavor of medicine for myself. And then I'll move on to doing something else. I got a bunch more other crosses that I did that I want to do some more hunts with.
I'll do
But yeah,
this
those are the babies.
myself,
That's what they're
right?
doing.
Hold on.
It'll definitely be interesting, man. What you
All right, so I'm going to take clones. I'm going to take clones from my mom's, and I'm going to take clones from some plants, and I'm going to take lowers and tops, and I'm going to separate them in my cloner, okay? and we're gonna see which ones root faster and which ones grow faster. How about that?
Do with your
I've
what
done
you
it before
choosing your
already
choice
in
out of
my
your
own
males will
shit.
be
That's
an
why I want to
interesting
say
thing,
low.
man.
I used to
Yeah.
be
I'm looking for
I used to be the guy that be like, yeah, tape your apicals, take your apicals, please take them. They're more younger, they're more, but then you find out that the lowers have more hormones and they root faster.
supported
Yeah.
that.
So we're
Yeah.
gonna see, and the male will get planted outside in the ground. You know what I'm saying? But I was smelling these males too as well, because they actually, some of these are actually giving off a really good sweet smell to them. And I've been going through smelling these because I was watching his cat. I don't know his name, to give him his credit, but he was going around just smelling the plants, just seeing like, I like this smell, so I want to cross this one with this one because of the two smells that they had. So it was pretty dope what he was doing. Not saying like JD was saying, who knows if that smell is really going to transfer, but that was part of his process of his selection of what was going to get crossed with what. So I thought it was pretty dope. All right, so here we are into this flowering tent. Like I said, yesterday they did get a break too. They did not get water yesterday either.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
So here we are right here in the very front with the Slumper OG. So I had to go ahead and
Exactly,
yo-yo
but
this
hold
Slumper
on.
because it started to get heavy and it's starting to lean
Yeah.
over.
Hey, why would they be woody? So now, if you're growing a healthy plant, right, and you're in growth, and you want to take a clone before you go in the flower, you want to take a couple clones before you go in the flower. Why would it be woody? Like my mom's, I wouldn't. I would take clones and then go ahead and take me a lowers. I'll take clones and then take lowers. It's just like that. Like, cause I was just saying to myself, I went and seen I had some clones on the table, and I had moms. I was like, I could throw away this mom because I got a new clone, and this clone's already like 18 inches tall. So I'm like, I could just use this as a mom, so I'm gonna get rid of that one. North Valley, I need to take a clone. I need to take a couple clones. Um, People, if you had a sick plant, if you had a sick mom, and then you waited until she got healthy, then I would take the tops. But if you had a healthy plant, why not take the bottoms and leave the top? I'm just saying, why not? The vigorous growth is at the top. Why would you stop the vigorous growth? Move the oxens to even to the lowers, right? Not to the bottom, not just the lowers, the bottom, to bring those back up. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Oh, a mother. Oh, nah, they wasn't talking about a mom. I was talking about these niggas. He was asking what height, and what age do you take tops, and then where do you take it from? If you had a plant that was, these niggas is not, I don't see no moms from these. These niggas don't got moms. Not John Doe or A1 owns one mom. There's not a mother plant of anything. They took a clone of a plant that they threw in the flower. There is no mom. You know what I'm saying? There is no mom. Taking the lower, unless it's a mother. Exactly. Unless it's a mother, you take it from wherever. You take it from the lower. The lower is just to have more hormones to push it. But like everybody says, if it's older, if it's a mom, why would you take any of those lower branches? Those would be woody. Those would have fucking bark per se. Why would you take it from there? But if it's a plant that's growing, if I pop the seed and 3-4 weeks later, I decided to take clones before I go on the flower, would you do all of that training and everything you did to get this even canopy to take all the clones from the top? Would you take, after you just got your even canopy at the top, all your tops are growing evenly, right? You trained your plant out. Are you taking your tops? I'm just saying. Or would you take the lower vegetation and to take clones from that? I'm just asking a legit question from the growers. Anybody that actually grow. If you took the time to train, right? I don't care if it's femmes or fucking regs, right? If you took the time to train this plant out and get you a top, get you a even canopy across each one of these plants, why in the fuck would you take? And this is you growing from seed. They say 3 to 4 weeks in the flower. I mean, 3 to 4 weeks in the veg, and you about to go in the flower. Would you take the top and then say, I'm going to throw my plants in the flower after this? I don't think so. I'm sorry, but that doesn't work out. Also, if you have a veg room, you can take them early. You can take them too early, and they will get too big before the other plants can flower. Yes, I've done that, and I've realized when I've done that, that's why I said veg time is irrelevant. Because if I veg the plant, I took clones. Once I get out of flower and I put these plants in, it long as there's plants to go in, right? And then I'll just do it again and so on and so forth. But you got to give yourself 2 months. Most people veg for only 4 to 6 weeks. Flower time is flower time is 8 plus 8 to 10 weeks. So veg time, if somebody says I veg 60 days, that's not bad. That's not bad. Because that means that you veg right when you went in the flower. 45 days is not bad. That means you veg 6 weeks after you waited 2 weeks after you went in the flower to actually pop seeds and get shit going. Or clones or whatever it is. Right? But people talking about this veg time, like how long? Unless it's over like 60 days, maybe 70. If your veg time is longer than flower time, you're doing something wrong. Just put it like that. Let's just say that.
So I got that yo-yoed up right here. You can see. So now that I'm more familiar about what these leaves, how important these leaves are for the plant, I'm not taking them off until they get like this. You know what I'm saying? Then I'll take it off. You know what I mean? And get rid of it. You know what I mean? But until it gets like that, I would leave it. Like I've been leaving this one on here too as well until it's.
Bro, look at the size of the buds. You listening to this guy.
Leaves, how important.
The only time he takes leaves off is when they're dead.
Important these leaves are for the plant. I'm not taking them off until they get like this. You know what I'm saying? Then I'll take it off.
When they're dead.
And get rid of it.
Why?
You know what I mean? But until it gets like that, I would leave it. Like I've been leaving this one on here too as well until it starts to kind of, because it still have some moisture. It's still not crispy still.
Again, I don't know what they're doing, but they're causing the buds to push leaves out of the bud more and more and more. I don't know what he's feeding it. I think he's so high in nitrogen that the plants are doing that. The plants are still trying to do vegetation.
You know, still have some things going on.
Even then, sometimes that leaf will get all the way yellow to brown and shrivel up, but it'll still have like
the stem
juice left in that stem. You want to leave that stem.
Yeah.
That's what it's storing also.
Well,
so you want to wait till it suck up all that juice out of that stem too.
So my last harvest, when I was,
you know why those leaves are yellowing to y'all? Do y'all don't? You guys don't know why that? It's not a single leaf that's yellowing. It was a whole bunch of leaves. He's been ripping them off every day. He's been defoliating every day on these plants. That is why he has look. This is the top. Look at the size of this leaf that's pushing out. In a week, this leaf is going to be like this. You're going to be able to see the actual petiole of this leaf that's sitting out this plant.
I wasn't as educated as I am now. When
You're not
I
educated.
was, you know, my
Suck up all
last
that juice out of that stem too.
so my last harvest when I was, you know, I wasn't as educated as I am now. When I would, some of these leaves would be looking something like this, and I would try to take them off, and them motherfuckers would not come off.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
it would rip down the side of the stem,
Right.
you know,
Well,
before it came off.
I
So
want them. I still want
yeah,
them.
so here is the this is the what's this? Albus, which is just starting to get kind
Exactly.
of freaky frosty
You
here.
see, Hatch,
You know,
I listen to you,
getting
bro.
some purple
But
to it.
yes, you're right.
Buds are still swelling up. Like I
8
said, it's a
weeks,
slow one. You
if
know, slow
veg,
one.
if you're in
We
living
got a
soil.
slumper over here.
But I'm
This slumper, boy, these slumpers are just starting to.
in cocoa, 6 weeks. 6 weeks. And like soil, and people fuck up all the time with watering. So I say 8 weeks is fine. 8 weeks is exactly fine. Okay? It's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with vegging for 8 weeks from seed. It depends on what you already have in flower. If I was in cocoa and I had 6 weeks of veg, I will wait 2 weeks and then I'll do 6 weeks. I'll wait 2 weeks after flower and then wait 2 weeks and then veg, pop seeds or whatever, take clones. I already have rooted clones going, right? And then going in the flower. And when I harvest, some plants is not going to be ready at day 58 or day 56. You got like a week before, 2 weeks after. So 60 days is not bad.
Swole up. The buds on here are just nice and thick and dense. You know, nice size plant. You know what I mean? You know, then we have another slumper right here.
Sleeve know what I'm talking
You
about.
know, which is doing
You
really
and three,
good.
you and 3 gallons, huh? Is that 3?
3
3
gallons.
gallons?
Yeah, these are 3
Okay.
gallons. Yeah, these are 3
Jim
gallons.
seedless 30 days,
And then
right?
here's a sugar
Then I
black
start
rose
veg.
rainbow chips. This is the one that had the little you know, growth on it.
I
So
got
you can
arrow
see
glow
how
too.
these top buds are getting more pronounced, and you can see how we can
Bro,
see the
what day
separation
of
of those
fucking
two.
what day of flowers these plants? He harvested already some plants from this mutation.
Chips. This is the one that had the little you know, growth on it. So you can see how
Growth.
these
It's a
top buds are getting
mutation.
more pronounced, and you can see how we can see the separation of those two.
How much bud rot do you think is going to be in the middle of that plant?
You know what I'm
Like the
saying?
top of a
So
heart, damn there.
yeah, booty or something, but some titties.
Both
You
are
know,
good.
but then
You're right, Phil. It's better to cut. Phil said it's better to cut them off, and I would take that further and say like it's better to cut them off right at the tip of the base of where the stem meets the leaf.
right,
That,
okay, gotcha. So then we got this growth on here. So okay, so you guys see, look, the more and more as I let it go.
Yo, he burnt the fuck out of this plant. This plant didn't have all these burnt tips. And what have you been adding?
So the more the blonde hairs are coming out in the middle, and the less the green is. So yeah, it's doing this thing. Yeah, you know, it's getting thick.
These already starting to die. This is only like a 3-inch flopper with bugs. All right, can somebody tell me what this deficiency is on these leaves before I say anything crazy? Can somebody tell me what deficiency are on these leaves? Don't tell me it's not bugs. You niggas don't tell me that it's not bugs. Can y'all tell me what that is? Let me see. According to what? Let me see what he said. See, and then I'm not even talking to you about that. It's brain cells deficiency. So if it's not bugs, it's just a brain cells. He said he never had bugs in a day of his life. I don't know, Scotty. What is this? Y'all tell me what this is, guys. Please. I'm asking you guys for legitimate answers. The shit that's here. What is this? Is that not bugs? Why your friends not asking you what this is?
Getting thick on the sides, like it's starting to bust out. You know what I mean?
You
So it's
definitely
looking
can't
good.
see through that thing, so it ain't airy. You know that.
Oh no,
There's
no,
no
no.
light
These
going through
buds
that.
are all solid, and you can see.
He's using Gaia Green with Stash Blend and some other additives. I forget exactly.
Look how much they're leaning now. You know what I'm saying? They're starting to, so they're picking up weight more and more every day. All right, so even this one, you can even see this one is starting to lean. It's got a lean to it. So, get my foot in the
Yep, you use low stress trained and super props. Yep, we know about it.
yeah. So, looking good. You can see that you're still ripening up, doing anything. Still got some time though. You know what I mean? With all these white hairs, white pistils, still got some time. Nice solid buds though.
What is this? I seen this just a few seconds earlier.
You know what I mean? With all these white hairs, white pistols.
He
still got
moved
some
too
time.
fast. What is this? What is this, guys? What is all this white shit? That's not trichomes. That stays.
Nice solid buds though. You know what I mean? We're starting to get some coloration. We're starting to get a little purple to change on
You're definitely getting coloration, but tell me what the white shit is.
some of this. You know what I mean? This one might actually turn more purple than any of the rest of them as far as from the Sugar Black Rosenstein Rainbow Chips. Because here's the other one right here. You know what I mean? You can see how it's still, nice and green, but
What is this shit right here? Hold on.
we're starting to.
What is this? You guys tell me. What is this? It's on every plant. It's another plant. This not something that's just like. And then this guy says light stress the plants. I light stress plants for the Niners. So you making herms.
Get some coloration coming on in here. The
I see
white hairs
bug
are starting
coloration.
to turn orange.
Because you
these
touch.
buds
Oh
are
my
so
God.
damn dense.
Whoa. What is over here? Let's go look.
The white hairs are starting to turn orange.
Stop. What the fuck is all this? Yo, what is all of this? Yo, my nigga. Oh my fucking God. Yo, what is that? Can somebody tell me? I still been waiting. That's not spider mites. But I've been waiting for somebody to tell me what the fuck, nitrogen? You think that's all these dots are nitrogen tox? Bro, tell me I'm tripping. Yo, y'all niggas are saying this is all nitrogen. These white spots is nitrogen. All of this is just, it's mycos, guys.
Buds are so damn dense, though. It's ridiculous. Super dense.
All the way up the plant, guys. All the way up the plant. That's, man.
So it's looking really good. We'll see.
The claw. Yeah, but with some dots.
Do what it do,
Even the lowers got the dots.
Everything's looking good. Everything's frosty. Everything's chunky. Then we got this other Albus right here, which is doing really good. Nice
I don't want to.
Nice and dense. Frosting up really good. I'm liking the color of this too as well.
This is what happens when you touch plant after he did not touch one of those plants. Every plant he touched from plant to plant to plant to plant to plant, and just transferring bugs. They just using his hands as the fucking escalator.
Well, it's looking real good. The Twin Towers. So yeah, everything's doing good. Letting it fade out like it's supposed to. Even this is even getting bigger.
You can't see the dots. All right, hold
here. Nice big one. A little bit darker, but it's starting to get lighter in some places.
Let me get you right.
Nice big one.
Let me get you right.
Towers.
Every spot he got dots on them.
Everything's doing good. Letting it fade out like it's supposed to. Even this is even getting bigger. And this is the other slumper here.
So you don't see this dot, that dot, that dot, this dot, that dot, this dot, that dot, that. No, you don't see these dots. You don't see that dot, that dot. That shit ain't moved. They ain't trichomes.
Nice big one. A little bit darker, but it's starting to get lighter in some
I'm
places.
letting him live, and you say you don't see the dots.
I'm really surprised how thick and dense these buds are. It smells really. Ooh, that's.
I'm probably gonna end up.
Nah, we gonna look.
I'm probably gonna end up at LST and mom when it gets about 7 nodes, 7, 8 nodes.
And then I
This
take
nigga just said in the chat he didn't see no bugs. He ain't see no dots. Nigga, did you just say you ain't see no dots? He don't give a fuck. I'm on my phone. I can't see shit. Yeah, I was about to say, boy, that's the escalator. And that motherfucker been moving plants from spot to spot, boy.
look at my mission.
Hold on. Look at the floor of this tent. You tell me it's not bugs?
And then we'll go take a look at
Bro, there's no bugs here. Yeah. These pots are white. I mean, what I mean by white, I mean they're dry. You trying to tell me there's nothing living in this dead fucking area?
My mistress. I call her
his mistress buy you these.
Stressing out to these plants that they already stressed and heat stressed and transplanted stressed.
Are you all talking about making our plant hurt?
Yeah, and that's part of the things that I want to do though.
10 days
that's,
within LSP.
So that's what I'm thinking about.
I don't think so, John.
The way I want to do the cones because I want to avoid the multiple up pots. You know, I want to get kind of right into it instead of up potting from solos to 1 gallons to 3 gallons and then possibly to 5.
That's all his plants going down.
Right
he just touched all those plants in the flower tent. If those did have bugs, these now have bugs.
She really got acclimated to her 5 gallon and she's just blown up and just starts growing like.
Can you tell me the reason why he touched that plant for any reason? Just give me a legitimate reason that he just put his hands. He walked in the room from touching those.
I want to get kind of right into it.
And came in here and touched these. Tell me what's the reason.
Solos to 1 gallons to 3
gallons.
Why
Why reach out right now? You can do all this without touching your plants.
Man, but this girl's raging.
Look at him. Why did you touch that? That's that branch. Just tell me why.
On right here, bro. Like she really got acclimated to her 5 gallon and she's just.
He couldn't help it.
Blown up and just starts growing like crazy.
How many cuts you gonna take?
I don't know, man. I don't know yet.
He likes how they grow without being top. I mean, he did top some of the younger ones, though.
Well, no, I didn't top this at all. It was already topped.
No.
This pot is dry.
I'm talking about this one. I'm talking about like your strains and
Yeah, there's a couple of them top in there. So but this is a Bayou
somebody
diesel.
was asking in the chat. Nope was asking. I guess why you weren't topping.
Oh yeah, well I didn't top. Well the tent that's in flower right now, that was my kind of experimental tent to see how the plants would grow with no topping, no low stress training, letting them grow natural, and just doing a little bit of cleaning up.
Nigga, you have never topped your plants. What the fuck is you talking about?
So I just wanted to see how they grew. I can produce.
You've been growing bamboo.
See if I want to continue
for
doing
a whole year.
But yeah, this girl is actually like starting to really, really blow up because really, if you look at the video I put up a few days ago, you can see there's a shot in there where she only had like 3 or 4 branches on her when I first got her. And then, like I said, put her into this 5 gallon and now I was gonna let her just go for a couple weeks and then I was gonna flip her. But my daughter was like, no, let her go a little bit, another couple weeks. So And JD was like, yeah, let her go another couple weeks. Let her fill this out. And
Oh,
just
yeah.
between a couple of days, you know, you see how big she's getting. She's 24 hours of light. She's underneath this 100-watt Spider Farmer light. You know what I'm saying? In a 2.5 by 5. She's in there by herself, and it's cold as hell in my room. So the
Wow.
temperature in here, let's see.
It's what?
Temperature in here,
I'm
look.
trying to
So it's
understand this, right?
68% humidity, 77
Not
degrees.
bad. It's not bad.
So his daughter told him what to do. She's a grower. He said he learns from the professionals. His daughter told him what to do.
That's
Yeah,
enough
that's
to
good.
flower it for quite some time, depending on how you water it, you know?
Yeah, you know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying? But
that's
yeah.
enough to veg it. I'm sorry, but
Oh yeah. No,
you're,
but
you're
once I flip her to flower, you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about, and I might do this. I have the 600-watt Vivo Sun 600-watt. The one that I'm actually going to be giving away, me, JD, and Uncle Lad OD are going to be giving away this complete package of grow equipment, nutrient seeds, tools, the whole 9 yards. So I'm going to put that one up so people can see how
Y'all
it
go
actually
win it.
works. And plus, it's 600
It-
watts, and it'll probably give us a little bit better yield with
It's a 600 watt. So he's gonna use this tent setup and give y'all the 600 watt, and y'all take this.
what are
and
your,
flower wallets and flower.
what are you running your? Are you at 100% right now with that
Yeah.
100? And that's
Yeah,
a
I'm at
4 by
100.
He's at 100%. Look how
4,
close the light is.
and that's a 4
No,
by
this is
4.
He's at 100%. Could that be a reason why his plants are looking like that? That's not happy plants.
no, this
2
is
by
2.5, 2.5 by 5. 2.5, 2.5 by 5. So
by
yeah,
5
2 by
foot.
2. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
2
it's
by
5 feet tall.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's 2.5 feet deep, 2.5 feet wide, 5 feet
I
tall.
question, bro. I question, depending on your tents, is that might be enough light for that fucking one plant, man. You know,
No,
like
this is enough light for the plant. You know what I mean?
How you know that? 100 watts in a 2 by 2 by 2, 2.5 by 2.5, and the 3 by 3s have 400 watt lights. What makes you think UV and a foot difference, right? That's what it would be. A half a foot difference. That 100 watt light is good for that space.
This is enough light because I've actually flowered and just with just one of these before. You know what I'm saying? And it came out good. But maybe just to pull out, maybe see if I can pull out a little bit of extra. It is an older light, and it's that thicker Vivo sunlight that has a fan in it, and it has that not the purple, but it has the red and blue. So
yeah, I use that motherfucker, bro. Like that could probably get you through your flowering process. I don't know.
I used it before
Sleevey, wait until they hit 1,000.
in the same tent with bag seeds, and I had purple punch, bro. That shit was fucking fire. So
I mean, defoliated, defoliated, it might be enough photosynthesis for the plants, but
I ain't defoliating. I'm letting this thing.
Bro, I got markers bigger than that. My plants is in a half-gallon stock. It's bigger than this.
For the plants, but
I ain't defoliating. I'm letting this thing do its thing.
But you are gonna clone. You are gonna clone though.
Yeah, I am gonna cut some clones off of this. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna cut a couple clones off of this. Absolutely. Yeah, because if she's that good, I wanna keep her around. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I get my cloner tomorrow, so
I'm really interested, bro. Often 100 watts, bro. Depending on the lighting space and how you defoliate.
No. Do you not know all the other bullshit? He's using Stash Blend, Gaia Green, what's the shit called? Bud Candy, and something else. And this nigga is just it's all he's leaving all the salt buildup. This is why all his plants look like this. In a few, the tips are gonna be burnt. In about a week, these tips are all gonna be burnt. I promise you.
Like
Yeah.
man, that motherfucker might be able to grow a full size, fucking plant.
Zombie.
So I'm not against it, 100%.
Now I have more of these too as well. You know what I'm saying? I have another one of these that are not in use. So I can actually come in and put the other one in here too as well during flower, put it all the way to the top, put it all the way to the top and turn it on full blast and it'll get all the way around in there. And then, got a little fan blowing in here. And
So
I'll
I guess
open.
my only thing is that I would probably about maybe another inch or two, maybe 3 or 4 around that time of growth is where I'd probably flip it into flower. And if I had that just one light, that's what I would use. But I wouldn't let it stretch too much.
No, you see, so this is what I did. So my whole goal is I did not want it to stretch too high. That's part of my thing that, if I let it grow too much more, that it might, eventually stretch out too much. But you see how I have it spread out like this, you know what I'm saying? Because I put the bud clips on the inside down here. They're not on here anymore because I wanted the plant to rise up now. But it spread it out wide enough to where, once I flip, I'm going to put my trellis net in here and then I'm going to, weave it through the trellis net. So I'm going to keep it low, you know what I'm saying? But, I wanted her to have more though. A little bit more.
I believe in that, bro. I believe in that 100-watt light, bro. Like, man, I do
It's a
believe
good light, bro.
Man, I believe that motherfucker can grow you a full size, maybe a QP, maybe, I don't know, maybe more. Shit.
No, Spider Farmer did a good job with this light. I'm not going to lie. This was the light I was using. I bought like 4 or 5 of these motherfuckers, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Dude.
I got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 of these that I bought. You know what I'm saying?
5 of them? Oh yeah, you
5
in, bro.
of them. I got 5 of these suckers. You know what I mean? I kept buying them when I needed a new light, when I needed to up my lights, because then once I got into that 4x8, I'm like, okay, I need more light, and so I ended up getting enough to have 2, 4, 6,
This
so
statement
8
right here.
lights pretty much.
What's up,
in there,
novice?
in that
This
4x8.
statement right
Then
here.
that, I got
Yeah.
another 4x8.
But he
And I was
used
like,
the
oh,
same soil,
now
and
I
all
gotta
he
get a
did,
bigger
it
light.
was dry as
That's why I
fuck.
got my 2
So it's a higher
4x8.
concentrations of
We'll go right back in here real quick.
nutrients in it, right? So it's a high ppm. It's gonna burn the shit out of this new soil.
Yeah, man. I don't think
So
I
I got
buy
1,
them.
2.
But
So
besides
that's
that,
even a 100-watt light right there. I
besides
got another
that,
one in the closet.
that he stirred that old soil up
I
and
got another one right
watered
here.
it
And you can
down
see
and then
these
transported.
fuckers are still brand new. You know what I'm saying? Like this is
This
still a brand
motherfucker
new
got a
light, bro.
tent you ain't even using. God damn,
Yeah,
bro.
this is
You rough.
so this right here. So this right here is going to be the tent. So when my cloner comes tomorrow,
It
I'm
does.
gonna clean it out and I'm gonna have the cloner in here. Now, also too, if these continue, like if these have to take 3 weeks instead of 2 weeks, then what I'm going to do is I have another like a really
I'm
small
high
one
than
that
giraffe
I'm gonna put my
pussy right now.
cloner in, but I'm gonna
I've been sitting here.
and I'm
I haven't turned on my camera, but I'm about
that
to
are getting a
take.
bit
I'm about to take a dab.
bigger
What
and
do you,
start flowering them.
what type of cloning setup did you buy?
Let's take a break from the bullshit, and you can see how high I am. It's so high. Can't tell, but I've been sitting here smoking. So we're gonna take a little break. Smoke some of this good. You know what I mean? It's been sitting out the fridge for a minute, so let's see how it is. Ooh. We're gonna take us a nice booger. And then when I'm done with this, hold on, let me do this. Let me take my shit. Y'all can see. I don't give a fuck. I see the fridge. I put my shit in my fridge. And then I close them and push them back. That's how you do it. And then you heat this up. Right? You let it heat up a bit. I'm ashamed of yourself. Why are you ashamed? What's up, Stone Tar? Or Stone Tar? I get you a wrench. wherever you are. I'll do it on my phone. Oh shit. Drop that in there. It's about to say it's ready at 10. 3, 2, 1. Voop, voop, voop. I can't do the tap no more. I learned that. Listen. $500. What's up, Jack? 15 likes. They need to run it up. People don't like me. That's why, you know. Or people come in and forget. Either or, I get the likes. I get the views. If I go onto this nigga shit, then y'all understand. But tonight, this dab right here, look, that shit made my hat even rise, boy. That shit made my hat rise, because my hat's supposed to be folded like this. It's supposed to be lower. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I got the silky on the inside. So, like, when I pull this off, I can't say I'm bald. I might have some gray hairs, but I ain't John Doe. So I got that little silky on the inside, yeah. I got the silky. I got that little silky shit. But I ain't bald like your homeboys. All right. We just took a dab. I hope everybody, what the fuck happened here? I hope everybody got high. Hold on. We're going to take some hits off of this shit. I am not bald. Far from it. Yeah. Take your clips as you shall. I don't give a fuck. But these niggas, we gonna get back to these niggas. And then we gonna chill down here.
Are you DWC or are you just using the
Yeah. No, the
Konak?
DWC.
Oh yeah,
No, the DWC. Yeah, I got the DWC
Listen.
one, the one that Wormhole suggested for $120, and then I bought the cloning, the Clone X solution to go into the water. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
So
Okay, so I don't know how you feel about, because your water is a medium, bro. So you have to have those water temperatures right, bro, in order for that motherfucker
I
to
gotta
pop
heat
in.
it. I gotta heat them at if I need to. I got one if I need to. You know what I'm saying? So I have one of those regular cloners with the dome.
Bugs just jumping from plant to plant. Why you think these look like that?
I just never liked it because it.
Jesus Christ, stop shaking the camera. Why you think these plants look sick?
Never kept the moisture like I wanted it in there. You know what I'm saying? Like the things got a little too dry. You know what I'm saying? So it just wasn't. I was like, I know the DWC
Dogs in
a lot
bed
better.
with
It's
the
gonna be a
wife.
lot more efficient. You know what I mean? I got a totally separate environment for it. You know
There's
what I mean?
like there's a Goldilocks zone with those water temperatures, bro. There's like really a
meteors
Goldilocks zone,
tonight,
especially with what you're providing us.
Where are you at to get meteors? It's 2 a.m. It's exactly 2 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. Where are you getting meteors?
Solution, you know, a feed for the medium or the water. If you put a solution with the water and you get them temperatures right, bro, you be in that spot, bro. Them motherfuckers will maybe, you know, for me it's been, 10 to 21 days as far as DWC,
and put the camera to the sky.
I've not failed yet.
Look at this shit. Look at him. Now he's pulling off.
No, I've done the DWC cloning before. You know what I mean?
Bro,
the first type of growing.
Did he just now pull off cotyledons? From the plants been grown Did he just
No, for me, it's been 10 to
pull
21
off the
days as
cotyledons?
far as
Let me see what he's
DWC,
doing.
bro. But
Yes,
I've not failed
he
yet.
is now pulling
Mhm.
off. Oh no, it is not the cotyledons. He's trying to make his plants look younger by ripping off the bark.
Right. Right.
Look,
No, I've done the
hold
DWC.
on.
Days
There
as
was
far as
nothing there.
maybe for me, it's been
You see it's
10
white.
in that spot, bro.
Hold
Them
on.
motherfuckers will
You see
maybe
this white.
for me, it's been
Dead
10 to
leaves.
21
That's not even it.
days
It's
as far
white.
as
There's nothing there.
DWC, bro.
He's taking off nothing but the fucking bark. He's trying to take the bark off of the plants, guys, to make them look younger.
Bro, but I've not failed yet. You know.
Right. Right. No, I've done the DWC cloning before. You know what I mean? That was the first type of growing that I did with DWC. So I'm familiar with it.
Right.
I'm familiar with it.
You
know what I
familiar
mean?
with what?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me go jump back on we were talking about did I top any of these? Yeah. So let me show you the ones that I topped, y'all.
Look where he topped them
And
at.
I'm
Y'all
a big
ready?
fan of low
Y'all ready
stress
for the
training.
top?
I'm a big fan of high stress training. I'm a big fan of topping. I'm a super cropping, bro. That's what I did. I used to do that all
No, you didn't. We watched you all year. You ain't do that not once.
the time. But as I learned more and more about the plant, and I've done it, and I know I can super crop. I know I can top. I know I can do all these techniques. Can I just grow it regularly and get good quality bud? And that was my idea about it. You know what I'm saying? Can I
All
just let
year.
this thing grow? So here you can see I topped it, but I topped this at a
Y'all see the top? Why is that top's not spread? Why they're not wide out? Why they're just going up? Hold on. Let's look how high he tapped.
Can I just grow it regularly and get good quality bud?
Why you ain't top it where the line is? Even the fucking wires tell you where the top is at.
That was my idea about it.
But he
You know
ain't
what I'm
top
saying?
it
Can I
there.
just let this thing grow? So
You
here
let it top. You let it get up to 10 nodes.
you
and
can see I topped it, but I topped this at an early stage.
Perfect
As soon as I
top.
found out it was a female, I topped it because I wanted to stretch out a little bit more because she was getting a little bit stretchy on me, or at least I thought she was. But then then I topped her here, and I just barely took this very very top foliage, and I just pitched that out when it was younger. So yeah, that's how I topped them. I topped this one here, and you can see I topped it at an early age.
Hey, hold on. Niggas, niggettes, niggerinos, and niggitos. Where are you? Where is this shit happening? Should have topped it weeks and weeks ago. Yeah. Fuck. Where the fuck are you niggas? What? Where is it not about to be meant? Bro, tell me I should lay outside and go watch the meteor. Tell me right now I should be outside watching the meteor. Not a girl and not afraid to make not a girl and not. Hey, I Jim Five's place. Just mind, these are some people you should mind yourself from getting weed from. These are the people you should not. If it was me, all right, it is cool. I don't mind if you don't grow, if you just smoke. I don't have, if you notice, I don't have beef with you guys, right? Everybody says I have problems with everybody. I don't. I have problems with people who just be spouting bullshit. That's my problem. Okay. Simple as that. You spout the bullshit or you attack me in any fashion. Oh, that was last night. But where the fuck is Semper to be watching it tonight? Semper. If there was, I thought it was last night during the fucking not during, but the night of the solar eclipse. That plants help give you peace. You know what the plants, everybody says is peace and meditation is a part. You know what it does? It gets me a part of a routine that becomes normal. And when it becomes well, I can't say normal because normal is just setting on the dryer. But what it does is it just puts me in a regular rotation of things that I need to do for the day. And then when I'm down there, I've learned from growing for a while that being in my tent or touching my plants too much, after I go in my tent and I look and I water and I do my visual inspection, I defoliate, whatever it is, I'm in and out. I'm not chilling down there. I'm not spending more time than I have to. You know why? The plant didn't need me to grow in the first place. The plant just needed me to do the things that the plant couldn't do itself, as in mix up nutrients and feed it, as in doing the defoliation. You y'all understand that? Like if the plant doesn't get enough light down low, it starts sclerosis, where it starts, which is also necrosis, where it starts to feed on itself and it's dying because it's not feeding on itself. That's cannibalism. But it's necrosis where it's dying because it's not getting enough light. That it takes time for the plant to break that down, and it gives bugs and mold time to build on that dead material. The plant knows it's dead. It just takes time because it's still attached to the plant. That's all. That's the only difference.
Age as well. And I topped one more, this one right here. And I topped this one. I topped them all around the same age because I don't want it to be topped like this. You know what I mean? Where people top this piece.
So what you're saying that he topped it so late that these tops are now, look at the node spacing. He topped it so much. Look at this node spacing, bro. He topped it so late. I mean, not so much. He topped it so late that they're gonna be shade leaves and not solar leaves, or they're gonna be solar leaves and shade leaves. You gotta tell me because John Doe said we got solar and shade. Please let me
And then
know.
they have, these two as their main branches. I like to have the two main branches be the two side branches of the main branch. So I just pinched that little top off early on, and that's how it grew. So like I'm still debating. I might even take some tops off of this, like of some of these stretchier girls that I got. Like you see some of these girls are stretchier. I might top these, this first right here, top them right here, and then clone this.
What's this deficiency? Are you just gonna ignore this? Are you gonna ignore it on your new growth?
Just for shit.
Are you gonna ignore all this shit that's coming out on your new growth? You can see it already starting to form.
And giggle. You know what I mean?
Looking good, dog.
Whoa. Is that PM?
And clone this.
I'm looking in this
just for
area.
shits and
I'm
giggles.
not here on this planet.
You know what I mean?
I'm gonna find it. All right.
Looking good, dog.
Yeah, that's good.
I want to know what that is.
Let me see if I can.
Put you in 1 gallon right now?
Yeah,
you in
this
1
is 1
gallon
gallon right here. Yeah.
Whoa, he do got PM.
Put you in 1 gallon right now?
He does have PM.
That's good. Let me see if I
What is that?
can.
He pulls it closer.
Put you in 1 gallon right now?
Yeah,
you in
this
1
is 1
gallon
gallon right here.
What is that? What is this? Y'all tell me, what is that? Let me take this off. What is that? What the fuck is this? Even let me take myself off the screen. Hold on, let me put this bitch back because this bitch is what is this? Oh my god. Let me fix my shit. This is crazy. Now it won't let me put it back into my shit. I had this shit up with everything else. Now it's not a what you call it, guys. All right, let's go. Where is it? Shit.
Yeah.
That's cool,
Okay,
bro.
so P game, I just found another male. Look, this is a male. Look how pretty this male is right here. This is a male. Nice little male too.
This is crazy.
Ooh wee. Oh my goodness. Hello, motherfucker. Smells good. So yeah, let me move this up here. So yeah, that would be my last one right there.
It's all right.
Oh, so I
I
got
can
4
play
males.
like this.
So a total of so that would be 11 males. So yeah, a total of
I
11
will take it
males that
off
I got
before I
out
can
of the
do
bunch.
this.
Because this would be 10 and this would be 11 right here. So yeah. So I'm gonna have a hard time choosing between these males.
This is not a
These good
safe
looking males.
space.
Look how thick the stem is
Free
already, bro.
space.
This thing is super thick.
Not safe.
This is almost as
IB,
thick
you're
as
not.
these and are thicker, and these are bigger. Yeah, all these are taller, but this one has the thickest stem. Look at that stem on this fucker. It's huge.
Nice, dog.
Little stubbies.
I mean, for me,
That
it's
was
just dope to see
that was
see what you're
mold.
doing right now. Is just like, man,
Oh, what you guys seeing is mold and bugs. He's
I don't
transferring
feel
shit from
bad
plant to
'cause
plant. He
this is where our
can't
heart's at,
stop.
bro. Like,
It's not a plant he hasn't
our
touched.
heart is in that shit. Like, man, you gonna fuck around. It might be too much. It might get to be too
Look,
much for you.
oh my God, what was that?
Feel bad because this is where our heart's at, bro. Like, our heart is in that shit. Like, man, you gonna fuck around.
What is this? You guys gotta tell me I'm tripping. Like, what is that?
It might be.
It don't move. Somebody said frame by frame. I never sent you this. Did I say you that? John Ho blocked me. He touches them, dog. Why you think he's been transferring everything?
Too much. It might get to be too much for you, but it gets to be too much for me,
No,
bro.
it's
I've
not
been
gonna be too
struggling.
much because this is my aim. This is my aim.
It's
bro.
mold.
My goal is to seed increase. To take one of these males, to seed increase with one of these females. Most likely, I'm gonna take
Every damn day.
clones from all of these females right here, and seed it with one of these males. You know what I'm saying? And then I might take another clone of a female and take this Panama Red cross with Acapulco male, which is it's doing bad. But like I said, the cloner comes tomorrow. I'm just keeping it alive long enough. So
Oh,
I
you
didn't put it
doing
in
a
a solo
switch?
cup or nothing.
Oh, you doing a switcher?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we gonna
so I
pray for that motherfucker, bro.
wanna.
That's good.
Yeah. It's gonna be all right. Oh, sorry.
Hope so, man. I hope so. I
Okay,
really
yeah,
do.
go
I
ahead.
hope
Yeah,
so.
yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Yo, you always don't see shit. You don't see shit. Always. Here, look.
Some male too. Yeah.
The switcher.
And all of these females. My goal is to
Be free.
that stem on this fucker is huge.
Watch. What's up, Galaxy?
Nice, dog.
All right, watch.
Stubbies.
He pulls one
I mean,
over.
for me, it's just dope to
Let's see if you.
see what you're doing right now. Is just like, man, I don't feel bad
Watch, you don't
because
see
this is where our
nothing.
heart's at, bro. Like,
You don't see
our heart is in
nothing.
that shit. Like, man, you gonna fuck around. It might be too much, bro. Like, our heart is in that shit. Like, man, you gonna fuck around. It might be too.
Tell me what is this? This. Wait. Tell me what is this? It doesn't move for 2 frames. You niggas need to tell me.
Bro, like, our heart is in that shit. Like, man, you gonna fuck around. It
All right. First is here. You don't see this? First, you don't see it's white. You nigga. Yeah, we might be all be high. Y'all don't see that as white, right? I don't mind none of this. I'll let this go because I know that's light, but this not light. And I'm gonna show you why it's not light. Watch this.
might be too much.
It's still there. It moved. It moved and it's still right here. What is this? Y'all tell me, even he said it could be webbing. What's up, Uncle Jackson? What is this? This is mold. I don't even want to talk about what's right here. I don't even want to talk about that. Not even like, I don't want to talk about it. It looks like PM in 180p. In 180p, it looks like that. What's up? Yo, this is that right here. This is under a leaf, so it's shaded. This shit is shaded. What clowns are we watching? It's the John Doe A1. Look, it says it right there. Look, it's beans the greens. You can see it for yourself. I can't make this up. This shit is not. This is not something I do.
It might get to be too much for you.
Look, it came back in a second frame,
It is in that shit.
a
Like,
third
man, you gonna
frame.
fuck around. It might be
One, 2,
too much. It might get to
3, 4. It's still right there in
too
front
much.
of your face. 5. There it is. There it is again. What do you? What more do you want from me?
For you, but it gets
It
to be too
didn't
much for me,
move.
No,
bro.
it's
I've
not.
been
We in different angles. He's moving the phone. That's why it's in different. The plant's not moving like that. He's moving. If it was just light, then that shadow would have changed. That shit was the same thing.
It'd be too much because
Shout out 30 in the chat. Hit the
because
like
this is
button.
my aim. This is my aim. Look, my goal is to seed increase. To take one of these males, to seed increase with one of these females.
Execution line. That's the execution line. I shot all of those players.
Most likely, I'm gonna take clones from all of these females right here.
Jesse, we get you a
and
wrench. Hold on.
seed it with one of these males. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all give me
And
a
then
second.
I might
If I
take
miss
another
something, y'all know I'm
clone
coming back. Oh,
of
my
a
phone.
female and take
Oh,
this
shit.
Panama Red Cross with Acapulco male, which is it's doing bad. But like I said, the cloner comes tomorrow. I'm just keeping it alive long enough. So I
you
didn't put it
doing
in
a
a solo
switch.
cup or nothing.
Oh, you doing a switcher.
Yeah.
Bro,
So
we gonna
so
pray for that motherfucker,
I
bro.
wanna.
That's good.
Yeah. It's gonna be all right. Oh, sorry.
Hope
Excuse
so,
me.
man. I hope so. I
Okay,
really
yeah,
do.
go
I
ahead.
hope
Yep,
so.
yep, fine. Yeah.
Be here for this.
What is this?
That's deodorant now.
This is
Plant
male too?
deodorant. This
Hey,
is
okay,
plant
so look at this.
deodorant
Check
now.
this out, guys. Or that's something that just broke.
Speeds to look. It's on that shit
Look
is
right
on
at that.
most of his plants. You can't deny
So
him
right
from
here
having this
looks
shit
like
on most of
let's see,
his
it's better
plants.
hard to see. Yeah, it looks like it might have a.
Oh shit, Thrifty
It
over
looks
there.
like
Hold on.
a female part that I actually scraped down because I got these big female parts right here sticking out with pistons coming out at the top, and then right here looks like a little balls coming. But it looks like also I might have knocked it and scraped that little female part. So we'll see.
Nigga.
You look down there because I don't need nothing
When's the best time to spray? Spray for what?
having no manners or nothing on me. No, this is a fucking female. Well, she's a female. Yeah, that's a female. I must have scraped it. Or yeah, that's what it looks like I did. Yeah, that's a female for sure. I'm getting ready to say, motherfucker, you tricking me? You tricking me? You got pistols coming out and nuts? But yeah.
Toad was good. Hey, I'm gonna email you tonight. I'm gonna email you today, and we'll get everything set up. What I need from you, practically, and to make the thumbnail. That's it. But look,
So I got the space, man, to do what I need to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm just doing a seed increase. These are all be flipped and just to flip, just to get some flour. And then I'll cut some clones off of those right there so I can stack up enough flour from those that I like and do my seed increase. And then I'm good. Then I'm gonna be on to the next, you know. And during this whole process, I'll be taking, that diesel, that Bayou diesel, and I'll probably be pollinated it with the blue Prim. I mean the blue the blue Sendo. So it's gonna be fun, man. But I'm taking my time with it. Not gonna overwhelm myself.
you'd already overwhelmed.
Dude, I mean, it gets there, bro. Like, my girl was complaining to me earlier, bro, about this shit, man. She was like, bro, don't do this shit.
Tall can of Budweiser. I mean,
My girl
Bud
was
Light.
complaining to me earlier, bro, about this shit, man. She
We ain't see nothing weed associated on this thing.
was like, bro, don't
On
do
this
this
desk.
shit.
Besides the ashtray and that letter.
She was like, don't do this much again, bro. I got literally like fucking 4 tents growing. I got 4 tents, 5 rooms. So I got 5 different projects going on.
We got to get a roto vac and talk about.
Did you come back?
And now they're down. Now I asked.
Oh, because I went back.
I'm just saying the pollen sacks that I see on there, that I see on the bed, look like you got
anything in the future, bro. Unless if I'm flowering quick, live, bro, I'll probably do it. Because huh?
What?
We really did this shit just to get the clones.
We'll wait for you to come back.
All right, well, I ain't got too much to say, bro.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Congratulations. 5th. There you go. We're gonna put them, there you go.
I'm coming along.
Just dabbing. I'll drop it
too much,
let
bro.
me know.
It's gonna be a while, bro.
I will definitely would like to leave these
Okay,
niggas
so
alone.
how many weeks are you in the flower?
I already ate these niggas up for
So I'm
2
on
hours.
June 28th till now.
June 28th till
here
now.
till the end of September. I'm dealing with a little corrective nitrogen deficiency, getting a little discoloration. I think what I did do, man, and I want to go back off of JD.
This nigga just said nitrogen deficiency in flower. All right, so what do you guys give your plants for nitrogen deficiency in flower? Listen to what he said.
Nitrogen deficiency, getting a little discoloration, being here till the end of September. I'm dealing with a little corrective nitrogen deficiency.
What nitrogen deficiency you have in flower? Jim Town, you're 100. Look, I want y'all to see my face, right? So I'm sitting here like this as he's saying that. He's saying nitrogen deficiency.
Getting a little discut, a little correct. I'll be in here till the end of September. I'm dealing with a little corrective nitrogen deficiency, getting a little discoloration. I think what I did do, man, and I want to go back off of JD's momentum, but I actually feel like I'm not that bad, is I think those leaves in a different circumstance with the light would have given me bigger bud, but Shit ain't over yet, bro. Like it ain't over. I think I let my girl come through and strip them hard, bro. Probably with
Why you? I don't think you grow these. So far, you said you let your girl get in your tent, be butt naked. Then you say you let your girl come back in here and strip hard. Is she feeding it? Is she training these ones? All right. Now let's continue.
where they didn't need to be stripped, but
They didn't. So
um,
so why you?
Hold on, Jared, you said we flipped on June 28th. You said.
I believe that's June 28th. Yeah.
Good morning,
All right,
Crowley.
so
What up, bro?
okay. I see you. I see you. I see you. Okay, so yeah, you are a little bit early to having some yellowing. So did you feed?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you feed?
I actually just did. Yeah, I actually just did. Give him a little potassium, just to make sure that the buds are getting nice and crystally and shit. And
When was the last time you fed before you started noticing that?
With this one right here, bro, I had it specifically right in front of the fan. I have my dehumidifier back here, bro, in a 5-gallon bucket. So I'm drawing on way more moisture than I was able to before. I think overall, because
Did y'all see his hands
of
next
the
to those?
size of the room and me not having everything sealed off, that I potentially may have suffered, maybe a little night rich, maybe a little night locked out. But I think I'm coming back, bro. Like the plant's not thoroughly
Nitrogen lockout in flower. Beautiful.
done, like locked out specifically. I think the buds are actually starting to get where I want them to be, but I still feel like I got a few weeks, bro. Like the
Could be an
swelling.
early girl. It could be an early girl. You never know.
Nah, these got a few, bro. These are going like so. You got the sugar black rose, bro. These motherfuckers are going to the end, bro. Like they're going to the end, bro. Unfortunately, it's for the simple fact that I only really did this shit just to get the clones off, bro. But they'll be going to the lengths, bro. Like these buds would probably be twice the size that they are. So they'll be in for a while.
These whoa, 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 whoa,
So you
whoa, 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 whoa. These buds aren't going to be twice its size. Y'all want to make a bet? Y'all want to make a bet? Yo, listen, IB. Twice in size. Did I hear that correctly, y'all? Did I hear that correctly?
They'll be going to the lengths, bro. Like these buds would probably be twice the size that they are. So they'll be in for a while.
So you're gonna do basically what I'm pushing them until they
yeah
really ready.
Yeah.
I'm not cutting those
100%.
down. I'm not cutting those down until I don't care if everything is eating off itself. As long as the buds are still doing their thing.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna let these motherfuckers go, bro. It'll probably be. I'm hoping, bro. Like maybe. I mean, I might be early with a few of them, but the majority of this shit probably by the end of September, bro. And I might just be overacting, but I think that it's gonna really take some time, bro, to really finish them, to really get what I want out of the plant.
It was the whole, bro.
Senescence. I want to see some variations. I'm starting to see some variations.
Sometimes the plant don't do that. Sometimes the plant ain't gonna shoot off no variation.
Bro, these are gonna do it. They're definitely gonna do it.
It's out of variations. All right, so look, he said variations 3 times. I got to 33 dabs. No, we're not. From this point on, every time he says variations or variables or any variation of the latter, right? then we have to take a dab or a pipe or bong hit. Don't care. Inhale some marijuana. Y'all ready? Yeah. Press 1 if you agree. Type 1 in the chat if you agree. Type 2 if you don't. The variations. He's gonna say variations and variables a lot. I hope you got a lot of weed and dabs for this. Cause we're gonna go through some shit. We're gonna watch this nigga into dead roots. Yes, they've been dead for a long time. They've been dead before they stretched. So they went through a veg stage, then they transplanted. The plants was dead. It wasn't moving. Then the plant finally grew some roots and he let it dry back finally enough that they started shooting up again, and then he went in the flower. He went in the flower with semi-healthy plants. I'm going to say because the plant was recovering. He went in with recovering plants into flower. The plants looked good. They filled up the space. Now he got cocky. The plants are not working. Like, look at them. Look at it. Just look at it.
What else like you talking about? You didn't talk about that?
Huh?
You didn't talk about those plants?
No, I didn't.
Ready for the variables?
I super crop. Definitely super crop.
I'm gonna go grab my. I gotta pack all my bowls and get my dab.
Yeah, bro. Nah, I ain't topping shit. I probably won't be topping anything in the future, bro. Unless if I'm flowering quick live, bro, I'll probably do it.
Which
Because
plant with that sauce?
Whoa!
What train is that?
He just said he won't top unless he's flowering fast. You won't top if you flowering fast, you fucking asshole. It's the opposite way. Listen.
Yeah, bro. Nah, I ain't topping shit. I probably won't be topping anything in the future, bro. Unless if I'm flowering quick live, bro, I'll probably do it.
No. If you're flowering quick, you're putting more plants in flower without topping, right? If you are topping, you are trying to use one plant to take up the space of multiple plants. It's the opposite.
Which plant is that with that sauce?
Huh?
What train is that what I'm talking about?
Say again.
Fuck.
Tall one, like towards the back.
The tall one straight over here, the Jokers. That's the Jokers right here. The Jokers is damn near 10 foot tall in a 3-gallon pot.
Damn.
Top that at all?
Yeah, standing up, bro. I got
What
a
do
little
those lowers
length
look
to it,
like?
but
Sauce, what do those lowers look like?
ain't shit, bro.
I mean, given that you're gonna let them go for at least another 4 weeks,
Oh yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You think
Oh
those
yeah.
are gonna turn into
I
something?
love it when
Those are gonna
Tone tells
definitely
me
turn
some
into
shit.
something for sure. Yeah.
I'm about to, hey, Tone, give
it's
me
just
2
gonna take some
seconds.
time,
I'm
bro. I'm
grabbing.
gonna let them go, bro. Let these
Grab all
motherfuckers.
you can see. Y'all
I
can
mean,
all see.
the
I
biggest
forgot I
thing
got
for
a
me
cat.
is the
Like they say,
humidity.
let them grow or let them go, let them grow.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them go, bro. Like, I mean, I'm gonna go off with loud, bro. Like, let these
All
motherfuckers
right.
eat
So we're
themselves
gonna
up.
take a dab of some of my
And
shit.
this right
And we drop
now
the link.
that I'm seeing out of this plant right now is something that I did. That's not the actual plant telling me it's time for me to go. That's something I did. So that's just what it is, man. Some of them require more nutrients than others. Some require less.
Right.
And so just, observing that is major, but that plant's not done. It's gonna be a while for that, man. We keep on pushing them, bro. Like,
It's crazy.
I'll show you one more. I'll show you my reversals that I did, which are actually starting to finesse right now, bro. Like, when you guys were talking earlier about the plant, eating itself up and doing stuff like that, bro. Like, this is kind of where we're at right now with these reversals, but they'll be in there for the long run, bro. I'm gonna let the plants eat their thing. Bro.
So I was watching Bass Drop Keys and he used the toad spray, the toad venom spray.
Did he like it?
Got nuts everywhere. I'm talking
Yeah.
about falling down.
He watched who? Who you think told bass drop keys to use the toad spray? I can show you the DMs, but I don't expose DMs no more. What happens is calcium and magnesium, they'll work on a balance. Remember, all your nutrients work on a balance somehow, right? 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, whatever, however you want to say it, right? If you veg, you want your nitrogen to be at the top end, and then you want your K at the low end, right? And then when you're in flour, you want your nitrogen at the low end, and your K on the high end. So it's always going to play that balance, right? But when you come down to nitrogen and calcium and magnesium, calcium, there's a balance. So you gotta have for you gotta have cal mag, you have to have a balance, right? If you have with too much sulfur, oh wait, I have to say I didn't read the whole thing, but sulfur. Now in flour, I would like to use sulfur if you're feeding your plants sulfur. If you're using sulfur as a IPM, no. If you're using it to feed, sulfur is actually what certain terpenes, the smells that you're getting off the plant is actually from most of your sulfur intake. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. Toad, am I right or wrong with that? The sulfur is the cause of the main cause of some terpene, not main, but it's over the sugars. If you the sulfur input into your plants is what you get these certain terpenes more activated. I could be wrong.
Saying like look like a
You're right.
cray. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, so these are the ones that I did the reversals on.
Those are
Popping
terpenes.
off of them. I got
When hold on.
them.
When you have a plant that smell like fermented fucking fruits and like fermented oranges or fermented fruits, those come from sulfur. Scientifically known, it comes from sulfur in cannabis. And then when you have certain plants that smells like just fresh fruit, that comes from sulfur also. So I know that I'm not tripping when it comes from that.
This one I did. This is more or less like finessing fairly quickly, bro. Like this is close to finish, bro. The shit is almost done.
Yes.
Yeah, it's getting close. But when we are talking about the
Okay,
seeing
pollen in there?
Yeah, you're seeing the little pollen sacs being produced. Now, this is my own reversal that I.
Own reversal. Okay.
That's what
Okay, so you ended up getting quite a bit.
Well, we'll see. I don't know if I got viability.
I'm just saying. The pollen sacs that I see on there, that I see. I mean, it looks like you got quite a few of them.
I stopped spraying A1. The crazy part is I stopped spraying weeks ago. But the crazy part is if I could pull one of these off and show you,
All right. So most of the time when I smell weed and I smell weed, now I want you to remember what you're saying. When I smell weed and I light it up and I taste it, it tastes like that. Most of the time, there's a lot of weed that don't taste like it, what they smell like. And I think that it's because of low sulfur or they didn't feed enough sugars in the end of flour. Like you can still get the smell, but you still get the aroma per se, what you said, but you don't get the flavor, right? And then I've had I can say 85% of the strains I had when I smelled them taste like that. I want to say 90. I want to say 95. There's like a small amount of strains that actually don't taste like they smell. And it's because it wasn't grown properly. I just feel like that.
It's like pollen viability. What I don't see is I find a lot
But
of
branches,
immature nut sacks on there and shit. But
branches
one thing I
of
did notice
what's up,
about
Toe?
this was I
And
damn.
branches of the government you talking about? Because there's no branches on this plant. Um, but I would try to break down. I'm saying like the aroma, yes, but like some terpenes are brought out more with sulfur intake, correct?
Yeah, a small amount of sulfur is going to help with your terpene profiles, your thiols, your esters, and all that shit. But none of it's going to happen without calcium, phosphorus, and potassium to work enzymes in the plant. We're starting off with calcium. The reason someone asked, like, because the yellowing's top.
Go ahead, cough it out, get it out, and let me go ahead and while you do that.
The
Yeah.
yellowing's on top because he's been yanking all the fucking yellow leaves off that plant the whole time they're yellowing. So
Yeah.
you don't see none of the older leaves, which were yellow a month ago. You're only seeing the fucking ones that are yellow now. But them dead brown leaves are what tells you there has been dying leaves on that plant since day one, which means it never had calcium, which means it's not transpiring correctly, which means the root mass is incorrect. There's nothing about that plant correct. And it all started with the way it's moving calcium without transpiration from clone. And I can tell you his clones are fucked up because all his plants look like this in every stage they're in, veg and in flower. So from beginning of life to the end, he's running short on calcium because he doesn't have the ability to fucking understand how calcium moves in a plant.
And then
None of his leaves look like that.
The craziest thing is he's talking about I'm having a nitrogen deficiency in flower. And I'm looking at
like that. A calcium deficiency looks like a nitrogen deficiency because your plants turn yellow.
yes.
Yellow plants usually in veg means you need some nitrogen, but you need nitrogen because your plant's short on calcium and can't process the nitrogen. So most people will go and dump calcium nitrate on it, which makes the plant just stretch and get weak because of the nitrogen addition when they should have been feeding that plant available calcium sulfate and calcium carbonate. It's cannabis. Cannabis evolved in calcium carbonate soil. So it wants to have calcium carbonate, gypsum. It wants calcium sulfate because it doesn't need almost any nitrogen to grow. Calcium's never almost, or cannabis in itself, unless you're not feeding anything, almost never becomes deficient in nitrogen. It doesn't need that much to grow. You can live off of a bloom fertilization, and it would be better than using a veg grow because you don't need all that nitrogen. You need the calcium and you need the potassium and phosphorus to move enzymes and to build root mass and to move water through the plant. Calcium is the starting of all that building blocks. Then the fact that all those leaves look like tissue paper and they're all crinkled and crumpled, that shows you that has never had calcium from the beginning of life, or it would have been able to build a cell. It could build a cell that fucking was strong enough to hold itself up. None of those can. That's why all the leaves are pointing down and nothing's praying. When a plant prays, it's moving calcium.
Yeah, I already know.
From the soil to the tip of that plant. That's the only way it's happening. If your shit's drooping, quit moving calcium. It's showing you physically what's happening.
He said he always preload with gypsum, limestone, and oyster.
No, I wouldn't
But
even use the oyster shell. I'd be using gypsum, something that's already broke down, gypsum and garden lime or gypsum and calcium sulfate. Both of those work great.
I had some calcium nitrate. It came in like a big ass gallon bottle, and it had a pump top. And I used that in veg, and then when I went into flower, whenever I felt like my cocoa was snatching too much, I just gave it a squirt or two in my nutrients, and I realized that I didn't need it. If you go back to some of my old videos, you'll see me, I'm flexing, I got calcium nitrate, I got pure calcium, guys, and I'm using it completely wrong. You get what I'm saying? Like I was using it wrong. I've been through what you guys are going through. And the reason why I bitch and I complain is because you're gonna go through what I went through and not know exactly. You're gonna, and it's kind of hard because I'm trying to tell y'all, don't do as I do as I say. It's one of those. You're like, but I'm watching you do this. No, you're not watching me do this now. You watched me do it before. Now that I'm talking to you, that this new, like, look at these plants. These plants are nowhere near done, and they're already in senescence, right? This
Well, they're
is
not senescent. They're just completely fucking deficient and from beginning to end. That's not senescence. That's
yeah.
fucking.
As you look down at
You
this
fucked us
section of the
up because
plant,
you took all our nutrients from us by yanking all our fucking leaves off and never feeding us correct. The stem's purple. The leaves are burnt and brown and crispy. The ones that are there all turning yellow. That thing's been missing nutrients its whole life. That's not a 2-week fucking deficiency. It's not a
no,
lockout from 1 month of growth.
yes,
It
they
happened
are
from the
dying.
beginning of cloning all the way to the end of right like what we're seeing. And then
They're
if you
dying.
want to reverse those, that's the worst plant to fuck with. That plant's going through so many epigenetic stresses that you shouldn't be making seeds with those. If you want healthy seed stock, if you want stress-filled seeds that could possibly show intersex traits and have issues with calcium and other hormones, because like literally every hormone you can fuck that plant up with is having issues while you're trying to breed with it. Roots aren't working right, so it's moving gerbilic acid incorrectly, which form in the roots. That's getting passed through there. Gerbilic acid's a masculine hormone, so if you see any male flowers on that plant when you're root restricting it, it's probably from the root restriction and not from it being a natural intersex plant. Just all kinds of shit starts happening when you're not growing plants healthy and you want to breed with them. It'd be like having a puppy that you just starved and shit and started breeding with her when as soon as she went into heat, you've never fed the dog. She's just living on whatever she finds and shit. She's probably gonna lose her pups, right? Same with the cannabis plant. They're gonna have a ton of immature seeds or even aborted seeds that don't even start to form. And then the seeds that are there are going to be short on nutrients, so they won't end up lasting as long as a healthy plant seeds would have been.
Sorry, I had to grab me a top. But y'all can see.
You were correct on that. I got a couple of those mixed up. The garden lime, gypsum, calcium sulfate, and calcium carbonate. I start talking too fast in my head. Fucking doesn't line the words up correctly. But you're correct with.
Hey, so the guy. All right, so you guys who's doing fem seeds by light stress.
Yeah, so light stress fem seed. You're trying to cause intersex on purpose. You're not trying to halt the gas in the plant. You're trying to make that plant go through some form of stress to automatically make seeds in its life. That it's a bad thing. It's trying to survive, not trying to reproduce. It's so epigenetics can happen in minutes. It doesn't have to take the whole season for that shit to happen. Like if you get a hot spell for a week, that triggers your plant to start to try to produce new enzymes and to turn on or off different traits within itself to handle that heat. Same thing's happening with an indoor garden that you stress the fuck out. Those stresses get passed to the progeny. So if you had the same plants as him and had no stresses, and I mean clones of the exact same plants, you guys did the exact same breeding on the same day, you copied all the techniques except yours were healthy and his looked like that, your seeds are going to be better seeds. They're going to handle more stresses better. They're going to handle different environments better. They're going to give you more traits from that line better. Yeah. This one's having some of that shit muted already from like not having enough calcium. That plant knows from the moment it didn't have any calcium, it ain't getting no calcium. It's telling that to the seeds. Without calcium, also calcium is there to help produce pollen tubes. Without pollen tubes, you don't get any seeds. That pollen grain doesn't have a pollen tube to come in contact. You can't make seeds. That's why you'll get a reduced amount of seeds from them. So some of them will take because the plant's pushing calcium in the oldest growth. So the oldest buds will probably have some seeds, but the newest ones, which are short on calcium, won't. I was just reading some papers on my stream about this today, about them doing tests on root mass, foliage, and in full plant foliage, and then just the flowers to see if they can tell which plants had been shorted calcium throughout their lives or given the proper amount. And there was no one test with cultivars in general that they could test to understand that 100%. They just know all of them came up almost like 40 to 60% short on calcium by using only one of them as their baseline. So if you only do a like a fan leaf tissue test and it comes back and tells you it's got this much calcium in there, you're probably still 40% short of where you need to be. If you do the flower, I believe the flower was like 65%, and then the root mass was down to like 35%. So like the best is to test your roots, but nobody does that when they're growing. You'll disturb your plant.
Test the roots though.
What kind of from overfeed depends on what you're overfeeding, really, I guess. Too much nitrogen can cause a plant to throw intersex traits. So you could end up with a female that's now pollinates herself while you were trying to pollinate it with another male in the room. And now you've got contaminated seed stock just from giving too much nitrogen at flip. That's another reason calcium nitrate's not good. You'll be using that as your calcium source at flip, and now you got a plant that's sensitive and ends up throwing male flowers because you're giving her calcium nitrate instead of calcium sulfate or any of the other calciums, really. Anything besides calcium nitrate.
Yo, top 5. If you in here, can you type in chat? I'm looking for one of your videos I watched earlier.
Well, that's kind of what pollen chucking means, Jim. And to me, you're making shit beans because you didn't make any kind of plans for the garden that you're breeding. Now, you don't have to be a commercial breeder. It doesn't have to be a large garden. You've got a plan to know that I'm not going to run out of calcium at week 5. You know, my plants can't outgrow the pots.
Nope.
Like I don't want to be having plants that go dry and then fucking overwatering them. Like you're making a plan to have an outcome. That's breeding. And then you're using known genetics. Like you don't breed with shit you just popped 3 months ago. You breed with shit you've ran 3 times. That way you know how she reacts in an environment. You know that you know how she reacts in a hot room or a cold room. You know if she's going to throw intersex traits at week 3. You're not supposed to find that shit out when you're breeding with her. You're supposed to find that shit out before you put her in a breeding room.
I got you. There's the video you just posted with Buddy, Move Over Duckfoot. And I got it right here.
Nope.
Okay, yeah, you get close to it. What's that, brother?
This is bread pudding, and that's one of the mutate. And then
How would I, on my other phone, on my phone, I'll be able to break down the speed, but it's not.
another one, same strain. They're pretty. It's a reg seed.
Okay,
but I started that.
And then you see people do that repeatedly when they're breeding.
So they're about.
That's how you know you got a breeder that puts in work.
And
it's not just crossing 2 fucking plants. That's not putting in work.
No, that's not putting in work.
Every plant I ever ran
Hold on.
and bred with, I've ran 3 different times. Every plant.
That's a big hole, brother.
I've never bred with a plant and offered seeds to anyone besides myself with a female that I hadn't ran twice indoors and once outside in my environment. That's just how I've always been. And I learned that from a lot of old school cats doing shit. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't know. I'd rather see a guy run plants 3 times.
Putting in work is like breeding for getting out all the recessive traits or the unwanted traits, I should say. As in like the hermaphrodite traits, the traits that you don't want, the the low vigorous, the non-vigorous plants, so on and so forth. That is actually putting in work, going from doing back crosses, because anybody can do that. But if you don't have a goal in doing that type of stuff, then you're not putting in no work. You're just doing shit just to do it, just because you can. I can pop a seed and I can flip some shit, right? Like I can pop a seed and I can breed with somebody with some other shit and continuously do that with different strains over and over and over. That's not me putting in work. Okay. Putting in work is looking for a specific trait in each one of those for what you're looking for in you personally, though. This comes from everybody who's put in work has it's their own specific things that they're looking for. Like Toad, when he went to go look for I could have had the same strains and the same things that he did and be looking for something totally different and came up with something totally different. Period. Like period. His best, his what he thinks might be his best.
Like using CBD cultivars. If you put a CBD cultivar in an extremely highly nutrient packed soil, she's gonna put on probably twice the CBD. Like my Ghost of Candida is a 1-to-1 in a real sterile soil, and a high nutrition soil, she's a 2-to-1 CBD girl. So you can alter that in the breeding just through nutrition. Like if I don't want to have a lot of higher CBD seeds pop out of the seed line, then I just don't feed her a lot when I'm making seeds with her. And she'll end up being closer to 1-to-1 as she's making those seeds. So the progeny also will have a lower CBD count. But if I want a higher one, I put her in a bigger pot with a lot of nutrition so she doesn't come up short on phosphorus and potassium when she's making seeds. Those seeds, just like the mom, one with a higher CBD count.
All right, so what do you think about this right here? All right, I'm just asking for a friend.
What's it? Now you have to stay on it a little more, but I don't know. What do you think about baby shampoo?
No, let me back it up. So y'all, before y'all can understand what he's talking about baby shampoo.
You can use a cheaper solution. Now you have to stay on it a little more, but I don't know. What do you think about baby shampoo?
I think that's fucking lame.
If you're trying to get cheap, just grab plant therapy.
Yeah.
The guy says about
reverse plants with baby shampoo is what he's trying to do, or what? Or get rid of
no.
bugs?
This is supposed to be for like bugs. Okay, this is
for bugs. Yeah, that's easy. It's just a sapping.
Baby shampoo or Lost Coast therapy.
You can use a cheaper solution. Now you
Might
have
as
to
well
stay
just
on it
use
a little
fucking,
more, but I don't know. What do you think about
soybean
baby
oil,
shampoo?
canola oil, and corn oil mixture with tween 20.
I've heard about that.
And that's all you need. That's what's in everything that's fucking out there. Everything that's an oil-based product, it's based off canola oil, and then it's got 10% soy and 10% fucking, or it's based on corn, and then they'll add canola and soy to it at 10% each.
I've heard using canola oil or corn oil.
They're using Dr. Bronner's and baby shampoo, but I wouldn't use. I would use something that's a non-ionic fucking saponin or a suffocant, not a saponin, because it's not natural. That's why I'm talking about tween 20. Y'all look into it. It's based off of plants. That's synthesized off of
but the baby shampoo.
He's just using
Dr.
it
Bronner's
like
is
basically basic same shit, but they're not non-ionic suffocants, so they're not good for cannabis plants. They're going to strip all the waxes and all the epidural layer off of your plant and make your plant more vulnerable to pests, mildews, and pesticides afterwards.
Okay, thank you. I thought I was tripping because I know that was a reason why we don't use that type of shit.
And you can use them in a pinch, but using that all the time, your plant will have no waxes left on them, and anything can attack that plant from the air. fusarium, fucking
It's like just making it more susceptible to diseases.
to everything. Yeah, and the like, if you got a haze, they'll probably fucking smoke your haze. The haze doesn't have almost any waxes already on it, so like I said, I would use Tween 20 if I was going to use something that's like a soap. It foams up far less. It's you're trying to coat the bug and their eggs so that the soap stays there, the saponin or the fucking stuff that you're using, so that it'll dry them out and kill them. So that's why they use potassium soap with fatty acids. It comes from the fats of plants and animals and shit. Works the same way. It gets on it, it dries them out, dehydrates it, and kills them. They're trying to do the same thing with those things. They're being extremely cheap and not understanding the science behind what's really happening. Like, you can kill a bug, but you can also fuck your plant up using those things. So that's why they use oils and horticultural sprays, because they don't strip plant waxes. They actually bond to them and help with that plant keeping bugs off of their body and shit. They don't just evaporate in the sun. But it's also why plants can be phototoxic by putting too much oil on them. And so knowing how much to put is important. So all the oil-based shit that's out there, you can make them by just understanding the percentage of oil within it. And then whatever water they're using, and then replacing whatever they're using. Like, instead of citric acid, replace it with Tween 20. Use a suffocant or a spreader that will work and not strip your plant. Because the most important thing is not to strip that plant, not just to kill the bug. Because if you strip the plant and kill the bug and leave the egg, the baby that comes out of the egg doesn't have to do anything to puncture into that plant tissue now. It's already open. That fucker can suck on every part of that fucking plant without having to find a soft spot, a weak spot. You done weakening the whole plant, spraying it with that shit.
They get the hose and flower. I just give it water and flowers also, but that's my outdoors. I don't have bug issues.
That's 2020, Tween 20, TWEEN 20, polysorbate 20. If you're going to use an oil, use polysorbate 80. They're made with different.
You using Athena? Are you using Athena? What IPM?
Is that
and Lost
Coast? No, it's what's in my toad venom. It's what makes my plant spread. It's an ionic, non-ionic, organic based suffocant. I'll show you exactly what it is, so you can look it up. Tween 20. If you look up any paper on reversal of cannabis or hemp or any other dioecious plant, what they use as the spreader is Tween 20. And I can show you that too in papers. I've shared hundreds of times, but Tween 20, 100% polysorbate. It's used in foods. It's used in cosmetics. It's an emulsifier. It's made for
Tween. Are you talking about Tween 20?
Tween 20. It's what's in your baby fucking shampoo. It's what.
Yeah, it's 20. Yeah, Tween 20. I thought you said 2020. It's Tween 20.
Tween 20. There's also a polysorbate 80. Polysorbate 80 makes oils, emulsify, and water. The Tween 20 won't. You can use both together.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
I would never tell anyone to use microbutanol, little tiny plants. I got a terminal disease from people that used microbutanol. When I worked in the cannabis clubs, I got a disease called terminal epidural necrosis syndrome, aka Stevens.
He's allergic to cannabis.
I got it from touching plants that people sprayed with Avid and microbutanol and fucking Raid, fucking sulfur burner 24 hours a day. Fucking, and if you could spray it on a plant and you thought it killed a bug, this dude was doing it. And he brought us 100 plants in. Within 20 minutes, I was bleeding out of all the pores on my hands from the wrist down. I'll never get rid of that shit. It's part of why I lost my leg. It's part of why I don't heal right. My body's constantly trying to remove skin if I have any kind of fucking damage to my skin. So I don't ever hardly heal right. And it all came from fucking uneducated smokers and growers. People that thought you could spray shit on a plant to get rid of a bug instead of getting rid of a plant covered in bugs.
It's
So
and then you wonder why we be talking about but we only do it in this. It doesn't matter.
and the reason y'all know me is because of that exact thing. In 2008, I came on Instagram or on Facebook and started making posts about fucking cannabis being something that could make people sick. With the way cannabis was starting to move through everybody and everywhere through the legal system, and people laughed at me for 2 years. And today, because of me and a few other folks like me, they have testing for these things. There's reasons y'all heard of microbutanol. There's reasons you know what Eagle 20 is and what Avid is. Because people like me told y'all that shit isn't a bug killer, it's a human killer. And if you spray it on your weed, weed will kill people. And the more they say weed doesn't kill people, the more I can show you where weed was the carrier of something that killed a human. Because another human thought, fuck, instead of fucking growing better weed, I'll spray it with a better poison. I
There
can
you
show
go.
you that 1,000 fucking times. Like, and that's why fucking people fucking find me, because I fucking shared so many times, and fucking people started going, yeah, it's true, and tests started popping up. People started listening to me, and because it wasn't just me talking, and I can share the resources, and I can show the pictures. I can give you the white papers. People started paying attention that I wasn't fucking lying, and that when I do share information, you could look it up and see if I'm telling the truth. So that's why, like earlier, talking about calcium, I wasn't just talking out my ass.
No, you wasn't.
When I made a mistake and told Little Tiny Plants he was correct, I'm not afraid of being wrong. What I'm more afraid of is the wrong people telling everyone they're always right. That's the bullshit.
That's the problem. This is why I do what I do, because the wrong people telling you the wrong shit is right, and they'll fight to the end and tell you it's right. And I always say, if I say something, if I'm wrong, somebody correct.
This is a picture they took of my hands 20 minutes after I started touching those plants, and you can start seeing little dots popping up. Every one of them dots. This is right after I washed them. I walked out of the bathroom, put my hands on the fucking counter, and they started bleeding again. So every dot you're seeing is my hand starting to produce pus and blood. And this is all from touching cannabis plants. And I had washed them. And not only did I wash them,
right there.
my boss made me dunk my hands in a fucking a bucket of baking soda to try to neutralize it because he thought I got some kind of acid on me or some shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, something's wrong. We need to figure out what's going on. And I'm the kind of human, I guess, I gets fucked up by a lot of shit. I'm missing a leg. I'm diabetic. I got Crohn's, ulcerative colitis. I got a lot of shit wrong with me. And I just happen to be one of the people. I mean, it's ultra rare for anyone to get sick this way from cannabis or from anything that causes this disease to happen. They call it Steven Johnson's because a dude went to work one day. They had fumigated the fucking floor above him, and that shit came through the vents into his floor, and he had a reaction and died on the way to the hospital. You can look the dude's name, Steven Johnson. There's pictures of homeboy online and what happened to the dude. He had an extreme case. I had a very, very, very mild case. And the only way I came out of it was I pretty much went soaked in fucking cannabis oil in bathtubs and shit for fucking like 3 months straight. It was lucky I had a cannabis edible company.
So you had a mild case and lost a leg and had all that issues with your head and skin.
Yeah, well, because I fucking fell into a coma when I was sick. They couldn't talk to me. So for almost a year, I was in and out of a coma, I couldn't speak. So no one knew what was really wrong with me. So they couldn't figure out why I wasn't healing. I had to have special fucking stem cell shit done to me that wasn't available to anybody. Like they used me as a guinea pig to see if it was going to work, and it worked. But up until that point, like they were telling my mom I had a 20% chance to live twice a week for 2 years. Like I was not supposed to be alive, and I just wouldn't die. And my brain wasn't working right. They had me on so many opiates and shit while I was in the fucking gurney and in the hospital. I thought I was fucking hallucinating. Dude, I used to call my mom and tell her the craziest shit. She finally quit answering the phone to me because of the shit I was talking to her on the phone. Like
Yeah.
I was making up crazy shit because of how many pills they had me on trying to save my life.
It was almost like a psychosis you was in.
Oh, dude, I had a dream one night that, like, and this dream might have been 2 minutes. It might have been the whole fucking 24 hours that I've lived this. Like, I kept having this visual of people skinning my dog in front of me alive. Like, I couldn't stop it from happening. And I kept calling my mom like every hour to make her check and see if he was okay and alive and shit. And in my head, it was real. There was nothing I could make myself do to stop thinking that was real besides them taking the phone from me and just living that shit for 24 hours. And then fucking, I don't know what came out of me. But I came out of it finally, out of that one. But I was in shit like that for a fucking almost like a year. And then when I came home,
damn, like year psychosis that you thought they were skinning your dog like that.
No, like going through that kind of different fucking visuals of other shit.
Oh yeah, shit like that. Yeah, so you was going through a psychosis for a year.
No, dude, some of that shit was about my mom. I was having shit about my dog, myself, the nurses. Like it was crazy, dude. And
it felt real. It was
one of those. Real. And eventually, I figured out like how long I was in the hospital. That's how I know how long it took. It was like 7 months.
Damn.
To me, it felt like the rest of my life.
You feel like I spent half of your life in that motherfucker, right?
Bro, well, they had me locked up in a room, like the scene from E.T. when him and Elliot are in that plastic room, all fucking cordoned off from everybody.
Yeah,
I would have been the exact same shit. They would not let anyone besides 2 people come in to see me in a 24-hour period at one time. Like you couldn't have 3 nurses in a room. There couldn't be 3 doctors. There could only be 2 motherfuckers in there all time. And it was like that for the first 9 months. People had to change clothes coming in and out of the room. They could not fucking stay in there for any extended period of time. And finally, my mom.
This is from you just touching some.
No, this was from me. I got a blood infection later in life.
Okay.
Because I had the blood infection, and they started chopping on me to get rid of it, but I wouldn't heal. So every time they were doing a surgery, I just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
Okay.
And it was supposed to get better and better and better. They didn't know that my body wasn't going to heal because of what had happened to me. Because I was in the cannabis industry, that disease I got, there's a whole set of lawyers that are supposed to jump into action and start suing everybody. So I never went and told no one. My buddy's dad was an x-ray technician. His mom was an ER nurse. And they're the ones that helped me get through that shit. And that's how I found out what the fuck was wrong with me. They're like, if you go to the hospital, they're going to call the fucking police. And I'm like, what? They freaked me out. And I went and hid for 3 months in my home, soaked myself in cannabis oil, and ended up, my skin stopped bleeding and shit and shedding off of me at that time. Okay. And I thought I was better. I didn't know the rest of my life I was going to have issues with healing.
Okay.
And then I get sick, and they don't know what's wrong with me. And because when I get sick, I fell into a coma, they couldn't talk to me. So I'm in a coma in a hospital, and they're doing everything they can to fucking save me. So they had a coccyx surgery, which cuts all the way to my tailbone. They cut basically a small pizza out of my ass, all the way down, all the muscles, all the way down to the pelvis.
The lower pelvis where your tailbone would be, right?
Whole tailbone. They cut the end of the tailbone off. Then they cut out all my fucking all the muscles in the left leg, in the thigh.
Yeah.
They cut all of them out. And they fucking skin grafted my fucking right leg, and the muscles they took out of there, they had to put skin grafts there, and on my fucking nuts I had skin grafts and shit. Fucking
what the fuck?
They fucking the whole bottom half of me got chopped off like I was Steve Austin and shit. They just never put the bionic shit on me. And fucking so they put me in a fucking gurney in a broom and had people flip me over every 2 hours and told me I was never getting out of a bed again for the rest of my life. They thought I was gonna die real fast. They literally like put me in a convalescent home to die. So I'm in this home with both my legs still, can't move, tied to a gurney with my ass missing and all the muscles in my legs gone. And they keep telling me that I'm gonna get better, but they're just telling me that because they think I'm gonna die, and they don't. They just want me to die with a smile on my face, right? So I'm in this home, and like I'm trying to die, but I'm just trying to give up, and it won't work. Like nothing will work. So I start fighting because the lady there keeps telling me that fucking she wants to weigh me, and I'm like, you're not weighing me, fuck you, lady. So me and her getting a fight over because I can't get out of a bed. They want to pick me up in a crane.
Yeah, and they weigh you from the weight, like from
Yeah,
the low, right?
it feels like I'm getting shot and ran over and stabbed. Like I'm in so much pain because I still got my leg and it's infected and they haven't found it out. So I'm like, you're not moving me, lady. I weighed fucking 108 just like yesterday. So fuck off. Send me home. I kept telling her, send me home, send me home. And she keeps telling me, you're not going home till your wife calls me. And we find out that you have a bed at your house. And I'm like, wife, bitch, I've never been married. I don't got a girlfriend. I live with my moms and shit. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I take care of my mom. She got cancer. I'm trying to explain this to her. She won't believe me. So for 2 weeks, she's telling me I'm never getting out of there until my wife calls and fucking okays this shit. And I'm like, I ain't never been married. Ain't got no fucking wife. What's wrong with this lady? And fucking, so I'm sitting there in my bed pissed off one day, not wanting to eat. And they bring my food in. And I'm sitting there for like 20 minutes, like, fuck this food. I'm not going to eat. I'm going to figure out a way to die. And the next thing I know, I figure I'm tripping, but there's ants everywhere. And I'm like, I'm fucking tired of these fucking hallucinations. So I pull out my phone because I'm trying to prove to myself it ain't real.
Oh, so you took a picture.
I record the food and it's got ants all over it. I post it on Facebook and everyone's like, what the fuck's ants doing on your food? So like it's real. And I'm fucking, so I tell the lady, I'm going home in 48 hours or I'm calling the fucking newspaper and a lawyer. And I'm going to show them the videos of the ants on my food. And she's like, what ants? I show her. And she's like, oh shit, I was home in 48 hours. That's how I got home. So I got home and tried to die because I just didn't want to be alive no more. Because they kept telling me, you're never going to get better. And I'm just in pain like a motherfucker because they still haven't figured out they missed my leg. I've got osteomyelitis and I got fucking MRSA in my leg. And they don't know how I got it. Like I'm a hermit, dog. This is what I do. This is all I ever do.
I feel you.
Do this and take care of my mama until she died from cancer. That's it.
I remember this.
Right?
Go ahead.
So fucking nobody knows what's wrong. Finally, my mom's like, she's at the store and runs into a dude that's an X-ray technician, just by chance. And she's like, can you come to my house and help me? My son needs an X-ray of his leg. So the dude shows up and fucking, he's not even supposed to, but he comes here because my mom looks so fucking distraught. He's like, I'll help you, ma'am. He comes here, brings us shit, scans my leg, takes her in the other room, and tells her, I don't see any bones in his leg. Like, you need to take him to the hospital right now.
No
He's
bones.
like, I've never had an X-ray where I can't see a bone. Although my bottom, not the femur, the leg in the bottom, the bone in the bottom, the big bone had basically turned into fucking pus. It had dissolved and fucking, when I got to the hospital and they took an X-ray there, they said my leg looked like lace. The lady's like, I've never seen a leg as infected as yours. I've dealt with fucking war, drug addicts. She's like, I don't know. She's like, you got 48 hours or you're going to die. You got to figure out. I'm all what? And so I think I'm tripping again. So I'm like, I need to make a phone call. So I call my mom and I'm like, is this shit real, ma? Like, am I in the house? She's like, yeah. I'm like, they just told me I got 40 hours to die or I got to cut my leg off. And she just starts crying and shit. And I'm like, I got to go. And I hung up and I'm like, cut my leg off. And I'm like, if it's all a dream, this is how I'm supposed to die. So just get it over with. Cut my leg off. So they set it up, rushed me in there. And when I go in to get my leg, like to sign the paperwork, the surgeon's like, well, he's like, I'm cutting you off at your nuts. He's like, I'm going to probably cut your dick off. He's like, I'm cutting everything off. I'm like, what? I mean, nobody said no shit about that. They said they're cutting my leg off at my knee. Now you're talking about cutting my dick off. I'm going back to my room to die, homie. Fuck you. And he's like, all right. He's like, you can't change your mind. I'm gonna change my mind, dude. You want to cut my dick off? I'm gonna die as what's left of me, dude. Y'all are fucking crazy. And I fucking went back to my room to die. And fucking when the other doctor comes in, she's like, what happened? I'm like, the dude said he's cutting my dick. They're like, all this is off. She's like, no. What? She starts flipping out. She goes and I don't know what happened, but that dude got fucking canceled from the surgery. I ended up with a new doctor, and he ends up cutting my leg off mid-thigh and shit. And as soon as they cut my leg off, the pain goes away. Fucking, I start thinking straight. Like everything in my brain starts to fucking go. Like they've been fucking with me for 2 years, dude. I'm gonna fuck somebody up, but I can't move still. So
Yeah.
I had to fight, and now that's where I'm here because I got so pissed off at this one doctor. I wanted to be able to stand up and choke him to death, and like that went away since then because like that dude's gonna die his death, and no one's gonna be there for
Yeah.
him because who he is. And that's just the way it is, and I ain't gonna change that. Even if I could stand up and see him right now, that dude wouldn't recognize me. He wouldn't give two fucks who I was, even though it's burned in my head who he is. I ain't shit to that dude. So to waste that kind of thinking and energy on wishing negative on that dude, I used it to make myself a better human. And that's when everything changed. I went from being a sack of shit, sorry motherfucker that was willing to take pity, which is the best drug you can ever find. I would take a break when I could. I'd go fucking have fun when I needed to a motherfucker that took life as what it is. It's a blessing. It's a choice to do it. And when you fucking throw everything around you away just for your fucking jerk off, you're the jackass. Not everyone around you. And until you realize that, you're always going to die from your own bullshit. Always, no matter who's around you, who's not around you, what you're doing, where you at, you're always going to die from your own fucking bullshit if you don't realize you're just fucking bullshit and get serious about something. And I got serious about life. I took care of my mom with one fucking leg in a wheelchair. I survived when they said I wouldn't. And I'm still doing the same shit I always had that everyone thought I'd never be able to do. I still grow plants, still share information, and I still fucking do it all with a positive attitude instead of fucking just wishing that everybody else would be in the same fucking sack of shit mood as me. You know?
Yep. I totally understand. And
that's why I think I'm a better person now than I used to be because I changed me, not because I try to change everyone around me. I use my attitude to do that shit. If y'all choose to do something different tomorrow because you heard I won't do the same shit I did yesterday, that's the only thing that works, you know. That's it.
That's real. That's real though. That's a gem right there. You just dropped a major gem. And the thing is that we wouldn't know who you were, like you said earlier, until you went through some of this shit. And then to know now the amount of things that you went through, and then that you use that to bounce back, and then you're giving back with the cannabis because you went through, even with your mom. I don't really like bringing her up, but even with your mom, the stuff you went through with yourself, and then you, like you said, never had a girlfriend. You dedicated yourself to helping your mom, and then now the cannabis is what's been saving you and what was holding keeping your mom alive, and then also
kept her alive, dude. Like without Kevin Jodry sending me some FICO in 2014, I'd have lost my mom because I had a homie on Facebook I had met who fucking had brain cancer and throat cancer, and his kid was going to graduate that year. He's like, I just want to see my kid graduate, homie. He's all, what the fuck? And he didn't know that weed could stop cancer. And I started sending him these papers to read and all this shit. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, I just slang weed like it ain't no thing. And that's what could save me. So I'm like, bro, I'm going to send you all this oil. It's up to you to take it or not. If you want to, you can. If not, he ended up living almost 2 years after I gave him that fucking oil. But he saw his kid graduate and fucking, but because I sent that oil to him, I didn't have nothing to give my mama. When my mom gets diagnosed, re-diagnosed in 2014 with cancer. We thought she had already beat it. And fucking Kevin sends me the FICO. So again, without weed, I'd have lost my mama. If I'd have lost my mama, I'd have killed myself here, dude. I would have rolled over to a gun and done it. Like there was no reason to get out of bed at that time. I could barely do it. I was only doing it because my mama needed help and she couldn't walk no more, and she was starting to fucking have issues. And everybody in my family left me. Everybody. I got a massive family on my dad's side. I got a small family on my mom's side, but I got a brother and he just split. My mom had a stroke. He left her in the hospital one day, and then fucking I had to take care of my mom, and I didn't have any choice to take care of myself. So all that shit went on the back burner. So I took my mom care of my mom. It took me about fucking 5 years to take care of her in the last days and shit. But I did that shit as best I could. I could have done it better with 2 legs, but I would have been an asshole. I'd have been angry all the time. I'd have probably yelled at her and shit. So, I never would have walked away from her, but I would have been a fucking whole different attitude in the situation. Going through what I did showed me how to have patience with dying folks because I was one myself. I still am, But we all are. We all are. I just happen to know mine's coming super fast if I ain't getting hit by a car and shit. But that don't mean nothing. We all know we're gonna die at some point. We ain't gonna get no younger and we ain't gonna live again. And the only way you do is if you do some shit that people remember you so you never die. Like me naming my shit after my mom's, all my strains, and all the people I love, they're gonna live forever and y'all don't even know it. Right? Every one of y'all that's making some seeds with that toad venom says my name every time. So I don't even got to be in the room with none of y'all. And I done figured out a way so
Your
that
legacy lives on.
my memory lives forever in the people that had respect for it. Not because I made you say it, but because you chose to say it.
Yep. Because ain't no cap. Like, you a pillar of the community. You looked out for me. I've known you. I've known you for a while. But you looked out for me, and of course, you looked out for plenty of other people. Of course, you're here on the panel now, but there's major respect in the community for you and your name, your legacy, your strain, all of that is going to live on, like forever. It just like you talk about, like you say, you made your mom live on forever. Every time you grow, somebody grows something.
Every time someone says Savage Kush, Rosa's Coinbase, or anything, dude, and any of them, because she's attached to all of them. I couldn't have done none of them without them. Everyone that grew a Space Kush cross says my dad's name every time they say Angel, because that was his name.
Angel.
I made 200 crosses with that fucking male, just so somebody would say his fucking name besides me. And somebody does. They know what his headstone looks like. They know what he looks like. Naming shit after my dog that took care of my mama. Like, these are the things that we should all be striving for in cannabis. Like, we all love, so you don't have to love your mama like I did, but I know y'all love somebody the way I love my mama. Name some shit after that person. Pass out respect to them. They don't even need to know it. One day y'all be smoking a joint and you'll be like, what is this shit? And you'll be like, this is fucking so-and-so. And they'll be look at you like, what'd you just say? And you'll be, yeah, it's just named after you. Huh? You might know, you might not even know how much I respect the motherfucker, but as soon as you take out puff off some weed and I just slightly sneak that name in and only you know it, you know what's up.
And I fucks with it.
I've done that so many times with people, man, that they don't even know it. The homies that have name lines after and shit, even if I don't fuck with them no more, the name's still there, the memory's still alive, and the reason why is always going to be there.
And then the work you put behind it, you know what I'm saying? It cannot be denied behind it. That's what I'm saying. Like the name, if I named anything after me or like my dad, it's the work behind it. Because without any work being put behind it, what is it? You know what I'm saying? Just bullshit. My you know what I'm saying? It would just be bullshit. Like I can make anything without putting any work behind it. It's easy. I can cut some paper and then tell y'all guys that, hey, this is art. But there's no really work behind that. Then you got somebody who can take that same paper, turn it into origami. Then you be like, damn, that's something. That's what I'm saying. The people who put the work actually behind it mean something. I would definitely name the stream after my mom. Hey, listen, Hade. If you can, if you got the time in the future, why not? Like, but make sure that
you don't wait till they're gone either. I didn't. The man, I named Savage Kush after my mom in like 2008 or some shit. 2008 before that. Don't wait till they're gone.
Make sure they your ass up. That dab kicked your fucking ass, bro.
I took a drink of this shit and it went down the wrong fucking hole right after I was dabbing.
I was having to, hey, look, that's crazy because I was drinking this shit.
Yeah, I did. I just had a grape one. I was like, nah, I better drink this orange one. Took a dab, took a drink, and almost choked to death.
All right, now what you trying to tell her again? Now?
I was trying to tell you, we got Savage Kush, I named after my mama fucking back in the early 2000s. There's fucking Nana's Boy, which is named after my mom and my dog. There's Roach's Quimbus, which was my mom's nickname in fucking college. I've named a bunch of stuff after my mom.
Hey, my favorite is suck a old lady's dick.
Yeah, suck an old lady's dick, because one day we was on a live stream like this and someone was talking some trash about fake bullshit with cannabis, and my mom told them to suck an old lady's dick. And so that's how that strain got its name. Totally Ghosted, aka suck an old lady's dick. Named after my mom. At that point, that was my number one best pinnacle OG. I did make one past that, but to the public, that was the last one I did. It's named after
Suck
my mom.
old lady's old, suck a lady's old dick. I mean, suck an old lady's dick. OG is one of my favorite growing plants right now. I'll show you guys when, because I'm doing a reset.
Like nothing but OG when you smoke. You'll see. It's straight gas. I've named multiple one-hitter quitter, the ghost of one-hitter quitter, fucking there's fucking shit ton of shit after Richard Pryor, because without Richard Pryor I wouldn't have been here.
Oh yeah, he came from that era.
There's fucking Parthenia Avenue OG, which is named after the street Richard Pryor lit himself on fire. There's JoJo Dancer, named after Richard Pryor's alter fucking ego, who fucking grew up in the fucking whorehouses and shit. Man, there's so many. There's the toy, the fucking stir crazy, fucking the Wiz. There's almost every cross.
Inspiration. Your
Richard
major
Pryor kept me
inspiration.
from hurting myself, man. I used to be 8 years old, fucking listening to Richard Pryor on the Fisher Price fucking radio record player and shit.
Yeah. Oh, the record. I had one of those 45s.
Yep.
And I remember one of those stand-up ones that said "Just Us." You remember that one? He was like, "Motherfucker,"
Yep.
he was stand-up,
Yep.
and he was like, "And when you go into jail, it's just us." And I remember him saying that, and he was talking about. I think that was the first time he was doing stand. I mean, the first time I heard one of the 45 talking about the actual shooting his car tires, where the girl came and she tried to take his car.
Come out and fucking try to take a shit. He shoot the tires out. Him and the dog. And he fucking.
Yep, that's the way he went in jail. Somebody he went in that bitch and he said, "When I looked, he said, this is justice." No, motherfucker, it's just us in this bitch. And that was on the 45. What's up for what's up,
Funny
Farmer?
as a fuck, man.
Crowley.
That's what I used to play for. The first crosses I did was Wah Wah, which was named after my my cousin Danny, Crybaby.
Yep.
And he was always fucking crying and shit about something. Some girl broke his heart, something this, something that. So we call him Crybaby Wah. And fucking my other one was from my uncle Semper Fi, because he was a fucking Marine.
Hey, we got a separate here too. Semper Fi's in there. Here you go.
My first cross I ever made with Semper Fi was Purple Haze.
Purple. Oh, do you still have? Do you
I
still
probably
know
got like 25 of those seeds left. That's about it.
the original Purple Haze? Like
The ones that I made and the original ones. I have some of the seeds that they came from. I just can't get them to germinate. The seeds that made the original one I had from the 60s and 70s, that came from a Humboldt stock. I have them. Yeah. The seeds are so fucking tiny, black little motherfucking seeds.
Oh, they turn. Oh shit! You might have to go. You got to take them to somewhere. They got to do that.
Yeah, they got to be tissue cultured. They're so tiny.
The genetic sequencing.
They're the smallest seeds in all my collection are the tiny old hay seeds I got. And the Africans. The Africans probably might be smaller. They're fucking so tiny. Yeah, he was a Vietnam vet. Fucking my uncle. So was my pops. My pops was fucking. He was a 107 airborne. My dad was airborne.
I'm always putting them up there.
That's why my angel line I fucking named after my pops. I did Los Veteranos named after all veterans. I used to give that out to veterans fucking
I hear you.
for free. That was H&OG times Angel. There's Skeet Skeet, the Angel Back Cross One, named after my dad's best friend, Skeet. He was a fucking Vietnam pilot, fucking helicopter pilot that saved POWs. His fucking sound of his helicopter blades made that sound. Skeet, 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 skeet. So that's how he got the fucking name. Saving fucking. He brought back 17 dudes in 73.
Y'all hear this?
That's how he got his name. Dude, there's artwork for all these strains, dude. Skeet, skeet.
Hey, hold on. Let me say this. Let me tell you, I love the fact that the names of the strains that you made, they have a story behind it. There isn't just because I wanted to make it sound, the name of the strain sounded cool because I mixed this and this. You have a legit story behind when you naming these strains after family and friends, and it's cool.
Skeet's why I'm a fucking ordained preacher. He was an ordained preacher after Vietnam, dude. After he saw so many dudes fucking come back dead. Because he flew 23 missions, he only got 17 of them back alive. So that means he ends up with 5 dudes that are dead. And fucking after the first fucking mission, he don't remember any part of fucking flying in Vietnam. He fucking lost his fucking mind. He woke up in a mental hospital in 1975, and they told him what he did. He don't remember doing none of it. He just remembers the first fucking flight, and that's it. In the first flight, he was flying. He dropped down in, and they're fucking with their snipers fucking shooting at their fucking chopper. They drop down into the paddy. The kid that they save, they bring on the fucking chopper. There's I don't know how many dudes, but they get him, they save him, they bring him on the chopper. He's raising up and taking off, and a sniper fucking snipes the kid through the open side door, hits the kid they just saved in the head and blows his head up. His head fucking shoots brains against Skeet's helmet, and his fucking plasters the window of his chopper with brains, and that's the last memory he remembers. He thought it was his brains. He wakes up in a mental hospital like 2.5 years later, and they tell him everything that happened and shit. And fucking, he has the only memory left is fucking that memory. Fucking brains hitting the wall and shit. So he gets out of fucking Vietnam and ends up becoming a fucking ordained preacher. So he becomes known as Preacher Skeet. And I end up only knowing him as Preacher Skeet my whole life until my dad fucking dies, and he tells me all the shit my dad did in Vietnam that my dad never told me about, because you don't talk about that kind of shit, right? So the shit my dad did, you just don't talk about. Fucking after that, I became ordained as a preacher too because of fucking the shit Skeet told me.
Yes,
you ain't got to be a good person, you just got to be better than you was, and help anybody else do the same. So I'm a card carrying fucking ordained minister. So if anyone needs to talk and likes to cuss and fucking talk shit and needs help, I'm that dude.
Hey, that's awesome. It's awesome to have people like, and I know there's more people like you out there. But the story.
Where's it at here, dude?
Hold on, let me get some candy while you find that.
So I end up fucking naming my first back cross to Angel. My plant named after my dad, after Skeet. So Angel, Bubba, Angel back cross 1, Skeet, Skeet. And it's another way to prove that I've had fucking Bubba for 21 years because of when I started offering those seeds, when I had the artwork made for it. You can go back on to Facebook and see the fucking art that I posted back in like 2008.
Yeah.
Like here it is right here. So this is the artwork that my cousin drew.
What's up, Pablo?
This is what my cousin drew. It's my dad dropping down as a sky soldier and Skeet flying through a fucking American flag in his chopper and shit.
That's I see the background. That's badass.
Yeah, so it's called Skeet Skeet. And that's across the Angel back across the Bubba. And then here's the buds.
That look like a tattoo. Yeah.
My cousin that drew it was a prison tattoo artist and shit. So everything he draws kind of looks fucking that way. That's it. That's skeet right there.
Look at that strain, bro. That shit looks fire.
It is fire. There's only like 4 seeds of it left in the world. But my buddy Bird that pops on all the time on my live feeds, his whirly bird that he does is my skeet crossed to Afghani landrace, and he's been doing a lot of work with that crossed back into the Bubba. A bunch of his stuff is based off of my skeet.
That's badass.
Yeah, that skeet. Angel back cross 1. There's angel back cross 2. That's the space cheese times angel. It's probably the frostiest fucking cultivar I ever fucking produced.
So what is the angel exactly cross with? If you don't mind me
Angel
asking.
is cataract angel space kush male.
Okay.
That's all it is.
So okay.
I named it after it was Space Kush number 7, and then my dad died, and I named it Angel to give him respect, since it was in everything that I ever fucking produced and was going to produce. I just figured it was a way to give him some respect.
That's badass.
So he passed away in 2009. This is angel back cross number. That's my second back cross to angel.
So that's the space cheese. That's the space cheese.
Yeah, space cheese times angel.
Okay.
The space cheese is angel times blue cheese. So it's just angel blue cheese.
Yeah, I see it right there. Bam. That is fire.
Yeah, I still got like 20,000 of them fucking seeds left at least, but they're old, so they don't germinate a lot for me.
The germination rate is.
And I did angel back cross 3 and 4, which are crosses to Icarus OG, which are a Rugburn OG outcross from Rare Dankness. My friend Scott that owns Rare Dankness. I got seeds from him back in like 2012 and used those to make the Icarus OG. So those give me angel back cross 3 and 4. But there's all the way up to an angel back cross 7, which is Gleaming the Cube. That's the plant that turns off the yellow. The other night when homie was going off of that yellow. Of course it's yellow. I bred it to be yellow. All the foliage is yellow. And it shows up in like 75% of the seed line.
Mm-hmm. The plant is growing. Everybody thinks it's senescent. It's actually growing. An early flower, it's all red. It's like cyan maroon colors. And there's not no deficiency because he's feeding everything. You know what I'm saying? It's not like but the plant started growing like that. I can't wait to see the finished flower. Bingus was actually doing something, but he was misting like morning dew on the plants, and then he got his bright cyan color. If you ever watch some of my lives out there, guys, with Bingus on panel, he showed it a couple of times. It's actually been shown, I think, in the interview. Oh, I wanted to ask you, Saturday or Sunday for the interview?
Probably Sunday, man. Just in case I'm fucking having issues.
Sound good.
What is that one good? Probably pink. That's not what I'm after.
All right.
Where did it go? Dude, fucking Facebook's ass, dude. I don't know what the fuck they're doing over there, dude. I can't find nothing I've ever posted anymore.
You say Facebook? Yeah, Facebook's fucked up that time. Big time.
You used to be able to fucking just type in specific words.
Some shit and it'll pop right up.
Yep. I don't do that shit no more, dude.
Bro, I'm
This,
eating these fucking.
this is Angel right here.
That's back when. Is that?
That's like 2014, maybe 2011.
Look, did I see the time? 2014, like 12 years ago.
This is one of his sisters.
You see how the purple is in the middle of the bud and not on the leaves, guys? That's where purple starts from. The ones from coldness and temperature, it comes from the outside in, and not inside out.
Let's see if I can find Space Kush female, dude. That's the problem. I can never find shit.
Hey, look, listen, look at this right here.
The Angel Black Cross 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, because I never released a real angel. He was just one plant.
That's crazy.
But tons of folks fucking used to say, I'm growing angel. And I'd be like, well, not really. And I'd be like, yes, I am. Oh, no, you're not, brother. I'm not trying to be a bitch, but that's my male, bro. This is a Space Kush female right here.
That's Angel times Gray Space Kush.
That's Space Kush number 1, Romulan times LA Confidential. She looked a lot like LA Confidential.
Romulan.
Oh, you know what's wrong? I got my fucking color right there. Yeah, I've had the Romulan since 2002, 3.
Romulan been around. That's so fire.
Maybe 2001, but the Romulan I had was from 96. That's as far back as I could trace it. The old dude we ended up getting from ended up dying, and we could never. So I never got to go fucking talk to the dude. By the time I got into fucking really tracking genetics, the dude had passed away. I just knew who I got it from, and all he said is it's a 96 Romulan. Okay. And I'll grow it out, dude. If it better tastes like the Romulan we know around here, and it did. And fucking everyone I gave it to fucking knew it because of that pink pink stick. Like if that showed up, people would accept it. If your Romulan didn't have pink in my area, no one's taking it. And most people didn't understand that it was coming from my area being extremely high in UV light outside. So that plant would build up kaolin. It's an anthocyanin that made to protect the least synthetic parts of the plant. So like the fucking the stigma, the fucking the pistils, the fucking the leaf petioles, all those would get extra red during the fucking like week 3.
Okay.
No matter what. Whoa.
Why do people from the South think they could grow the same type of wheat for like the people from the North and vice versa?
Because they haven't grown a lot of weed.
And just like I feel like people say that weed is being grown better in the West than the East, and I'm like, you don't understand cannabis if you say that. It can be grown. Certain things can be grown.
Good weed can be grown anywhere. The reason a lot of people say that is because of the amount of just cannabis wouldn't be where it is today without California because of the population size. Not because we're better than anyone or anything, but we're the 5th largest economy in the world. If you took California from the U.S. isn't in the top 10 of the other rest of the countries in economy. Like the rest of the country goes dead broke without California. It's just a fact on population density, right? Yep. If you took New York, Texas, and California away, you don't have a country. there's not enough money to do anything with. And that's just a fact. But so when you move, like Detroit's known for cars. Like today, some of the worst cars you could get's coming out of Detroit. At one point, they were the best. They were so good, everybody knows the cars around the world because of Detroit. But only from one time period, the 70s, the 60s, the greatest cars ever. Right? Cannabis, same way. 80s, best weed in the world came out of California because of how much moved and because of the place like the Emerald Triangle. There's nowhere else in the United States that's known in such a small area for the amount of cannabis it produced that moved around the world. The amount of money that moved through those 3 counties in the 80s is so staggering compared on the numbers today. It's insane. It dwarfs all of legal cannabis of all the states combined today.
Yes.
Those 3 counties in one state were moving more weed from those 3 counties at one time than all of us are doing right now. That's how fucking much weed was being moved out of California from a specific area. And why?
What was that, like 96 to 2000?
No, that was like 78 to like maybe 2000, that time period.
70. So you talking about prior to the 2000?
Oh yeah. Well, we got busted in 81, the first, or in 88, not 81. We got busted in 88. Operation Green Merchant happens at that time, and that's when all the big busts happen. And that's when starts to shift into indoor instead of outdoor because of the way they were policing cannabis here. They were just flying over everything outdoor. So you could not grow cannabis the way you were able to at one point now that they started flying over everyone. So you had to move indoor, and now anyone could have a garden indoor that was 100 lights. You don't have to be in a big state. You just got to be quiet, right? And that's easy. Anyone can be quiet. So that's what made fucking weed go to everywhere and make it viable everywhere. Instead of having to wait for fucking weed from California to get there, your home could set up a garden in any state and fucking set up a bedroom, put in fucking 10 lights in that thing, and have enough weed to supply the whole city for fucking the other fucking half of the year. You just move weight. And fucking cats started figuring that shit out. And then legal cannabis hit. Once legal cannabis hit in Cali, like the backpack days and the fucking duffel bag days, bro. Dude, you could stand in line with 20 pounds of weed and leave with $60,000 if you were just patient.
Oh,
They did not give a fuck, dude. If you fucking
dispensary cashed you out.
Cashed you out. Didn't care where you was from. If you came from fucking Texas, California, Mexico, if you had good weed and was willing
and
to
ID,
they would fucking cash you out. Even at one point without ID, like at my club, if you didn't even have to have an ID, dude. If that weed was good, I'm gonna go take a break. I'll be back. Fucking, I'll go get 4,000 out the fucking safe and go take a break. Come right back with fucking some weed and shit. And like for real, like because there was nothing on the books back then. And Prop 215, you didn't have to write nothing down. They weren't taxing nobody. No one was auditing nothing. And that's why we are here today, because no one went, you know what, we should write this shit down, dude. We need to fucking we need to do something so they don't come in and check everything, right? And they came in and checked everything to the point of fucking the whole system over. But it all started with us ourselves going, man, we need to pay some taxes on this shit. Like even if it's whatever sales tax was, 7%, let's add another 7 to it and send them 14% and shit. Just fuck it. But we tried that in my town and the city wouldn't take it. They told us it was drug money. They weren't going to accept any money that came from the sale of drugs. We're like, bro, we'll pay for an officer. You can put him anywhere in the county. We don't care where it is. Just let us give you money so that it looks like we're fucking trying to help the fucking the rest of the fucking, to the community and shit. And they're like, we don't want your money. And we're like, this is fucked up. Yeah, they told that to our club and 6 other clubs that were the #1 clubs in town that we're all going to pitch in and do that shit. We were all going to pay for a fucking, dude, that's like $100,000 we were going to pay for someone to fucking arrest people like us just so it would look like we were willing to do that. And we were like, but nope. We ain't doing none of that shit. It's drug money. You guys are drug addicts. You're selling drugs and shit. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? It's legal, man. It's not a drug. You guys are looking at us all wrong, dude. We're trying to help. We'd fucking do food drives and raise the most food for everyone. Fucking women's shelter shit would show up. We'd raise the most money for that. Whatever we could do, we were doing it, dude. We were pushing shit for years, dude. And every time.
Why did y'all need the police help for it? Because they were trying. Oh, because they were raiding at the time.
They were raiding all of us, especially my club. My club in my town, fucking every month they were coming up with something new to do to us to try to make us quit. They figured they could break us. At one point, we were paying for security for 3 other clubs just because they told us we had to, or we would have to shut down. And we're like, well, why don't they get their own fucking? They're like, if you're not paying for security for the whole parking lot and for that block, like the whole block. Like, we're not, what the fuck are you talking about? Let them pay for it. They're like, well, no, if you're not paying for it, you guys have to shut down. And we're like, fucking
what?
Dude, they were trying shit every week. They got to a point like, and then I'd come in with a law that says you can't do that and show them why. And not me, but I'd have our lawyer show them, right? Because the lawyer, like, he didn't know shit. That dude was a drug addict, dude. He'd come in after work and ask me all these questions and shit so I'd tell him what to do and what to say, and then he'd go into court and say all that shit. And then the city attorney didn't know what to do, so he'd like ask for an extension and then go read if it was right what he was saying or not, and then find out it was right. And then they finally realized I was the one feeding the lawyer all the shit, and they told me I couldn't come in the fucking any of the city meetings anymore. And after, we got fucked, dude, because now like the fucking lawyer was such a drug addict, he wasn't even taking notes in the fucker good enough for me to know what I needed to fucking fight him with. He's just mumbling stupid shit. I'm like, you motherfucker, dude, we're all gonna get fucked, dude. And we did. We ended up all getting fucked here. They shut everybody down at one point.
Boy, definitely being high.
There was 17 clubs here. We all got shut the fuck up.
Damn.
Eventually, they did it through shutting everyone instead of, they were trying to intimidate us because we were the best club. If we can get them to shut, everyone else will shut. No. Like, you guys are high, dude. We got a fucking license to sell weed, dude. We're fucking, whatever you want us to do, we're doing it, dude. Like, you got to go get FBI background checks. I'm like, all right. I'm like, I ain't got no fucking issues. I'll go. They're like, go, dude. We'll tell them you're the manager and you're the owner. I'm like, you don't need to go through all that shit. Like, no, it has to be one of the people that are. I'm like, fuck, whatever. Tell them whatever you want, dude. I'll go get a fucking background check. Y'all can't pass it. I can. I was the only one in 17 clubs in town that sent a motherfucker down there that got a background check. Everyone else started rotating fucking people working there.
To own it. Like, it was to
and
own
didn't
it.
have to fucking send anyone in. So if you didn't work there more than 90 days, you didn't have to have a background check. So they just kept firing everyone every 60 days or laying them off and then bringing them back 60 days later and recycling them. And fucking our club had 4 people working there. And then the other 2 of the dudes got fired for fucking basically using the club to steal weed from everyone in town for the low and then not telling the owner and then getting paid. And it was their homie. One day my mom comes in to drop off cookies and she's like, damn, you guys had like 50 or 100 pounds in here yesterday. Where did it all go? And the owner's all, what are you talking about? He's like, oh.
You know.
So I wasn't supposed to say where I was at. And he's like, what do you say? He goes, Tony, turn on the fucking cameras. I'm like, oh, man. I wasn't here yesterday. He's like, I know who was here yesterday. He's, I'll turn the cameras on. I'm the only one with the fucking, I put the camera system in. So he didn't even know how to turn it on. So I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm here. I'm only going to push play and I'm walking away, dude. I don't know nothing else. And you hear him screaming in the office, these motherfuckers, what the fuck? He's like, how long they been doing it? I'm like, I told you I'm not saying nothing, dog. Those are your homies. I thought you knew everything that was going on, dude. My mom was dropping off cookies. You say anything to her, I'm going to fuck you up, dude. You better go talk to your boys. And they were fired by the end of the day, dude. They had brought 50 pounds in the day before and didn't tell no one. He was supposed to get 10% of anything that went through there that wasn't on the books, like through the club on ours. So they were closing down early and having people bringing shit in and buying it for fucking wholesale and then fucking driving it down south and selling it for fucking a grip. So they're paying $1,000 here and then selling it for $4,000 down in the Bay. And he's supposed to make fucking 400 minimum off of that, off of every pound, right? Just even if he's there or not. And they're trying to do it when he's not there, so they don't got to pay him. So like that 50 pound, dude, he was pissed. dude.
Dude, missing 4 racks.
Yeah, he's missing 4 racks and shit from just that one that he fucking caught. And fucking because it recycles the fucking system, he couldn't go back to looking nothing else. And after that, that's when he started. He's like, I want that sent to my house too every time. I'm like, you don't want that, dude. He's like, yes, I do.
No, you don't.
I'm like, dude, okay.
Because when you
So
have
I
it,
set it up,
it
dude.
stresses you
Every
out.
fucking 30 seconds, he's getting rung up at his house because fucking cats run by the motherfucker. A car drives through the parking lot. The wind blows fucking hard, dude. He's like, holy shit, you deal with that every night? I'm like, every night, dude. You got me in charge of security. You got me in charge of everything, bro. That's my shop, not yours. Y'all go home and sleep. I'm the one. I'm working there 10 hours a day when I'm on the clock. I'm working there 10 hours a day when I'm off the clock. I'm at home packaging cookies, staring at that fucking camera to see who's fucking with the play. That's why last time they broke in, I called the cops. Like I'm I'm on the ball, bro. That's my job. Like I'm running that shit. I'm running shit. No one's getting past me, homie. I know everybody's name. I know their fucking number. I can tell their face if they're in our fucking registry. If they break in there, they're gonna get caught the next day, dude. And fucking like eventually he realized that shit. Like I paid his club off, and fucking his homies ripped him off, and fucking like one day he comes to me, he's like, dude, you're the only person that's ever made a payment back to me in this place. So you can never rip me off. Like,
yeah.
Like, oh, I'm like that. I said, I told you I'm about it, homie. Why would I do any of that shit when I got a license
Yeah,
to sell?
exactly. Like, why would you fuck up the money that you got? It's good. I got good money coming in. Why would I fuck over the next?
Bro, I'm like, if I wanted your position, I could have took it, dog. Like, I paid for this place already. I could have paid for my own club. I don't want no club. I want to sell weed and be in the fucking. I said, I don't care whose name's on the front of the building. I know my job and I know where I fit. And if you fucking want me there, cool. If not, I can do it without. Like that's why I'm still here. And nobody know who's that dude is. No one will ever know who that dude is. Or if they have nothing to do with weed. They probably don't smoke weed no more. Nothing. And I'm over here naming shit after people that died and I loved and fucking memorializing fucking people, places, and things and shit.
Yeah.
That's what should be happening. We all should be doing that more of that shit.
The more you talk about it, the more people want to do it. I've noticed that every time you talk about it and say how you named it, I've watched my demographic of people be like, yo, when I do start, some of the people say who hasn't been breed, you making them want to breed so they can do that and make some people legacy live on in their family. Cheers. Let's see.
Just think if you had a line named after your mama that you fucking saving a seed for them, you pass away and your son or daughter grows up and they start growing a line named after their grandma they never met. And shit, you put a seed for them. Some legacy shit. A legacy farm growing a legacy strain named after a person. Can't name no hot dog out of fire after your mama. That's right, son.
Straight lazy.
What, you don't want God's pussy attached to your mama's name, dude? What the fuck? Disrespect. Dude. I meant no disrespect to your mama, man. That was just a joke.
Can't name no hot dog water out. Yo, I fucking died. I fucking died. I couldn't even breathe. I couldn't even finish my I couldn't finish my dad. God damn. That hey, right. That's on you to the little tiny plants.
Now, if that was her nickname, I can't say nothing about it. My mama's nickname was Savage, so that's how you got Savage Kush and Roaches Quimbus. Those were her real nicknames that somebody else gave her, not me.
Exactly.
But if that just happened to your mama's nickname, man, then I guess I got to call the weed what you called it.
Heaven's vagina is wild. Heaven's vagina is fucking wild. What happens when you want to be reborn? Hey, what's up, Gabe? All is well with you, Gabe? I just took a dab and almost died. I can see it in my eyes, bitch. I'm cheeky than a bitch. I have to do a John. I got to do a John Doe.
I'm fucking hot
But
dog.
nah, bro. I'm cheeky, man.
And there are some fucked up names in cannabis, man.
Bro, fucked up names and cat. Bro, have you heard Alaskan Thunderfuck?
Oh no, they go back for days. It's not a new thing. Green crack.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it goes back. It definitely goes back. The names of strains has got more and more, I want to say, fruit based as we got older. But back in the day, it was very vulgar. Like a lot of things were pussy and dick, and even till this day, like you call your plants, you got colas, big colas. Oh, look at them donkey dicks. That's something that came from like back in the day. That's not some recent shit. That's some old school shit. Now we got weed titties. Somebody said weed titties.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's changed from donkey dicks to weed titties to going all the way up to now it's just regular colas. They're back to it's like an old cycle. This is now as regular cola and 4-inch floppers. You still hear some of the names, but it was way more vulgar back in the day. Like way more vulgar. And the names of cannabis came down to like now more fruits and more politically correct and publicly correct. Can you picture the name of some shit and say, what are you smoking? Tainted dick. Like what? You smoking what?
I know.
You smoking what? Nobody's buying that.
Fucking
But
try
you
to
say you said some blueberry fucking sherm pie or something like that. Somebody will be like, oh yeah, yes.
Chicago little tiny plants. OG is easy to find. I got the original OG plant, Ghost OG. Ghost OG is an S1 of the plant that Josh D passed out, which is still available too. The homie Eric's got it.
I got Josh D OG crossed with the Topanga Kush.
Yeah, but the Josh D OG is Karma's version of OG from Seed, which is fucking SFV, OG, and something else. Triangle, yeah, and Topanga or something. It's not.
I got Topanga. Well, what's this? I got this.
Topanga itself is the Malibu. It's the fucking.
This one's in Phylos. You already know that. So if I say it's in Phylos, it's already.
And if you're looking for OG and seed farm, little tiny plants, my totally ghosted the sucking old lady's dick. That's Ghost OG back cross 2 times Ghost OG back cross 1. My straight ghosted, which is Ghost OG back cross 2. My Ghost of Boneyard is Ghost OG back cross 1. The Ghost of everything, really. So I put OG and seed farm. It's everywhere. Easy to grow. It's growing everywhere, dude. 7 up. Sorry. Rebel Dan's got fucking OG and seed farm. And Gene's got OG and seed farm. Mine are regular, not films. I do have some film that tastes like OG though. I've got my Pomegranates and bad dates are both SFDOG crosses.
It said it. There you go. Come on. Jenga Kush, which is come on, focus. I'll read it to you. It is Topanga Kush crossed with Josh the OG.
The Josh D. Nice. It comes from Karma.
This comes from actually the Big Kush Terrell Jet, but this is all on Philos. This is actually from Josh. I think what was the name? Fuck, I watch him sometimes. Sometimes he goes live. The fuck is his name? But he used to be with Texas OG, and Big Kush is from back then. He hit me up on Instagram. Hold on, I got you. I'll tell you his name.
This is Topanga. It's right here.
Hold on. See?
That's in a 30-gallon, tall, stretchy. You can see the side of my house right there. That's fucking like 11 feet. My brother was taking care of him. So this is what calcium deficiency looks like when somebody that don't give a fuck about plants is growing up. My brother was running them. And he was taking pictures of the ones I couldn't reach in my wheelchair.
You see, he got it right there. Say Topanga. No cap.
Yeah, Topanga. I was running this next to the LA Pure Kush because they're both called Pure Kush. And at that time, people were trying to say that Topanga is LA, and I'm trying to tell them that LA and Topanga are not the same. They wanted to know how I knew or why I would say that. And there was multiple reasons, but mostly the source. I got it from Kevin. Yeah. Kevin's had both since they kind of like got on the scene. The LA Pure Kush he'd had since 2002. He got it from Skinny Vinny and Donkey Dick Walt. And then he got the Topanga from Ross Truth when that came on the scene. So to be able to get them when they came and not from just random, maybe why I used to tell people. So I grew them next to each other to show how extremely different they are. LA grows like Bubba and Topanga grows like Triangle Kush. Or Skywalker or Fire OG.
Skywalker. I know about Skywalker OGs.
The real Skywalker, not the Skywalker OG Kush, which is from Reserva.
Yeah, I'm talking about Skywalker OG.
Skywalker OG, which came on from Ron Cabrera. It was passed with what they called Hero Wana, not Herowana. It's different shit. The Skywalker at one time,
though, right?
Yeah, it's like 29 to 10 area.
Yeah, it was like 20.
The Skywalker at one time was called Sativa OG before they switched the name up to Skywalker because Ron's nickname was Skywalker.
Y'all hearing it first if y'all haven't heard, because I heard about this.
I can show you guys the post. I've got the screenshots from when they released that information the first time to the public.
When they first released it in public, because it was named after him, correct? Man, Ray Sativa is genetically verified by Philos Biosciences. Yeah, Philos, bro. Philos was the original. It was the stepping stone, the pioneer for genetic storage for cannabis, like filing genetic codes and everything for the plant. It was from Philos. It was Philos that brought it up. Here we go.
You can see on the bottom the name.
Skywalker. Hold on. It just back up. There you go. Ron Cabrera, aka Luke Skywalker.
So Indica OG. Let's see.
Indica OG. Oh, you back up. You almost hit some shit.
Skywalker was becoming well known, and this was in response to Skywalker's popularity and its attempt to market another strain. So one last time, it was only out of the realization that all those years, the more Indica OG from the past must have been Herowana, The one who can conclude it's older than and more original than Skywalker.
What?
It is no, he's not done. It's simply a matter of prevalence and assumption. Further, I still maintain that I'm the one who first delineated they were different because I had Marijuana since the year 2000 and Skywalker since 2002. And I ran through experiments to differentiate them. So the Herowana, not Marijuana, the Herowana was the weed they sold to these fucking veterans. That's why it got its name. He had that since 2000. He gets the clone Skywalker in 2002. People were saying they were the same. So he ran experiments to see if they were the same and eventually realizes that there's something different about them. So the Skywalker ends up with that name.
Okay.
So he says, I got from everyone says that the OG now named Skywalker is the original OG. That's what they're trying to say in this one. It's possible
Skywalker would be the original. So what about Godfather? What about the LAX? What about?
Well, there's all kind of shit. So it goes back from what we're told. The original one comes from what Josh D and them got out of their garden in Florida in the 90s, 96. There's information out there that dates prior to that with the same people, just the dates different. I know when I started fucking with OG, like because of the car I drove in high school. I had a 1990 Nissan Maxima.
Okay, I had a 96
that I got in 1990. I graduated in 91. I got it in 1990, and I used to drive around with quarter pounds of weed that I knew as Fire OG. And my brother went to high school 2 years below me. He says it was 89 when I got that weed when he got in high school. That's when he says he remembers me having Fire OG. Because I used to carry a quarter pound in my pants everywhere I went. Period. I was known as the weed dude since I was 8 years old, man. It's not like a maybe. That's who I am in my area. I live in a small area. People tell stories of the best weed they ever smoked. It was mom's weed. They tell a story of weed they found someone stole from my mom. It was my mom's weed. Down at the creek, some kid used to jack weed and fucking they'd all jack it from him and jack it from each other. It's the best weed. Fucking weed. Fucking anyone that smoked that weed, if like my buddy I hadn't seen for 20 years came to the hospital when they cut my leg off. He didn't say hello, how you doing? He said, "You got any of that weed?" That's what he said to me.
Damn.
That's the kind of weed this is. And he's the last person on earth that I gave the seeds of that weed to when I set up legal cannabis in 1996 in Stockton, California, and in San Francisco so that we could offer weed to Dennis Peron's club to sick and dying people. None of them knew how to make seeds, and they all just grew them and threw the males away and never made clones. When I came back, there was nothing left except for some weed. And that was the last time any of us ever had any of that weed. And to this day, every person that ever had that weed, all 17 of them growers, their homies, their partners, that weed's the weed they talk about today as the weed that if they could ever get stuck on the island or ever find, that's that weed, my weed. My weed, the cops took the rest of them from us. That's why there was none left. We got busted in 88 and fucking 90 fucking 4 or 6. I can't remember fucking when the second time was, dude. My mom got busted twice. And then the second time was in the 90s. That's when I lost the fucking seeds that we had left of it. There's never to fucking produce any more, or I would have made as many as I can. Because that weed,
believe it, right?
super good. The best weed, fucking the top 3 weed I ever smoked. Unfortunately, red Conklins they didn't cross with SFB at being transplant. Yeah. So there's a lot of SFB out there on the market. That's SFVOG Kush. And that's across to the stuff that Swerve did from Cali Connection. SFV Mom. SFVOG fucking, I want to say back cross male that was used in those, or Daft Candy. I can't remember which, but he used that in a lot of stuff. And a lot of people will grow SFVOG Kush and think it's SFVOG.
Yeah.
Or they'll grow, like you brought up the Josh D. Some people grow the Josh D, and it came from Karma Seeds, and some people are growing an OG that came from Josh D. And it gets mixed up by the time you get like 4 or 5 people into cloning. It just ends up with Josh D tagged on everything, and you got to fucking ask people to verify like the info that comes with it, so you know they're both killer, but like that old OG, you comes with tons of different names. That's the problem. I'm not gonna get into them, but there's probably there's at least 5 plants I know that are supposed to all be that same original OG plant.
I'm
Then
gonna
there's
pop some.
Ghost, and Ghost is supposed to be an S1 of that plant. Or actually, no, the Ghost is supposed to be that plant renamed to Ghost once it got passed to Ghost on the forums. Then there's
So
SFV, and then SFV is supposed to be an S1 of Ghost OG.
Bullshit.
And it was made by Oregon Kid when he had his seed company, Cali Kush Seeds. So the
Here we go.
SFV.
We just renaming weed and
Well, it's he did an interview with Archive Seeds like last year or the year before that on this.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, look up Oregon Kid Archive Seeds.
Oh, we'll do this together.
Yeah,
Archive Kids.
Archive Seeds, Oregon Kid, ORGN, ORGN. I did. Have I smoked blue moonshine? I don't smoke nothing blue, man, really. Except space cheese. It's got blue cheese in it. There's almost no blue herb I like.
Archive Genes.
Archive Genetics.
Genetics, okay.
Oregon Kid Interview. ORGNKID. Oregon Kids, how we get Ghost OG. He got the clone that was the original OG from, I believe, Kenji and the fucking Cypress Hill crew after they got it from Josh D and them. He then passes it to a forum member named Ghost. Ghost passes enough of that clone around to everyone that they call it Ghost OG. When it's in his hands, as he called it, OGers, OGERS, is how he got it and how he called it. There's the different name for the same clone already, right? It gets passed to him.
So it says be Banana, Ghost, and more.
Banana, yeah, he did Banana OG. You know, Banana OG, him. Blackberry Kush, him. Ghost OG, him. But at the time, it was OGers. It becomes Ghost once he passes it to Ghost, and Ghost gets that name. In his hand, he makes SFVOG when he makes S1s of that when he starts his own seed company. And he also gets the Bubba Kush. He makes reversals of Bubba Kush at that time, too. It's another way that a lot of not original Bubbas get out there. You get plants that come from his population. And then through him, an archive and Suge Knight's fucking online speaking, you can come to a conclusion on whether the Suge Kush is really a Suge Kush or if it's a renamed something because of how many times he gave it multiple names in a forum post that they'll bring up here with these two guys. And I could show you screenshots of that fucking shit from years ago too. Like,
let's do this shit right.
So like the information that comes from him is good. Like he's talking about Gypsy Nirvana on the old fucking seed stuff, Seed Bay and shit like that, and how he ends up getting seeds and how they get out into the public. It's how some shit got mixed up. So some seeds that some people thought were one thing had a mix of something else. So he's just telling history on some of his own cultivars, how we get out there.
I mean, I was talking to Shane about this. Yeah. It's not only do they like kind of rip off the brand name, but they like make their logo look exactly like the candy box. And it's like, dude.
Yeah, he's talking about like fake seed companies.
Skittles.
Their logo.
And Copycat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, back in the day. Yeah.
Yep.
I've been saying that shit for years too.
Yeah, the
Like in the 215 days, like it was in your club. And that's as far as it went.
I mean,
You weren't
I was
marketing
talking
it to the
Shane about this. And
general
man,
public,
20
like it
years
was
ago, you would be
private.
caught
Now
dead
that they were doing it to the general
when
public,
being
it's like,
like
what are y'all doing?
using better quality.
in like an old Subaru or something.
I'm not
And
sure
that
where he'll
crossed
talk about
with,
it in here, but
cookies.
this is
I'm
part
gonna
2. It
fi-
might
I'm
be in
gonna
part
find
1.
it.
Well, this is part 2,
And they don't
so
even know.
it might be in part 1,
Even make a lot of these genetics.
which like he
Banana
did it the day
OG
before
type, and
this
we
one.
show them, and they go, "Oh, well, this is banana OG." Yeah.
It's just funny to
As a
But they talk about it. Watch right here.
to get the potency out of it, and now we ordered packs was selling type of smell in them.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, when you did that work on that, you could find that Dutch fruity, banana, pineapple, C99, all those type of smells, which is kind of the banana OG smell. But you not only had to do the work to hunt through what were essentially freebie seeds. Those 60/40s were also seeds that Gypsy was.
Yeah, the
selling as
60/40 he's talking about comes from Tony at Sega Market Seeds,
direct, he'd give you
which
like
is where they found what became a Bubba or a Banana Kush. That's where you get the banana flavor, comes from what Tony sold as 60/40. It was 60% sativa, 40% indica, or the other way around, one of the two. And it was just
the hybrid.
Yeah, and that's what the seeds were sold. That's how you get banana OG. But the OG side is the plant they called Ghost OG.
Okay, I think he's gonna get into it.
Which at he called OGers, OGERS, not ogres, OGers. It's spelled ogre.
Yeah,
but he called it OGers.
I know exactly. I know that story right there. The OGers, ogres.
And the OGers is what this is where I could be wrong on something. Is I believe he got it from Kenji, which was the homie with Cypress Hill. Kenji's who popped Bubba Kush. Kenji's the person where we get the Bubba Kush that I hold today that I have 20 years. He's the first person that popped the seeds that were Bubba Kush. And he said there was a plant even better than what we have today as Bubba, but they lost it. And so we got the second best one. That's how fire Bubba's shit is. Bubba's fire, but within that line, there's some fucking stupid fire.
Something happened. I don't even know where we at. How am I still on the panel? Fuck.
I trying to find OG or banana. And he brings up the OGers.
Yeah, I know that, but I don't have my whole taskbar going.
Oh shit!
Like I'm trying to come back up on my browser. Like you can hear me.
Yeah.
There's nothing open on my PC. Like what the fuck? I can't even leave if I wanted to. I can end this bitch. I can press play. I can't do
forever,
shit.
y'all. We stuck forever, y'all.
No, ain't no stuck forever. I'm about to jump in. But this is weird. I ended this live. What the fuck?
Says it's still going.
I know. I'm still here. And there's another live that was 53 minutes.
Oh.
Look, it's let me.
It's your mute. We're having technical difficulties, y'all. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There we go. Yeah.
Say something.
There we go.
I
We
can't.
back.
No, damn. I can hear myself. Whoa. I'll be right back.
It was probably me, huh? Was that echo coming in? I don't know. No echo? Okay. I was just checking. Because I've been having issues, man. The other day, the fucking echo wouldn't go away. I fucking turned everything off, let it sit and rest, came back, it was still there. I said, fuck it, went to sleep, woke up, it was gone. So I don't know if that should be fucking coming and going. Let's see here.
Now, let me go find some shit.
Yeah, that's the whole fucking one right there.
You dropped it in chat?
No, I'm trying to find the marker on here where it's at.
Okay.
Where's this fucking? Where's the closed caption on this bitch, dude?
I got part one. You sent part one?
Well, it's probably it's in part one. I'm just trying to find out. So I've got the whole interview here.
He did one with Adam Dunn, and he told you the true story of OG Kush.
But I don't know if that's talks about SFV in there.
No, he just talks about OGs.
There's a nice one of Bubba. 4 minutes. But he does say some odd shit, like he says Bubba's a bubblegum cross, but that ain't right. Blake and Kenji from Be Real, Josh D and this guy. Fucking, come on. Doobie. A couple other guys in this little crew. Kodiak.
Got it. It's not in 4 minutes in the first interview. It's not this.
Right, I'm watching the whole one, so it's got a different timestamp.
From Josh's partner, Sean.
Got it. Okay. And Bernie had gotten it from the Bubba way of the mutual friend Bernie, essentially,
Bernie, yeah.
Right? But and both for OG and Bubba Cut came from him.
No, I got the OG cut by buying it from Josh's partner, Sean.
Got it. Okay. And Bernie had gotten it from the Bubba from them in a previous transaction of some sort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he was in with that whole crowd.
That's
like,
Kenji's homie.
They were a tight circle of people, like 8 or 9 guys that hung out in the circle. There was Blake and Kenji.
I think nigga Kenji right there.
Yep.
And Josh D and this guy, Doobie and a couple other guys, that were all in this little crew, and Kodiak. And Kodiak now, he has some big bro out in Oklahoma, where they're like,
one. They were like 750 acres of flavor. I don't know if you remember seeing that.
Oh yeah, like
Truck.
500 acres of flavors
and then
or
it kept
something.
growing,
Yeah.
growing. That's those guys.
Okay, so he was an original OG member as well.
Yeah.
Essentially, that the California crew of OG, let's call it, because there's also the Florida Josh connection as well, which is kind of not either of our stories at least involved.
Those were all those kids that were together, and my friend Doobie was working for Josh's partner, and he told me he could get me the OG cut. I met with them, and they wanted 5 pounds of weed back grown. Basically, it's 8,000 a pound, so $40,000.
Yep.
And he wanted like $5,000 or something up front, So I gave him that money, and I got the cut, and then started doing that, and then paid them off for it.
And y'all be trying to get Ghost for $20 and shit.
I made seeds of it after that because I figured I paid so much for it that I could do what I wanted.
Ghost for $20.
Everyone off over there. But
Everybody be asking for that. This homie just told you he paid $45,000 for that shit.
A transaction is a transaction at the end of the day. It's another thing if you make a deal with somebody and say, "Hey, I'm going to do this," but whatever your arrangement is.
He could at that time he could have sold the weed and made that money. The fact that he had to give up a pound.
At that time,
they weren't even thinking about that, probably.
And not even a maybe. Could have fucking pre-sold the weed before even planted the clone.
Brand spanking new in terms of technological information. Early 2000s. We'd only learn about that maybe late 90s through I think it was Skunkman Sam that kind of dropped breadcrumbs online about it. And then finally, Hyde, who's actually local.
Whoever told you that was lying to you.
The guy that did all the ABC, the Australian Bastard Cannabis. You remember that stuff? He was the first one to make the Elite X Elite spray, right? That was being sold on Heaven's Stairway, right?
Yeah,
you remember that product? Was that the first product you used, or did you make your own?
No, there was a girl named Golden Eyes online.
I remember her,
and she was from up here, in Eugene. And I worked with her to where she made the spray out of gibberellic acid.
Oh God, I got SFB.
Well,
if he made Kim 91, what's he giving you SFB crosses for?
Exactly.
Won't he give you some Kim 91 crosses?
LA.
Yep.
And some Kim 4, Kim 3, basically.
She did the feminization.
Why not give you the dog bud, not Kim 91?
What were those seeds that you?
Because Kim 91's an accident.
Those were they call
dog bud is not.
That's right, Ogers.
But it's supposed to be OG.
Yep, but OG apostrophe ERS. Yeah, and you'll see people continue to this day confuse that with the Ogre Kush, which was like a Sensi Star clone that got sold at the clubs down there. Totally different
that's fucking
the
Death Star.
The Ogers was basically
the Ogre is the Death Star pheno that looks like Bubba
OG Kush seeds sold online or probably anywhere in the world.
Well, before that,
pause this real quick. A farmer, Kim 91, came from 13 seeds found in 2 ounces of weed that they bought after they smoked 2 ounces of weed when they were at the concert. When they got back home, they called Joe Brand, bought more. The ounces that showed up had 13 seeds in it. Of those 13 seeds, the first one that was popped was called Kim 91. Then there was Kim. There was 3 other seeds that you end up with Kim Sis from. What else is in there? I'll fuck them up. We also got Kim 4 and Kim D. And all those come from the original 13 seeds. There was no I bred those. It was an accident that those popped up. To date, no one has claimed to be a breeder of those. They came from accidental pollinations in a room. It was one of the first bag seeds ever known. So,
Kim D. Not Kim D, but Kim D. You know what I mean?
Sounds like someone's telling someone else's story. How he had Kim 91 that he created and sent pounds of it out, and that's how we end up with Kim 91. Because Kim 91 came from what was called dog bud. It wasn't weed called Kim 91. It's called dog
bud.
Yeah.
For some reason, I feel like I remember that. I'm trying to. I had closed my eyes trying to remember that shit. Like dog butt.
Comes out fucking the Butte Creek shit is part of the story, yeah, but not in Oregon, not Butte Creek, Oregon, Butte Creek, Colorado.
He claimed he said 1.5 pounds, 1.5 pounds. It was semi-seeded M91.
I know, but you can't send Kim 91 to someone to find Kim 91 seeds. It would have already existed. Like now you got fucking bag seed of the original. The original was dog, but it wasn't called Kim 91. It wasn't called Kim weed. They called it Kim weed because of it's a long story, but yeah, it wasn't called Kim weed. It was called dog bud. The bud that they bought was dog. It had no Kim name on it. Didn't get a Kim name till the homies that bought the buds and found the seeds started growing it. And that was when they themselves they were really uneducated on growing and breeding. And then there's even multiple stories on that. I've got screenshots showing at one point they said there was 14 seeds, not 13.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm coming.
I got to dig through all kinds of screenshots to find that one, but I got it somewhere saved.
Smelled like you stepped in dog shit.
The OG S1s and all the ones that he released hermed out.
I'm pretty sure you sold seeds before he did.
He tried to sell them off of Heaven's Stairway.
Yeah, that was after you had released them on Cannabis World on Seabay, though.
Okay, I thought it was right before me.
I don't think so because they received their clone from you. That's correct, right? Yeah. I don't think they beat you to the punch on that because their product was being sold on the actual Heaven Stairway website where you could purchase.
Yeah, they said they found one
and
male.
I remember as a fucking auction hound seeing your auctions on Seabay, right? Or your products being sold as you probably by John.
Well, actually, I went through Gypsy.
Gypsy was on Seabay though, because Gypsy wasn't on Cannabis World.
On the first ones that went to, I called Gypsy Nirvana.
Okay.
And I packed them in the plastic signs that you put out like for your front yard.
I remember that. Yeah.
Filled them all in there, put little
cotton swabs in
the end, taped it all up, put pictures on it, glued it on the front so it looked like a kid's picture and shit.
Okay.
And packaged it up and sent it off to Europe. And then before that, I was talking to people on Cannabis World and Overgrow, and I was selling clones or selling seeds that way to people too.
Well, and that's how 3Cs got their clone because 3Cs was Ghost and two other members essentially, right? Yes. That became a seed company.
Yeah.
And you had sold. So let's get into the Ghost OG at least specifically because relative to this story, you sold the clone to Ghost 1, the Cannabis World member or Overgrow member. And how did that go down?
We talked on it. He sent me half the money down. I agreed to send him the cut with half down, thinking that he was going to be an upstand guy. Sent him the cut. And then never heard from him again that way. Brushed me off, never paid me. And then later on, this guy Dave from RDC, which is a medical club in the San Fernando Valley.
Yep.
Received a discount caregivers.
Yep.
What?
He went up to San Francisco or passed there a little bit and met with some guys and bought some weed. And they were like, we got our cut from Ghost One in Michigan, and we're calling our weed the Ghost. And it came down. And they were selling it as Ghost at the RDC. And then RDC took that cut too with their own into their, stable when I gave it to them, and then named it Diablo and started selling it out of their clubs, the Diablo OG.
Got it.
What?
So Diablo OG, at least the original one that was being sold, RDC, which is where most people that have
it's already got fucking
OG
3-4 names from the original OG,
the guy they purchased it from, or the weed they're referencing. They purchased it from all the private reserve
Diablo.
triplexes, and we'll get into those a little bit more too. But basically, trying to think where we're at. So basically, like you were selling the Ghost OG clone, or you were selling OG Kush clones online and Bubba Kush clones online.
Yeah.
And the Green Crack Man was one of those people that purchased from you as well, was he not?
Yep.
Do you remember him?
I don't remember.
He's the person that Katsu got his.
Oh, Katsu. Okay.
Right. So
Katsu,
didn't sell it
that's the
directly to
Katsu, Bubba
did
Katsu.
you?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, and I think he purchased it from this guy, Green Crack Man, and I don't remember where exactly he got it from.
I thought Rude Boy was involved in that too, to where
He could have been as well. There was also, you remember the Mint Bubba, which was like an S1 that the East Coast Kush guy had?
There was the chocolate mint Bubba.
Right.
And that had came through my seeds.
Right. That was an S1 of the original Bubba clone you got.
And then there was also a cherry Bubba too. That actually tasted, cherry.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that happened.
Well, so I got, when we had our mutual friend up here in Washington, and that was Diamond, right? And then his other partner. And you'd given them a bunch of cuts, and that's kind of how I got my hands on some stuff. One of those being the Blackberry Bubba. There was the just straight Bubba Kush. And then there was also a purple Bubba Kush that you'd given them. Do you remember what that one was?
The purple Bubba Kush?
Yeah.
There was
a little bit chunkier purple.
Called Purple Rhino. And there's this guy, Hal, that was from, what's the name of the city? He's from the Northern Cal. Trying to think. Wait, it'll hit me and I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
Garberville. There we go. And he got some different weed called the Blood's Eye OG, or Blood's Eye Bubba, and this other weed called the Purple Rhino. And that Purple Rhino, they have been growing it forever. It has like a weird pasty taste to it, but tastes like Bubba. And just a little bit different flavor, like sweeter or something like that. I don't remember the exact taste. It's been a long time since I smoked it.
Yeah.
But I know it had like a weird pasty taste to it. Like it's hard to describe, but it was like paste.
Yeah, sticky.
That's what we used to call it. All the purple used to be taste like that. You smoke purple, you used to have that back then.
So, like, if you pay real close attention to the story that he says when he talks about that, that also leads into the Suge Knight kind of shit, to where it's like, he calls a plant something, multiple different things. Nobody's sure what it is today now, especially these two guys who are part of this history of Bubba Kush and OG and Oregon Kid talking about this Purple Rhino plant and some other plants he talks about. And all of us as stoners who have smoked it
all from the
or grown it, right, know that they're not talking shit when they speak on some of the flavors and shit. Like some of the small details could be off in your brain and shit, but the description of Bubba, like if he started telling you Bubba tasted like grapes and frosted bubble gum and shit, like you'd know he doesn't know what he's talking about. But not only was what he's saying true, but Archive is known for being very respected in the community, right? So now you got two guys with a memory of the same time period of shit that's happening. They're trying to piece shit together of what they're doing. Archive's always trying to piece shit together. Oregon Kid's, that's not his thing. Like he don't really give a fuck about piecing that together. He's telling his story, and that's where you got to listen to some of the things he says, because as you get into other people's story, because there was a thread on Instagram with Nug Notes about Bubba, The archive shows up talking to someone else about Bubba, right? And when you find the history and know the history of how Bubba gets to where everyone's getting it, and then they start bringing up specific like posts, and I can show pictures of shit. I can show the post they're going to talk about.
The
I've got
time
it saved on my phone.
The date.
I can show you the date that it happened, and like not only the date it happened, but like the conversation in situ, like as it happened. So, did he say this before that guy said that or not? Like I could show that shit, and not only that, you guys can go look. It's available. So to like track history, not to track drama, but to track history of a plant. You could go back to the thread they speak on, remove them from it, like they're not there.
Just remove them from it and read it,
and then find out that they are there at that time, right? And see who's saying what about what, to find out if there's any truth in any story. There's truth in all the stories that they're saying, except for one particular person that I can tell about what he describes other plants, and it's not none of these guys. They're not here. It's someone that never shows up. You never know what the fuck. He doesn't talk about it no more. None of that shit happens.
With the Bubba.
When I S1'd everything, so some of those seeds got mixed in with those Bubba S1s from that Purple Rhino.
Mm-hmm.
So there's Purple Rhino S1s or Bubba S1s in that.
So right there's people that got Bubba from him.
So even
half
the
of them
Bubba
are Purple
S1s
Rhino, and half of them are Bubba. So a lot of people passing Bubba Kush that came from him in an S1 form aren't even Bubba because of what there was a mix up when he made them. Stone, something, who knows what else. But that's why getting a clone is the thing to do. Get the clone of the plant that made them instead of buying S1s. Because who are we watching, George? Archive Seed on the right, Fletcher, and on the left, Oregon Kid, the guy that is why we all have Bubba and Ghost in the form.
We got most our OGs from.
But we're trying to show up with the SFVOG information. The reason we have SFVOG is because of when he made the Bubba Kush S1s, those Purple Rhino S1s. He also made OG S1s. That was called OGers. That became Diablo also. That was also the original OG. So it multiple names, one plant. When he makes S1s, you get SFV from that. Midwest said safe. Much respect, Midwest. That's why Bubba's important. So, like, at the time he had Bubba, not that I had it before him. That I'm not saying that at all, ever. But I did get Bubba in 2003, which is really close to when Bubba hits the market, like a couple of years. So I get it real early. So I've had it for 20 years, right? 6 years. It comes out in like 2002, I think, or 3. Bubba shows up. So I could only have had it for 2 more years than I have it. Because I've had it 21 years. And that's why getting it from someone who's had it, that the seeds that are made with it are something that's important. If you get it from someone who just says they got Bubba and you can't track it, like my homie Midwest is in the comments right now. He's talking about Bubba safe and sound in his garden.
Yeah,
he got that from Nesman, who got it from me, and I sent it there to get it so he'd have it. I wanted him to have that because I knew he's gonna like that weed, right? But it takes cats like me and these two dudes to give up their whole life fucking trucking fucking plants.
Hold on to a clone. I mean, to hold on
so
to
y'all
it.
can smoke them, or so you can even know the story. Because like, I'm pretty soon I'm only gonna be stories. There gonna be no more plants for me. I'm done. I'm at the end of my shit. I ain't got enough fucking life in me to live life, let alone keeping plants alive.
I tried.
White Rhino, yeah, White Rhino. I don't know if he's talking purple White Rhino or what. I don't know what the Purple Rhino is. I don't know the history of that plant.
No, let's see
Here.
you know, whether the chicken or the egg came first with 3 seeds.
Yeah.
Regarding your seeds that went out, the Bubba Kush S ones that went out, those had some purple rhino
and
Easter eggs in there.
Yeah, that were crossed with the Bubba.
Well, I do know that I had the Blackberry Bubba clone from
Purple Rhino Bubba.
Diamond's
So you get
Buddy,
purple
but that
Bubbas,
was
you
your-
got probably not a Bubba. If it's really like truly purple from beginning to end, because I've seen Bubba go purple. I've seen it stay bright green, the same cut I have.
Yeah.
So that's another thing where people are like, I got a purple Bubba. I'm like, well, how many different ways have you grown it?
There's multiple ways to grow it to get purple.
Yeah, so like, but the purple Bubba that he's talking about, that plant was pretty much purple like throughout all the flower. It's kind of like the Blackberry Kush, the way it grew. It had color from the beginning of flower, not just from you dropping the color in the
The
world.
one that comes from the center of the plant, right? Like from
Yeah.
the bud area, not from the outside in.
And if y'all have ever heard of Blackberry Kush, that's the dude
Yes.
it comes from right here. This guy on the left. He's where
That's what
Blackberry
right.
Banana OG.
This is the dude who's getting interviewed. This is not the interviewer. I want y'all to know.
No,
that.
he's stoned out of his mind trying to remember
Yeah.
all. He's been through a crazy man.
This is the guy.
That's why I brought up Fletcher's always looking for like facts on weed. So right now he's like in fucking research mode. Oregon kids in like I'm kicking it with a home and getting high mode. He's done. It's not as important to him to dig as deep and remember everything that Fletcher's trying to get at, because Fletcher's like, this might be my only chance. I'm fucking asking.
Yeah, and he don't want to
Like,
give out
this weed's
everything.
good, man. You know, like sometimes
Yeah.
you just don't. It don't matter. But that's the best way to be. So he has no like agenda of fronting on a story. You can tell by his body language, the story's telling. He didn't come pre-prepared with something to tell you. He's getting asked a question while he's smoking good weed, and the story's coming out and unfolds.
Yeah.
Selection. And that thing was like Skittles before it was Skittles. It had this. You ever smelled Mendo Perp before? Had that incensey purple skittly candy thing, but then like that Bubba incense and cushiness on the back end.
Yeah.
And it was Hermie, which is why I didn't like it, right? If you like had a little light leak or something, it would actually like
It autoflowered all the time.
Yeah, and it just had these other weird traits, but
Your buddy grew
fuck
that,
was that
made
weed
Blackberry
tasty.
Kush too.
I mean, it just like if you smoked it, I used to call it the 1 block radius, because if you smoke it and you're like on a street corner or bowling at a bowling alley or some shit, and people on the other
Yo,
side
who
of
ain't got the internet,
block
does
in
he?
the parking lot, they're like, "Who the fuck smoked?"
Bro, I remember this fucking time in life, smoking weed and then knowing people smoke that shit from a block away.
Yeah. There was weed
Fucking
like that.
Weed
for
out
days.
here, it just smells like good weed, and it is like a 1 block radius on a good smell on that shit.
Yeah,
That stuff was incredible.
Yeah, it was great daytime smoke.
Yeah, it wasn't
Great daytime, yes. Bubba was great daytime.
No, he's not talking about Bubba. He's talking about
It was. I mean,
the
like I said, it was
Blackberry
like
Rhino.
Nah, look.
a bowling block, which is incense and
The
cushiness
Bubba.
on the back thing.
Yeah, but it had the Bubba
Purple
side
Rhino,
with
the Easter eggs in there.
Yeah.
So look,
with the Bubba.
Well, I do know that I had the Blackberry Bubba.
the
clone
Blackberry
from
Bubba.
Diamond's Buddy, but that was your selection. And that thing was like Skittles before it was Skittles.
See, it's
It had
Blackberry
this-
Bubba.
Yeah.
You ever
That's
smelled
Blackberry
Mendo
Kush
Perp
the
before?
Bubba.
Had
When he
that
said daytime smoke, it's
incensey
because
purple
Blackberry Kush ended up being
candy
well,
thing,
we still
but then,
don't
like,
know.
that Bubba-
I think it's gone. That weed didn't get nobody high. It was Bama, dude. Like it was fucking Pretendo. That's how, at least on my coast, Pretendo meant Blackberry Kush. That's how we first fucking started calling weed Pretendo. Weed that looked fire.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. Listen, watch.
Incense and cushiness on
Comes
the
from the Blackberry side. Great
back
daytime.
end. And it was Hermie, which is why I didn't
Right
like
here.
it, right? If you like had
Menno.
a little light leak or something, it would actually like
It
throw-
autoflowered all the time.
Yeah,
Talk
and it
about
just had
Menno
these
right
other
here.
weird traits. But,
Yeah, autoflower,
fuck
Blackberry
was that
Kush.
weed tasty. I mean, it just like if you smoked it, I used to call it the 1 block radius, because if you smoke it and you're like on a street corner or bowling at a bowling alley or some shit, and people on the other side of the block in the parking lot, they're like, who the fuck's smoking weed out here? It just smells like good weed, and it is like a 1 block radius on a good smell on that shit.
Yeah,
that stuff was incredible.
Yeah, it was great daytime smoke.
Yeah, it wasn't.
That was the blackberry though. He was talking about.
Tasted really great.
Yeah, the blackberry. He made blackberry Kush, and he used that.
It was
sprayed to the Bubba. When he made Bubba F1,
but it was.
You end up with blackberry Bubba.
There were a lot of things.
Basically made Bubba Bammer.
That's for sure.
It was loud.
And Skittles in it are a little.
That was
bit
the first week. Like blackberry was loud. It just didn't get you
Really?
high. Taste good, didn't get you high. Smell good, didn't get you high. And then it autoflowered, and you couldn't clone it after a while. If you didn't know what you were doing, that plant would autoflower in the tray and start to flower on you. And by the time you got it in the cup rooted, it's already fucking budding. So it eventually.
Those were the traits he was talking about.
Yeah, I had blackberry for years. I had it for fucking years. Everyone in 215 wanted that plant. And I'm like, you guys don't want it. I try to tell everyone that. I'm like, you're not going to be able to keep it alive. It's going to be a pain in your ass. If you've got kids, you don't want it. I try to explain to them. And I sold tons of those clones. People come back pissed off. I'm like, I tried to tell you, y'all. We have the bud on the fucking counter. Just buy the buds, dude. You don't want to fuck up the plant. It ended up, out of all of them, it left. So we still got Banana OG, Ghost OG, Bubba Kush, like all those S1 shit. They're still here. Blackberry's gone because that shit was fucking whack. It is like it. Even they'll eventually say that shit's too here. The Blackberry just wasn't the shit. They're gonna say we probably think it was CBD because at that time we weren't testing. He's all, but it didn't get you high. He's all, it was probably just CBD. He will watch.
Rich, fruity, loud taste and smell. That stuff was awesome. And I mean, kind of moving into that stuff too. You did the first sour Kush essentially that I'm aware of. Yeah. The first one that anybody ever talked about, knew of, and that was Soma's NYCD crossed with your OG clone. Is that right?
Yeah.
And I also remember that I got a clone from John that was a sister of it that we ended up calling Smelly It, right? And it was an interesting plant, way more NYCD dominant.
Yeah.
Kind of had that orangey, a lot of orange hairs, longer flower period, that kind of bitter orange, but this like I used to call it purple floor cleaner, like the Febreze or the Fabuloso floor cleaner, like that kind of smell mixed with the cushy bitter orange is really tasty. I've got seeds of that too.
Pretendo dope.
Hasn't hybridized well
Fake
for some
purple.
reason. Must be the NYCD dom part of it because the Kush dominant clone that I had gotten from Diamond and them was some funk. It was like OG, but with a extra halitosis Kush funk to it. That thing was really good. You remember that thing?
Yeah.
And,
wait, what did he just say? What was the halitosis?
Was some
the
funk.
Kush living one.
It was like OG, but with a extra halitosis Kush funk to it. That thing was really good. You remember that thing?
Yeah.
And that was a good plant. It was really sticky. I remember that too.
Yeah.
Really, really resinous.
I liked going through those NYCD OG crosses. Found quite a bit of different things through it.
I only ever saw those two. Your quote unquote sour Kush clone, and then an unnamed one that we just called Smelly It.
Yeah, the original sour Kush. That made sour Kush. Everything that came out that sold in seed form of sour Kush, they're trying to replicate what they made.
Probably the most
But they're
influential
using
of all
different
these
plants.
varieties, right? is
They're
the
using
banana
plants
OG.
called sour.
Yeah.
And I think,
He
tell me
used
how
Soma's
you made that
New York
and,
City
and where
diesel.
that came from.
Okay, seed base.
Which tastes like the Gabby sour diesel that I have. Tastes like grapefruit and body odor.
And then I saw an auction on there.
It doesn't
And
taste
it
like
was
sour
like
diesel.
seed, and it
It's
was
just
like
sour.
$20. So I
And then
bought
it has a funk.
And it was it said 64.
But it bred sour Kush killer. Because the sour came through and then the Kush of OG that everybody wanted showed up. And it made a killer cross.
Buy an ounce of seed, and it was like $200. So I bought it, and it was said 60-40 on the bag. That's why I called it the 60-40, and stuff like that with him. But it was by Sagamartha Seeds, and what I found out from Tony from Sagamartha is that what he had done, he's gone out and he picked out a bunch of different variety of seeds from different places in the world and different people buying stuff up. And he ran through his different seeds, and he didn't, find what he was really looking for in the beginning of what he had found. So he's sold off those seeds pretty cheap off to Gypsy and stuff like that. So at that point, Gypsy put them up for auction, and I bought them, and I hunted probably like through maybe 150 to 250 seeds in the bag, and like 5 of them came up just stinking like banana. Like when I grew it out, the plant was short and bushy, and it grew like these really sticky, stinky banana gooey buds, really frosty, really pretty. And fucking the problem was is when we smoked the weed, there was no high, zero high.
There it is.
And I was like, well, fuck, how do I get this to get me high? Because I want this flavor.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a male in those seeds, so I took that male in the beginning, and it was sticky too and smelled like the banana too. And I hit that to the OG, and then I hunted those to find the original banana OG. And then I sold a bunch of those original F1 crosses to Gypsy and some to Dr. Chronic. And then they were sold off that way. But it was only like maybe 40 to 50 packs worth of seeds.
Of the banana OG.
Yeah.
But like the Bubba S ones, you put out
a lot.
At least I remember them being available.
I had a bag,
yeah. And then the Ogers Kush also, which Golden Eyes had made. So yeah, you had 10,000. Okay, and was there anything else potentially mixed up in those Oger S ones?
No.
Okay, so it was only the purple rhino that was potentially mixed up in the first Bubba's. Got it.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's interesting. I mean, I even learned that's stuff that I haven't heard from you. You know, like parts of the story that I haven't even heard yet too.
Yeah. There was also like what I did on the side is like I had grown out a bunch of plants that I liked also, like the young bull, and I remember that, and I had a bunch. I don't even remember, like a bunch of the seeds that I bought. I grown up, and then I took.
That's all that was really available back then, right?
Yeah. So
clones wasn't even big in SoCal, late '90s, early 2000s. All those dispensaries, clones were rare unless they had come from NorCal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember Yumboldt being one of the ones for sure that you were.
Yeah.
That was like in your arsenal.
Yeah. So I just hit those seeds, and then I collected all those seeds like just like a bag seed, and put them all together of everything, and didn't really like separate them.
Well, you were just looking for quality at the end of the day.
Yeah, searching and hunting to try to find something new that I could present a new clone out of something tasty.
But he didn't wait.
At that point, I ended.
He was collecting them, not separating them, though.
On some of the stuff that he was just searching for fucking.
Yeah, but then how do you know where it came from? How do you know that came from a Kush or this didn't come from that?
Because some of the stuff he's only looking for selection to grow wheat. So like he said, he went through like 150 or something seeds from the stuff
one
from
pack.
Tony.
Yeah, but that's from one pack.
So, but that one pack wasn't one kind of weed. That's why he said he talked to Tony about that. It was different kind of weed in that pack. So from that pack, he got 5 kind of fucking seeds that tasted like banana. Those 5 seeds is he used the male he found across the OG to make banana OG. But like what he's talking about is from like the seeds he made, he'd run some of those. He's only looking for something new that he can make a lot of money from. Because at this point, it's all about having something completely different that you can sell in a market for like $4,000-$5,000 a pound. Because weed's it's starting to move up and completely down at this point, right? OG's moving in some places for like $6,000 a pound, right? And then you've got fucking some areas where fucking like purple weed's moving for $6,000 a pound, but they're not moving in the same area for that price. So in his area, he's in Southern California. Archives up in Northern California. They're both using different weeds. So he brought up Mindo, And he looked at him like, okay, whatever. Because to him, that was weed he was never gonna sell, ever gonna push, because no one in LA was buying that shit. But where he was at, purple weed sold to everybody, and like in Oregon and Washington's where we end up getting CBD showing back up in the United States, and LA is where we get OG, the most powerful weed around. So they're just growing in two different kind of directions. So he's literally what he's talking about there is mixing up his shit. That's why I said he's not a stickler on the stories. He's got a couple stories he's talking about. So what he's meaning right there is we're just trying to find some flavors to grow out of those seeds. That's not part of his breeding style and technique and all this shit, but he did fuck up some of those too, because like you said, there was mixed ups in some of those. There was also like some other people made some of the seeds as breeding partner. That's why he's having these stories told, so people understand where seeds came from, who made them.
Okay.
And then just time period. But he's mixing up multiple different like stories because they're all from that same generation.
Let's see. Let's continue.
Up sending seeds with Rude Boy out of town, and that's how too that he found some other stuff that was really good up there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess when I sold them some OG plants or bags of OG and stuff like that is where he said he first found either there or another guy's bag that he found the Irene seeds in, that he wasn't sure, but it was one of our bags or one of that other friend's bags that he found those seeds.
That would make sense. I mean,
Whoa.
Having grown the Irene, the Bubba, the OG, all this for so many years, the Irene strikes me as some sort of Bubba OG hybrid mixture of some sort. Could have been a cross of one of those, then crossed, or who knows. But there's not a lot of notes in it that aren't Bubba or OG, no matter how you grow it.
And then one thing I really like about the Irene is when you smoke that weed and you put out the joint and you relight it, it still tastes just like lighting a brand new joint almost.
I agree. It's a very unique taste. It doesn't have.
What is Irene? I never heard of it.
Irene OG. My homie has what we're not sure if it's in or not. That's what we want to fucking get it to one of these two guys to see if what he's holding is really Irene or not. But it's like you said, it came out of seeds found in some OG that he sold to the homie. And from there, you get Irene OG. I've heard different things. Like I like he says, it tastes like OG and Bubba. It's supposed to grow more like a Bubba than it does OG, from what I heard. But then I've heard other people say just the opposite. So I don't know. I'd rather put it into the hands of someone that really knew her and had her to get the true facts. And me and my homie Eric, the homie Eric has her. He says she's straight up OG. She fits the story in flavor, but the structure is why we're having issues. There's two different stories on what she's supposed to look like.
Oh, shit.
But if you didn't look at her, the description that he has of the weed is exactly what homeboy just said. Like she's going to taste like that weed all the way to the end of the joint, even if you put her out and she's fucking high grade weed, she'll get you high as fuck. And so it coming out of a bag of OG and not out of a bag of Bubba kind of fits. So even if she is a Bubba cross, she came out of fucking OG, which means she's minimum half OG. And then
the strongest smell necessarily. No. You know, it's more herbal in the jar. Just kind of, it's not as strong smelling as like a good batch of just old OG, the original cut, but it has this sweet mixture between OG and Bubba. It's not as strong as either parent, but it's a nice mix of the two. It's like gravy on your mashed potatoes.
Yeah, it's crazy because like if you light up a regular OG joint, it takes a minute before it tastes again.
Yeah, they'll bring them taste like fucking matchsticks.
It's just the instant flavor again, like you.
And Bubba's kind of a little more like that too, like where it's got that instant incensiness to it. It has a more distinct smell in the air, whereas the OG is just more that cushy funk, fuely. It's almost like burning rubber when you first light it back up, just because it's just fuely.
Yeah.
It's just fuely.
I really liked the Bubba. It was a really awesome joint smoke too. Yeah,
I agree. When you grow Bubba the right way, there's like two ways you can grow Bubba. You either over fertilize it, it's like big stems, small blown out nuggets, kind of smoke.
Here, there's a buck on my wall. The fucking dude that shot that buck, his son fucking used to sling pounds for 9,600 in the 80s.
This nigga just said,
when you first light it back up, just because it's just fuely. It's just fuely.
I really liked the Bubba.
Right here.
It was a really awesome joint smoke too. Yeah,
I agree. When you grow Bubba the right way, there's like two ways.
what is the right way? And they says it's two ways, so let's listen.
You can grow Bubba. You either over fertilize it, it's like big stems, small blown out nuggets.
How you get big stems to small nuggets?
She'll start growing nothing but fucking wood. She's fucking
It's
over
kinda
fertilized. She's trying to grow just leaves and shit. Fucking it starts to turn into dead. The xylem starts to die off and shit in the plant. You got no fucking living fucking tissue. It turns into woody fucking material.
Yep.
Fucking, all that shit. All from over fertilization. Trying to get a plant that can't feed to feed because it wouldn't transpire like when it first came on here. If it ain't transpiring, it ain't doing nothing.
He said JD style minus the thick
minus the thick stem, dude.
What's up, Hart? I love the bass. I love the taste of burnt rubber. It smells like failure.
No, not when it's OG though.
So actually, smells, and then the taste is a little bit different. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like shit, or you get it where it like has OG shaped nugs.
Yeah, the big calicky nugs and all that.
Big blown out nugs.
I wanted to hear that because somebody told me. I heard somebody on the live say the Coney tops.
He's talking about crowned out, fucking blown out calicus.
And they said that was the OGs, right? And I'm
now,
trying
he
to
says
say
that's
that
the right way to grow Bubba.
Yeah.
I'll show you a
Has
picture.
OG shaped nugs.
Yeah, the big calicky nugs and all that.
Big blown out nugs, real sticky and not dry. And that herb is, if you cut it a little early, phenomenal.
Fire.
Yeah. And I mean, I've even seen stuff cut in the 42, 45, 47 days in greenhouses.
Yeah.
That just.
So this is the Bubba Kush he's talking about right here, and the way it should look grown correctly.
42, 43, 45, 47 days.
Well, he's saying that because of like how loud it can be, but yeah, Bubba can get done hella fast. I would never take her past 62 days myself, but she gets a crowned out flower that fucking is just frosty as fuck. She looks just like Pure Kush. This is there. She's related to LA Pure Kush. They've been sequenced together. That's both of them right there. This is a picture in 2016. This is just before I fucking fell over and died and shit. Look, I've been growing them two together for years. Midwest has both of them.
Yeah, he talking about. He say he'll take one of those burning rubber terps, but not in the dab. I wouldn't take it in the dab either. I think that a lot of people like dabs because of terps, and that's not one of the terps I want to. I'll smoke that in a joint or a blunt all day. And my blunts in the hemp wrap.
Yeah, it's way better than a joint.
Phenomenal.
But that's also why it's easy to sell motherfuckers fucking vapes and shit, because y'all want to taste candy in your mouth and shit, and that's just not akin to good weed. That's what fucking cigarettes taste like, so they can give you nicotine.
But this right here, I can't do, bro. You're talking about 6 days, 6 weeks of flower.
Yeah, but nowhere does he say it's finished. He's telling you he's getting great tasting Bubba on those days. Bubba can go through different cycles of flavor, trichome production, oil production, and then like it'll fucking
flavonoids and all that.
like depending on how you're going to use it. If you were going to run Bubba for concentrate, 48 days is probably where I'd cut it down. 50 days maximum. Because you're not trying to fuck with the leafy part of the plant. You're trying to just fuck with the trichome, and Bubba just drops them. If you take it to a point where you're going to smoke it in a blunt or a joint, that's at like 56 to 60 days. And then
I still think my trichome is going to be clear.
Well, that's going to be like clear milky for it on the Bubba. That's where I would take it. You don't need to take Bubba past that, or you're going to lose flavor. When you talk about amber shit,
yeah, I know. It's already got the degradation.
Yeah, it's gonna be dry, fucking no flavor, fucking, and then it's gonna also fuck up how long that weed lasts in a fucking cure jar. So it's gonna go bad way faster.
You know, Skittles, I think, is another great example of a strain that where the flower will taste a little better, cut a little early. It's just because I think a lot of the resin just over matures on the plant as the plant material is trying to mature. Yeah. And then you just end up with a more hashy flavor instead of the brightness of of all fresh resin.
Yeah. Hashy?
So let me think. Where can we go? So why'd you come up with Oregon Kit?
Okay, I lived in LA and weed was illegal. And online stuff was new. My mom was from Oregon, my dad's from Washington, so I used to like hanging out up in Vernonia and stuff like that, where we lived and going.
Hold on. Do any of y'all motherfuckers at 25 y'all in chat? Do y'all even know who he is? Do y'all know?
A lot of people didn't. Some do.
Like, do y'all know the names of the people that they're talking about? Because if you don't, then this is a deep dive into where the weed that you're smoking and growing today comes from.
You know, to the mill and catching snakes. And
Let's just say if you have any packs from Copycat
myself somewhere else
in your fridge right now, you don't know who any of these dudes are, and you should be slapped
You're
on the
using your
hand
neighbor's
for it.
Wi-Fi?
Hold on, what you just said? If you have what?
If you got any copycat genetics in your shit and don't know who these geese are, you gotta get kicked. You lost your card. Let's just put it like that. You ain't coming to the barbecue. Y'all fucking growing nothing but Hermes and shit. These, like, you guys think I'm fucking old school. That dude's been out here longer than me, fucking, and Fletcher almost as long as I have. These are fucking OGs in the game right here for real.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Can you tell me? But I wanted to come to ask you a question. What's wrong with copycat genetics?
Well, that's a big one. But besides, he's Big Dan.
I know about Dan.
And he's Big Dan, same dude. Copycat used to belong to a different dude. When he died, he took his company over. And, right. And then go watch the interview with him and when he tried to talk genetics with Riot Seeds, and you'll understand why you don't want to deal with a breeder. Y'all heard me talk about calcium deficiencies earlier and how I could explain the shit through it.
He can't explain shit.
He didn't know that you could fucking have pollen go from one tent to another tent in the same room because we've got all his tents in the same room. So some of that.
Yeah, he had 30 tents in one room.
Yeah.
I remember.
Like, if you really do a dive deep, because there's public, like, if you really, same way we found out that Sam wasn't the snitch and that there was a snitch and there was legal papers from court documents on a motherfucker. There's a way to figure out information about people if it's real or not by looking shit up. And if y'all look shit up, like, the name on the pack ain't fucking as important as this, like the truth. Well, that's all I'll say. I ain't trying to talk shit on no people because that ain't me, but like, have that cat show you the parents of the plants and him doing it 10 years ago and doing it 15 years ago under the same name, under the same banner, not having to take someone else's hard work and none of that other shit. Like, support people that are really about it, not some fucking studio gangster. If I can put it like that. These dudes right here, there's a lot of weed y'all wouldn't have today without these two dudes.
Or you go online, you sign on through someone else's It's like hack the internet and then go to your server.
Yeah, like a proxy.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
One of my friends back
That's
in the day,
right.
admins, their computer internet security and all that stuff came over.
And a lot of the history in cannabis is because of the work Fletcher did. Him and fucking
I give him weed.
Inspector from fucking CSI Humboldt. There's a lot of info out here that got here because they took the time to have these conversations, and for years, not just like this is a brand new show he's doing, but they'll talk about, like, if you go to Nug Notes and watch and read the Bubba thread, Fletcher's in there talking.
Fletcher.
That's Fletcher right there. The guy, the dude in the light shirt, that's Fletcher. He's an
Yeah.
archive. Yeah, that's Fletcher. So he's in there talking to Swerve from Cali Connection about Bubba Kush, which we're right now listening to how it got here from the person that shared it with all of us once he got it. Not that he's the original of it, but there's S1s and there's stories of people with Purple Bubba's this and Purple Bubba that. And like I said, if you listen to his story and then go listen to other stories, you put all these things in order, even though they're being told out of order today, they happen in a specific order. So, like, you can fucking check one dude's info based on when he said it because they're still out there. Like the posts they made, you can go back to like 2004 and 5 and 6 and see what these guys were actually talking about with other people online as it happened. As a clone of Bubba was getting passed to another dude for a trade of a plant that someone was calling this and that eventually gets passed to other people with different names, but he's always passing his clone as the same shit.
Okay.
Right? So you can find out, was someone always telling the truth, or was someone always trying to fucking hustle into a spot in cannabis? Right? And Oregon Kid was never doing that. Neither was Fletch. Them two dudes have never been trying to fucking fit in where they can get in. They've been trying to show y'all what lane they're in, and if you're in your own, they'll fucking race you, man. Let's fucking do this. We're all in the same fucking game together. But if you just want to talk shit about some bullshit and you can't back none of it up, then fuck off. Then you might have did it, but why can't you prove that? Like I said, I don't like talking about other people. I'll show you my proof about me.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't want to talk shit about the next motherfucker if they ain't here. Yeah, Katsu, I believe, is a Bubba clone.
That's why I call it Cali.
Yeah, that's what where the Bubba Katsu came from, right?
He passed to Katsu. Katsu's a dude, a person online.
Yeah, Katsu Bubba is where that's
and the
where
clone that came from him. I don't know if that's an S1 that he made, Katsu made, if it's a clone of the Bubba. That's where everything gets confused there. I never followed it because I had Bubba before I ever even knew who Katsu even was or existed. I didn't even know who Oregon Kid was when I had Bubba. I didn't know
about 3 years ago. A lot of people were growing the Bubba Katsu.
A lot of people do. That's why right now he was asking about Purple Bubba and all that shit.
Yeah,
because all these stories go together, and he's trying to figure out which came first, and that's why you find out the Purple Bubba's possibly that Purple Rhino crossed to his Bubba S1, which means they're fucking only half Bubba, but they're purple because of that, right? So, and a lot of people didn't know until he just said that ever happened. That's the thing. That info was never there till this conversation that I know of. I'd never heard of him ever bring up the Purple Rhino, and that's why Fletch said that. Like he thought he had it as something else, the Blackberry Bubba. And there's a possibility that the Blackberry Bubba was Purple Rhino crossed to Bubba, not even the Blackberry Bubba. But there's a possibility it was that too, because of the mix-up that happened with the S1 Bubbas. When he made those seeds, some mix-up happened at that time. So that's where he's going. But when he says the high that came from it, that sounds like Blackberry. So that means he had Blackberry in that room. He had the Purple fucking Rhino in that room. He had an OG in that room. He had Bubba Kush in that room. I'm trying to think of all. There was something that made the fucking Mint Bubba, whatever. But there's different females in the room when he's making those S1s. That's how we get different shit today. But some of them have different names, like a Purple Bubba being a Purple Rhino Bubba, but today
Right.
some still calling it a purple Bubba, or the Katsu Bubba, which could be the original Bubba, passed to Katsu, passed to someone else. But there's also Katsu that could have made S1s from that clone and passed seeds of that, and that's where Katsu comes from. There's so much shit that without tracking where you came from and how you had it, you could end up with so many things called Bubba, from Matt and them having it, Kenji having it, him having it, him making S1s of it, him passing it to Katsu and Katsu doing work with it, Swerve getting a clone of it, crossing it to the SFV, and then putting seeds out of pre-98 Bubba Kush. And that's why everyone calls Bubba Kush 98 Bubba, because they were trying to say that it was before pre-98. And I believe they say the Bubba Kush originally was called the pre-2000 or something, because it was to note that it was different.
96. I remember a while it was 96, then it turned to 98.
Yeah, well, the 96 is when they originally get it. That's when the OG came out in 96. But like I said, OG also has a date prior to 96. So you can keep going back farther and farther, and those dates are all clouded, because if you keep checking stores, there was an OG prior to 96 from stories being told. So we don't really know when OG really got here, because stoners don't fucking remember everything. Without putting us all in one room and going, it's like, if you guys want to look up fucking the OG Gnome project with Adam Dunn and Mitch Sinessa, this was back in like 2014 when I said so much shit about, why don't we just sequence these OGs? I've had one since this and that and this and that and this. They finally went, okay, let's do it. And they made a post about it. And the person that they said thanks to for bringing it up was me, to start all this. Let's find out what OG was real and which one's not, and which ones are the same publicly. I was the guy that let's do this. Like, let's quit saying it. Let's do it. I've got clones. I'll send mine in. And they were like, well, we don't know where to do it. It's too expensive. So I sent them links to the labs to do it. Just like when Hop Latent Virus showed up, I tested 22 plants and then fucking posted fucking 11 seed packs all across to them, and fucking showing everyone I tested for 8 different virus. Like, I was trying to be ahead of the wave for a long fucking time. And stoners just won't catch up on it, because the community buying the shit doesn't ask for it. So they don't ever take the time to do it. So by the time they get around to it, the plants are sick, and the fucking stories are changing, and fucking nothing's the same. So that's why you got to go back with screenshots and video and all this shit and put them all together.
Which I swear was a to Z. Katsu's cut is not the original that came after. He just oversaw it.
Is there a Lemon Joy cut? Not that I never heard of Lemon Joy, Lemon Pledge. A lot of people say that there's lemon in OG. I don't get lemon in OG. If I did, I wouldn't smoke it. I don't like lemon weed.
But I heard there's lemon in the bubbles.
I've had Bubba 20 years. I ain't never tasted Bubba with lemon. It doesn't test for lemon. I got a fucking terp report of it right here that Nesman just sent me like a week ago. There's no lemon in Bubba.
Came out because the seeds were bred out in Cali and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, you basically made a pretty big name for yourself online there early on, because no one really believed what you were talking about in terms of the prices you were getting, and then B, you were willing to put up the evidence, right, in a more in your face.
Hold on.
Lemon, Mycern, and Lanalul. And then that might be the Pure Kush too. Where's the Pure Kush? Here's the Pure Kush, has the pinene in it also. But look, what you got to know is that one terpene doesn't make a flavor. It's the combination of all of them.
Combinate, yep.
Without that combination, just because it says pinene don't mean it tastes like pine, or lanolin doesn't mean it tastes like lavender, mycerne doesn't mean it tastes like wood. So like on Bubba, it on this it actually would. It's gonna taste like a incensey woody flavor. That's what they're talking about when they keep saying that fucking incense that comes through bulb. A lot of people will call it chocolate. It comes to it. It's almost like a chocolate bean, and not chocolate like milk chocolate. But this test report is a real. It's not a very in-depth one. They're only testing the top 4 on there. Some tests do 25 terpenes, some do 17. This one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, top 10. So whether there could be some missing that are what's fucking up with the flavor. Because in here, the difference on these two is the Bubba and the Pure Kush. I want to say is the Lanolin that shows up.
Lanolin?
Yeah. No, they both show Lanolin. What's missing? Lanolin usually fucks me up. Just fucks me up.
What is in the lanolin that's so that's psychoactive, I should say?
Oh, it not fucked me up like psycho. It gives me a histamine effect attack.
Oh, okay.
I can't breathe. My eyes start watering. My nose, like if I smoke blueberry, the lanolin that comes from blueberry or from lavender plants or the weed, I literally can't smoke it without having fucking like a hay fever effect, almost instantaneously.
Okay.
Else was, the 2 pictures I particularly remember was it's probably like 70 grand in cash or something like that on the kitchen table or on the kitchen island, right?
Yeah.
I think he had shown 10 pounds of weed or something like that, right before it. And then the next picture was the pile of cash, and then you in your room with the Dutch leach trays on both sides, right? Like the little trays with the block with the rock in them,
Yeah.
and you just with your wife fucking mooning everybody. And so who were you mooning? Who was talking shit that time? Or what were they telling you that made you pissed enough that you were like,
They told me that the picture of the room that I put up and the picture of the scissors in the tray that I had put up were pictures out of High Time magazines, and we're trying to quote certain magazines and this and that. So I got irritated and was like, fuck this, and I went back upstairs, pulled my pants down, and hung a sign on my back that said, this is me or whatever, Oregon Kid or whatever.
Yeah.
Took a picture, or fuck you or whatever, whatever I wrote on that picture.
I don't remember either.
I don't remember either. Back then, took that picture, went back up and posted that online to be like, look, okay, there's the same room. There's me standing in the room with my ass out in your face, telling you to fuck off. Go ahead and kiss this, I think that's what I said, kiss my ass or whatever.
Totally.
Kiss this or something. Because I was so mad about it. Like, I'm not here to lie about shit. I'm here to tell you, hey, this is what we're going through right here. People out here are different in LA, and people have money and are willing to pay, Like, when I was hustling on the street, other things, I was buying weed, and some of the weed I was buying, I can say I ain't never smoked weed as strong as that still,
Yeah. Now, were there very many growers in LA when you consider how much population there is?
You couldn't find them like that. It was very private.
You couldn't find, it was hard to find indoor weed, period, back then. That was my memory. Like,
most of
what
our
I
weed
remember
came from the Humboldt area, brought down, and from the Bay Area.
If you were smoking good weed.
Yeah.
But what I remember, like, one thing I remember is like when I first started smoking, like, early 2000s,
we were talking about earlier.
01, 02. I remember that up here, and I'd come from the East Coast, I had seen swag, but I didn't start smoking weed until I saw good weed, because I was like, I don't know, I learned, I had the liberty of learning about weed on the internet, and I'd kind of seen it, and I was like, well, that brown shit doesn't really look like weed. Now, don't get me wrong, I've smoked an ounce of Jewish swag in my
I've
life.
smoked a lot of swag.
Yeah.
But California, I remember people were still smoking tons of brick weed and tons of really like bad quality weed. Like even when we first met, that would not fly up here.
Oh,
back
even
then.
after that, look.
Yeah.
Even to the point before I
Like
moved right back up
2012.
here, when I was hanging out with the boy, he showed
I
me
had
a
people
big
coming
ass
in the
brick
club all the
like this,
time asking for
brown
brick
stress.
weed. We're like, are you crazy?
Oh, crazy. And I was like, what are you gonna do with that? He's like, people still want it. And I was just like, wow. But yeah, look, way back in the day, I was lucky when I first started to smoke weed. I met these
Shit, I got my
kids, and they sold me
fucking my primo
stuff.
fucking looking for some right now.
And it was bomb.
Not looking
And
for
that's the
some,
first
but he's
weed I was
tracking
smoking,
shit
and
down
it
from
was
Mexico for me.
and gave me the munchies and all that. After that, later on in life, when I was trying to find weed, like what you say, there was only here and there you could find a green bag, but most of the time you're buying stress. Some of it was good, some of it was really, really bad and filled with tons and tons of seeds.
Fucking weed called stress, dude. I bet that shit would probably sell today, dude.
A really good green.
Just
bud
name
that
your
was
strain stress.
sticky and with purple in it, and it's still squashed just like stress. Came in bricks, but it was soft and it smelled good and it had no seeds.
Yeah.
And it tasted all right and it was more expensive.
Mhm.
But yeah, if we go back down to the days, I was, selling, 10 bricks here, 50 bricks there, of stress,
Yeah. Well, in California was like that for a lot longer than the
yeah.
Northwest, I would say. Like I always find this an interesting thing is like a lot of the more modern generation of like weed smokers, it's always this like California centric kind of thing about weed.
Stress was fucking
And the thing is like I remember like all the good weed and strains and stuff when I first started learning about it came from
Palm
everywhere.
Springs.
It was California was like only known at that time to me for Trainwreck.
What?
And then until you came around, almost nothing else. It was known as a place for us up here in Washington and Oregon.
Cali was only known for trade work. What at that time?
Well, yeah, but he was in Washington and Oregon, so that's why he only knew Cali.
Okay.
Because like that's what we were letting go. We were keeping the OG. The Mindo and the Granddaddy was selling in the Bay. Trainwreck had a small window of selling here, and then it was kind of like gone fast. And then Blue Dream came in and took its place because it kind of had that kind of high, but it was way easier to grow and produced way more fucking weed, and fucking it just jumped on the market and took over everything. And Trainwreck disappeared, and only fucking heads kept the Trainwreck around, which is cool now because it's fucking good weed, but it just you got to do so much work to get that flavor out of the fucking Trainwreck that it'll go in everything. Since you already have it, there's like, why have 10 strains that taste like Trainwreck when I'd rather have some of the quality, like the trichomes and the growth pattern, but not the flavor.
Okay.
Hard to breed
As
out.
a place you could sell the weed that's hard to sell up here, you could send it to California and get $3,000 a pound all day long.
Oh yeah.
I mean, all my buddies in NorCal that had access to good strains, all the forum members and people from the CW and everything, they were all getting $3,000+ for outdoor down there to local people because they were good growers with good strains.
Yeah.
Well into 2008, 9, 10, 11, easily getting great prices when you couldn't sell outdoor up here really,
No.
I would go down there and get that same weed from them in California and bring it back up here. And I'd spend 3 months trying to get rid of like 10 pounds. And it was shit and I was getting rid of it for like 25 or something. And they're selling it for 30.
Everybody had fucking weed
in Sacramento with no problem. And
Yeah,
I'm
I was
like trying to,
32 here.
I'm taking 10 right after I finish trimming and like paying
On all
myself
my
a little
outdoor,
bit
dude,
with
as
it
soon
because
as
I
it
think
was
I can
done,
make a little
yeah,
money
man,
and bring it back up here and I
it's
can't even sell what he's getting it for down there. I'm like, fuck, I should have just gotten paid cash. And I literally went down there and trimmed for my buddy just for the experience. It was just fun to work on 99 fucking 5-pound plants and shit and take pictures. And I have pictures. This was you remember Shaw Bud or 707 Seed Bank is what he is now. I'd given him like this Malawi
like 15
clone that we used to grow up that was made in Malawi and El Hayes.
13 pounds.
It was like, end of October, early November. The thing probably still had another 6 weeks on it. He ended up flowering it until like, end of December or something.
Oh,
I guess
wow.
it came out great, but I got these great photos of I was out in the garden early one morning taking photos with like a 3 megapixel digital camera, which was like game changer in 2006 or whatever. And the praying mantis flies right over my head, lands on top of like a big, huge bud. And I get these great photos of praying mantis on a Malawi gold bud in, Sierra Nevada mountains, sunrise. Pretty cool. It was a different time back then in terms of just, it felt like a special moment because fuck, where are you going to get a 5-pound plant? It's like, it was hard to have friends that had gardens like that. They were very rare and they were extremely rare in California. There was way more grows, I thought, in Washington and Oregon, like per person back then, than there were in California. California was a really restrictive state. I mean, they bust everybody. 1 light, 10 lights, you name it, they're coming in.
Yeah.
Which you had some experience with that as well. Well, 2000, years after the dates we're talking about. Even once medical was already crushing, they were still blowing people back in California.
Everybody,
very much so.
Yeah. And so I think a lot of people forget that, like, California wasn't always the epicenter really of the weed scene, other than Humboldt, Trinity always had their thing, but there were pockets like that all over the country that had their own strains. And that's why when you look at all the strains that have kind of collected in the, like, when you were getting and sending clones back in the day, were you sending them to people in California more so than everywhere else?
No.
Me either. In fact, it was mostly not people in California for me, especially with the strain trade. I mean, like Shroomy was like Pennsylvania. A lot of the guys were in New York. There was guys in West Virginia, Michigan, Maine. I mean, they were everywhere. Florida.
I even sent to Denmark.
Yeah. I mean, Cornbread Ricky sent me the TK from Florida.
And I sent to Wally Dutt too in
Australia. I mean, it was everywhere. It was like, and good strains weren't geographic centric. It wasn't like, oh, shit from Cali's better than this strain from somewhere else. It was like everybody was interested in your diesel and your this, and everything sounded good and amazing. And there was no market pressure to say, oh, it's got to be purple or it's got to be this. It was like, who's got good shit? That's all I care.
Yeah. Like way back in the day when I first started smoking weed.
Yeah, that's how weed was before 215.
In North Hollywood, over by North Hollywood High by the park. And he used to sell dubs, 0.7s and stuff way back then.
Yeah.
And I had friends who were friends of his, so I met with him and he
got 3/4 of a gram for fucking $20, man.
Weed too. And like the weed that back then really had no names. They just called it KGB or this is the Canadian or this is that or this is that. And some of the weed that we would get was better than what most
getting around, dude. He got busted at my airport, dude.
There
was a fucking air show here, and that homeboy fucking
from different places
flew in a private plane during the air show and got caught by federal fucking.
The weed was amazing, and even with talking with all the different people on cannabis,
still ain't got on a plane since that time, dude.
Doing these trades, we're trading with people in all different states and getting stuff back from them. So their cuts from their states are coming here getting grown too. Shouldn't be being claimed as they were a California weed strain if they came from someone who was in Kansas or in Michigan or in Louisiana or anything like that. It should be where it came from,
I think it should be like citizenship, right?
Yeah.
Where you were born, that's where you get your passport from.
Yeah.
And not a lot of not nearly as many strains as people associate with California have a California passport. A lot of foreign passports.
Yeah.
A lot of them made their name in California, but that's true for anything that hits Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
OG was the one that hit Hollywood. And I think, you and Josh and that crew, and particularly you for the internet really knowing about OG, between them,
your whole crew and your area, plus the internet notoriety and the way that you kind of let the world see what it truly was.
Yeah.
Really made the OG
popular.
thing it was. Exactly.
Yeah, made their stuff popular by me putting out their seeds and putting out their strains and seeds and giving everyone else a chance to have the opportunity to grow these strains. I felt like this inside. If I poured this and it took me so hard to get this, it cost me so much in time and effort beyond the money and trade, just being able to meet these different people and earn my way into these people's lives. And then I bought $180,000 in seed first, shopping, before I got the OG clone, trying to find OG seeds or where it came from or what it was. And the guys told me that I was friends with Doobie that got me the cut through Josh's partner, said, hey, stop buying seeds, bro. You're never going to find it that way. I can get you the cut because this isn't from seeds. This is from some other state, that it came from a clone-only plant and this and that. So that's why I ended up buying that at that money too. And then I was like, fuck it. I want everybody to enjoy these strains as much as I am. And I think it's only fair if I make it more available. If I lose it, there's going to be a way to get it back.
Yeah. Well, that was a real concern as well.
The bubba I have today, same one I've had.
Well,
all the time.
When I got
there were
sick,
so few like growers
got out of the hospital. My homie Eric,
all of us were going on the internet to find other growers.
Told him he wanted to get the bubba back for me
because there was so
told me
few
Billy.
growers.
Billy Holt it.
Not only did you not want to out yourself,
Billy got him clone
like
back.
no local growers, because now you're both in the same police pool,
as far as I could get
so
it.
to speak. But
I knew that had
they
it.
just weren't there. Like, here's one thing I also find funny is like almost all the strains, when you look at strain lineage and all this stuff nowadays, you can almost tie all of it when you look at its base pairs back to varieties that were released on the internet. It's either that or Canadian/Dutch stuff.
Yeah.
There's not very many like things that made it through without having ever hit the internet to become distributed. Nothing, you know, it's like Purple Urkel was a localized variety, but then once it hit the internet through Caleb or whatever, now it really became what it truly is today.
Yeah.
And it was the internet that really helped spread the diversity. But now that the market has become globalized or nationalized, the amount of varieties that people are willing to grow because of the market's demands in terms of like purple or potency or whatever, we've lost a lot of these old varieties. Because one thing I wanted to say really quick earlier was like for you guys, you're getting $7,000 for OG, right? And that was like people
like eight
even. Yeah. Whatever people were willing to pay. The funny thing is, like, I got the clone. I remember I have another friend from LA, and he's the one that popped the bag seed that became the poison OG.
Yeah. And
he lived up here. I met him. He had an OG. I ended up getting the stuff from our mutual friend. And I was growing those up here.
OG Cushman.
Back to LA to like take advantage of the prices like everybody else. And
sure.
I was still growing that shit up here, and I was also growing strains like this, like the dog shit, or this is a old Hawaiian lemon, but stuff that smells like this, the Malawi NL Haze.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a penny more for OG up here. So it's like you always have these people that say, well, OG is so much better than all these other kinds of weed or something. But when the market wasn't, when no one knew what anybody thought anywhere else about weed, no one thought OG was better, much more or less better than any other really well-grown good strain.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't really make a difference. And the market didn't really care as much about the strain name or anything. It was, hey, let me pop the top of the jar. Is this dank weed? And in fact, I mean, I feel like people used to value sativas more. It was easier for me to sell sativas because people knew that it took me 11 weeks to flower it. And it's not going to come around as often. It's rare, you know?
Yeah.
So it was just funny that you would see
something doing really well, like in your market, but it didn't really make a huge difference to people up here.
Yeah, no,
really good weed was really good weed, you know?
Yeah. Like in the beginning, even, Diamond and all them, even when they were growing the OG just for their head, they were like, we can't get more than 4,000 a pound out here for anything.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what it is.
That's right.
People won't pay it. They don't care. They'll just smoke something else.
Exactly. Well, especially when the something else
because you guys
is a really well-grown, good strain.
You guys had bunches of quality of, you guys have look at up here. There's a lot of forest land and a lot of hidden houses, and when you stack
with
next
shops
to each other,
cheap power,
and
basements,
shops, huge buildings, and lots of power that you can get, and people that don't really seem like it's really private, a lot of it. So out there, where you're sitting, even if you're private and you start overdoing shit, they're coming to look. A lot of the times.
Absolutely.
We've seen it happen, and out there, it finally became the Wild Wild West where people were just growing in tons and tons of houses, but with all the illegal power and, doing that type of growth. But then in LA, like you said, the raids came. And then the legalization and then the stores, and then none of it's working out anyway there, it doesn't seem like.
No, I think people in California are in a really precarious situation on how to survive as a cannabis business, legally or illegally.
Yeah.
The cost of operating, the cost of power, fires. I mean, how can you afford to run an agricultural business with the positives and negatives that can go with that and survive when your bills don't stop? And I think people forget that, like the Northwest, like Washington in particular, is where indoor growing really started. The first indoor lighting company was in Washington State. The first HID
lighting, right?
I think it was Bell, and there was like Diamond and a couple others, right? I can't remember where all of them were.
Yeah,
but the first importer of like ballasts and stuff, I'm pretty sure was in Washington, and like that was the kind of where indoor growing started because you didn't need air conditioning.
Yeah,
most of
it was
it,
like sunlight systems and all that.
Yeah, sunlight supply. I mean, the Northwest was kind of where what the mecca of indoor growing. Like even if you were from California, there was like you couldn't really get away with outdoor growing in the 90s. I mean, after the 80s, after Operation Green Merchant, growing outdoor was extremely difficult and nearly impossible to get away with due to camp. Up until 1996, when they started doing the medical stuff. And then the counties up there started having remember Mendo, you could do 20 plants and they wouldn't fuck with you. And the sheriff said it was cool, but it was only a few counties. And if you did any more than that, they were coming. And if you had diesel and spill a little bit, they're coming. And it was a whole, you couldn't get power really out there. It was, you had to really be willing to rough it to be commercial. Back then, prior to I'd say 2008, you had to really put in a lot of work to be a commercial grower and get away with it in California. But there were lots of guys that had places that had 400, 800 amp barns or old agricultural buildings up in Oregon and Washington. It was just hard to find that type of stuff in California. Just the resources you need were hard. That's why everybody was on generators in Humboldt and everything.
Or doing all outdoor sun,
Yeah, or outdoor sun, but they'd be under the trees. They'd be tucked in against the stuff. You couldn't just go full open.
And pots tied up in the top of trees.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So, anybody that was really serious about commercial, most of them ended up indoor because you could really expand and you'd end up, somewhere north where you don't have to install lots of air conditioning because I mean, at least in my memory, people prior to, I'd say 2005 or 6, air conditioning in people's grows was pretty uncommon in most areas, other than window bangers. Just window units hooked up some way. But most people weren't installing central air conditioning systems to cool their grows.
No, even when I set up my first grow with the guys that helped me set up, it was just 2 window bangers in the back of a garage. And then the garage filled with 9 lights,
Yeah, exactly. And that was, no one really was putting up 50 lighters with 20 tons of cooling back then because it was just hard to explain, hard to find somebody to install the equipment, and then also hard to find a location that can handle that amount of power and not need fire inspections every year or every other year. And it's like, look, I need more than 18 months to get my money back out of this expensive grow I just built that has to hide from everybody. You can't have the fire department showing up. Hey, we just want to check your sprinklers.
Oh, no, you're right about that. I rented a spot in Canoga Park, and it was just one of those shop businesses.
Mm-hmm.
And I just set up one little tiny room in there with 2 lights just for a test to do some test runs with some friends. And like 2-3 months into it, this dude came banging on the door saying, I need to do an inspection. Fire guy, blah, blah, blah. I walked through all the rooms and stuff. So I told him, come tomorrow or whatever. And that night I cleaned everything out and left.
Yeah.
Didn't go back.
Yeah. It was a waste of time and money.
Yeah.
But that was common. And so a lot of people, like you're saying, try to find a rural area where you hopefully had a higher power service from some kind of like agriculture business or something that used to be there.
Yeah.
And, maybe can have more than 20 lights. But I mean, having 100 lights in even up till 2008 when Obama did the Cole memo where he said, as long as you're legal in your state's medical marijuana laws, that we won't prosecute you federally. And that was the first year, 2000, I think 06, 07, maybe one of the guys in our group of like the CW crowd, Cannabis World kind of private forum group, cleared a half acre. And everyone's like, you're fucking crazy, dude. Cleared a half acre and put out his, 500 plants or something.
The people, though, too, going back to California for a second, where you're looking at for the 100 lighters, how they were doing that, though, too, in Cali is like, for say you're running your set. Now you have your house and you've rented 6, 7, 8 houses. And you keep putting 20 lights at each house, 30 lights at each house, whatever, with a flip, 15 on this side, 15 on that, or 12 and 12.
Yeah.
And then you have your people living in all those, but they're still under you where they're getting a certain amount of pay.
Yeah.
But that's how Cali was run, to try to get those bigger sets of grow. But we never had, like what you're saying, not at least in the San Fernando Valley, to where we had warehouses going until after medical came and they're renting them and setting them up.
Exactly.
You were ballsy and setting it up in some place, not that I know of, but
it was rare.
It was rare. Certain ones, if they were there after a while, get busted just due to the high power rating.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, I've found guys that I've met, and they were like, I was running like 100 lighter in like Huntington Beach in 1998. And I met a guy. I was like at a bar in Bellingham. I went to college up there.
Yeah.
I met one of my business partners up there, and we were just like went to a show or something, and we're having a beer and like shooting pool, and we ended up playing against these other dudes up there, and the guy had just gotten turned around at the border for getting refused entry to Canada. They were going like on a fishing trip or something because he had got like busted however many years ago. We were just shooting the shit. And he was a Bubba. He said he was growing Bubba Kush right now, right? And this was probably 2007 or 8, right? And he had said he had gotten busted in like 97 or 98 with like 100 lights. And he showed me his like return, like when you try to get into Canada and they give you the reason why they turned your ass around. He like showed me that, and it was like he had gotten busted for growing back and he had been. It was like he said it was like 100 lights. And he said it was some shit like that, like fire department or something fucked up happened. I was like, and, almost all the guys I know that made it big back then all ended up getting in trouble. It was just so hard to avoid all of the traps.
Have you heard of Stephanie Landa?
I haven't.
Okay. She's a lady that she's free pot prisoners from jail, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Well, she went to San Francisco and got the mayor's approval to set up a grow there when medical and all that first started.
Mm-hmm.
Set up 120 light grow or something there. And then within the first couple of weeks of being there, a month of being there, she got federally raided by the feds there and had to go to federal prison for that, and did 4 years in federal prison over illegal marijuana grow.
Yeah, exactly.
So we know how California is.
Yeah, for years they would people that were even within their legal limits.
Yeah.
Medically, the feds would still come in, take over the case, and say you're fucked, and put you in federal prison.
Yeah.
And yeah, California was bad. I mean, so Washington and Oregon were bad too. I think one of the main differences, though, is that, like you said earlier, you could find a property up here where people would just leave you alone. People are more standoffish up here.
Yeah.
The neighbors just keep to themselves. Look, if you're not loud and your dog's not barking and shit, you might never meet them in 20 years, right?
For sure. Yeah.
And in California, it's just not quite like that, especially not in a populated area.
No,
you know, people will keep their ground, but they're watching you through the
Blind.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And up here, if you're not bothering them and you're quiet, there's too many trees in between you for anybody to, you know.
Yeah, right there. You never know where you're going to live, because several times when I rented houses, because I like to move around back then, I moved right across the street from police officers or up the block from a narcotics officer, and seen them at their houses, you know, and knew. I was like, wow, this is how just normal they live too in the cities amongst everybody else.
Yeah.
It's not like they go live off in some village, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, no, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else should we think about? So let's talk about John for just a second. So how we originally met, this will kind of just be a backstory on how we met. So I was on Cannabis World. I was doing grow information, mainly just strain related shit. And you were on there doing your shit like we already discussed.
Yeah.
And there was this guy whose handle was Paradise Seeds Mod, and his name was John. And I was always weary of him. He was you were familiar with him and kind of did business with him because he was a good talker, and for some reason he knew everybody.
Yeah.
I think he just like DM'd every single. I think he was like the first person that was like a all day instant direct message person, and he would just chat with every person on the internet trying to find, let's call them victims.
Yeah.
Right? Is that a fair characterization?
I think he tried to be good at first. Like, he tried to be nice, to be a friend, but then would use whatever he could to get what he could get. You get it? Like, it would become from being your friend to how much can I make off of being your friend, and what can I steal from you to make money off of. So we are his victim in the end, but he's not approaching it at that as you. It's just con in, and then you become his victim.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I can help you. Oh, I know this, I know that, I know this.
I know these people. Person. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And like, he told me basically that he worked for Gypsy Nirvana. And that's where he started, and that he came back home from there to Oregon. And I was having problems with gnats at my house. And he came down and he put lemon juice on the top of my rock wall, and they crawled up out of it and stuff. And he's all like, oh, need to get natural and this and that. And we killed the gnats, you know. And this was like, I didn't know what they were at first, you know. Like, I wasn't really on the internet at that point as much on looking that stuff up. Well, after that, he kind of introduced you to me. He introduced Myron and this guy James and Diamond.
Yeah.
And I was trying to get the cut through him to all of you guys. Even I even told John to give it to you. I didn't know if you ever did or not, or what happened. But I tried to give them this cut to grow so that I could come back up here and purchase the weed from them at $4,000, $4,500, something like that, to give you guys fair money.
Yeah.
And then go home with the weed and sell it for my $7,000, $7,200.
That was pretty standard practice back then, in general. That was what a lot of people did.
And I made it clear what I needed, and then when I came back up, they had all been growing out that bubble gum.
Yeah.
I gave them the OG, so I don't know what John did with it or how these people all got the bubble gum instead of the OG.
Yeah.
But I didn't end up buying none of the weed.
Right.
But after that, I just made friends with everybody through that and kept contact. And John, like you said, was selling seeds. I even sent one of my friends up here who's a glass blower, and he came up and he bought $5,000 worth of seed from John, and none of the seed was good. None of it was what he said. It was all trash. It was whatever crap he could collect up as cheap as possible and sell. And then John just made up his own company with his brother, which I didn't know he was from New York. I didn't know he was half black, which doesn't have anything to do with it. But I didn't know anything. I didn't know his brother was black when I met him, and they looked totally different. He even contacted me later online telling me, hey, I'm sorry about what John did. I still want to work with you and do seeds.
And that was Kailua Kid online.
I believe
right.
So,
There's because they basically started Brothel Brothers Seed Bank or Seed Company, whatever it was.
I thought they were different people.
I just knew John was involved, and by that time, I think at least I didn't have any involvement with John. I'd already knew what he was up to.
Yeah.
But they basically started that company, and that's where the whole ocean grown story of OG comes from. John and Kailua, then the Kailua Kid, and they're talking about how John from Grass Valley got the fucking clone, and it's the Thai Mexican something. You remember that story? Fuck, they were posting that. That was like their story, and they were claiming they created OG.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He claimed he created a lot of stuff.
Right.
Like he was saying he's the one that created the chocolate mint bubba and the cherry bubba, and that he had got, like what you said, ocean grown. And I just didn't trust, like he lied to Riot Seeds, and Riot and them all partnered up too. And he took from Riot. He partnered up with some other people I know. He took from them. Oh, he partnered up with Rude Boy too. Took from them.
Yeah.
And then he also partnered up with people on my side that were really bad people that he shouldn't have partnered up with. And he took from them.
Yeah.
And I ended up having to pay people back for him and stuff like that. He just made a lot of mistakes out there. But it was like he was a sneaky hustler that was hiding. And his brother was cool.
Yeah.
But he wasn't,
Well, he could get away with that stuff because it was the internet, and the circles were so small, and everybody was so secretive because of the nature of everything that he could just bounce around and pull all this shit, and no one really knew what was going on.
Everyone was sharing with each other.
Yeah.
We weren't telling, hey, we just got
everybody was. Yeah, exactly.
Clothes. He just took all of our gear and then lied to us.
Yeah.
Like I had him in a grow house, and he's in there cutting buds off and putting them under the TV and letting them dry. And then going down to the bar, drinking in the strip bar and trading the buds, and doesn't know my friend's partner owns the strip bar. This is how he ends up having to go home from my house.
Yeah.
And I find out this, and I'm like, man, he's telling people that he has a grow house down the block. How do you go to the bar down the street and talk about what you're doing when we're so secretive?
Right.
He just had that mouth on him and sharing everything.
He did, for sure.
And then he was cutting clones out of the house and selling clones to people. And I had no idea he's cutting clones of my plants. And, going to the post office and mailing them off and doing whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
Trading and all that stuff. And then being like, oh, look, I got this new plant, or I got this, or I got these seeds. Like, the blackberry seeds. Get to that one.
Yeah.
Those came from him.
The blackberry seeds, which one?
The ones that I made.
Purple Rhino.
The cross to the purple rhino to make the blackberry kush.
Got it.
Well, the blackberry seeds, I don't know if they are black Russian or blackberry or what, because John gave those seeds to me. So
yeah.
He traded and he got them from a partner who stole them from Naboo, where they bred them, and this and that. So, but Naboo said it never happened. So I don't know. what the real story is on that. I just know that
Who
it had a good
knows? Yeah.
flavor.
It had great flavor. Yeah.
And I went after the flavor to try to make it a stronger or better tasting because it was a loose plant, and that's why I bred it with blackberry because it has a more structure, trying to give it a better structure so that we could get more solid nose off of it. And it came out good, and that's how the blackberry got out. And I just ended up giving people cuts of it. I didn't sell tons of that seed. Just ended up passing the cut out, maybe and mailed out seeds of that to people.
Yeah, for sure. Here's the story on it that was the John and Kailua kid fake story, right? So in late '93, John from Grass Valley got the Chem Dog cut. He shared it with me, Jerry Cowboy from Dibble Creek, California, and Harold Putz from Sunset Beach, California. Putz had a male he called the secret ingredient. It was a cross of lemon tie and old world Packy Kush. Putz bred the secret ingredient to the Chem Dog, and blah 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 blah. Right. So this is ocean grown Kush, bro, and it's this whole story that John fucking basically wrote.
Oh yeah, John.
And that was their bullshit story that was like the whole Brothel Bros Kailua kid shit that's basically confused people ever since. And it's just funny that also that the person that did all that shit is the person that you knew, but even though you knew where the clone actually came from, it's like, John could have actually like tried to play the real story with you and got like, we could have known all this 20 years ago.
He could have went into business and he was good at what he did. If he worked into the right form of things instead of working.
That could have been a real story.
Yeah, but he was able to breed seeds and do things, but he just took his ventures the wrong way.
Well, he'd get other people to do the work, like you said. He'd have Diamond making seeds for me. He'd take them and not pay for them. Or whoever else, or anybody he could find to do work, because he was trying to get me to do that shit. I was like, what the fuck I need you for? I'm already growing.
Yeah, well, that's how Myron too helped me when I took plants to him, and I gave him all the clones for the blackberry.
Yeah,
I gave him the STS.
Yeah,
that I made and sent it to him ready. All you had to do was spray. I sprayed one, put it on there. I got the seeds from him, gave him the money back for using his room.
Yeah. Oh, I have no problem with you want to pay to get a service done.
Yeah,
and everybody is compensated.
Yeah, but John, he'd get those shit and never pay nobody.
Yeah, he'd con people and say, I'm going to do all this. I'm going to say all this. We're going to split it, and I'm going to get $100 a pack or whatever lie he'd probably tell them, right? And then just take it and basically dip on him and burn his bridge and keep moving. I mean, that's why I thought he was reputable, because he was Paradise Seeds Mod, and he was the moderator of Paradise Seeds' forum. So I figured Paradise Seeds knows this guy. He must be like somewhat legit,
Well, I saw
they got him a moderator,
I saw that too, and then they told me he worked for Gypsy, so I'm like, wow, Then when I finally called Gypsy, they were like, oh, he's a piece of shit. Gypsy threw him in the river right there, the canal. And I was like, what? He's like, oh yeah, he was stealing from here.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay.
Standard.
Makes sense.
Yeah. All right, well, let's go into all right, we did the banana OG, which is like in all the hash. It's Sagarmartha 6040 crossed with OG. Basically you and 3 Seeds put out the first OG Kush S1s, theoretically, right?
Yeah.
Yours were exactly what they were because Golden Eyes made them and was only using those cuts, right? And then 3 C's made some, but they were all hermaphroditic.
They were all hermaphroditic
for some reason. So
she made her seeds with gibberellic acid, some gib acid mix that she made right there. She'd already been able to
be successful
in making seeds that were S1s. And when he made them, I think he tried something else, the STS or whatever.
I think he used Hybe's Elite X Elite, which was being sold on Heaven's Stairway.
Yeah, and OG was really one of those plants that was stubborn at first to revert. Mm-hmm. And for some reason, the stuff that she made worked well. We grew them all out first to test them and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And from those S1s, I'm assuming just like the sour, the blackberry, all these other things you were working on, which there are very few people that were really making seeds and growing through populations at that time. That's why you became so kind of famous, and still to this day, your creations have had a big impact on a lot of other people's genetics, because it's very rare that someone puts in that time and work, and what you find when you put in that work are building blocks for potentially next generation or a lot of other people.
Yeah.
And so, you kept some of those OG S1s, and those all got renamed depending on what club they ended up. Triple X, Private Reserve, SFV, Diablo. The Diablo you said was Reseda RDC.
Well, what happened with the Private Reserve OG?
Okay.
Is there was a banana OG cross that we did, and we grew a plant of it out. The flavor was just phenomenal. It was like more OG, but there was like a hint of banana in it, and it was just really, really frosty and really good. Well, it was plant number 7 or whatever.
That's the Private Reserve.
Yeah, John ended up killing that, not telling me, and taking another plant that was one of the sours that was a New York City diesel cross that I had there, and fucking wrote the name on that block and left it at my house. When after all this stuff went down and they kicked him out, and they asked him where the plants were, he was like, "This is it right here." But he killed off the actual Triple X OG.
Got it. And the the Private Reserve. Yeah.
Sorry, the Private Reserve OG.
Yeah. And so that didn't get out there then.
But that plant went out as that because I didn't know at that time.
Got it. Yeah.
It was.
So he mislabeled it, and then so that sour OG ended up becoming the Private Reserve.
Sour OGs
makes sense, right? That's why people would think it's a different cut.
Yeah.
Right. And of course, all these cuts can get mixed up down the line, because we know how many times dispensaries change the name, because it's like, oh, Private Reserve, we already have some of that on the shelf, so this is going to be something else now. The Triple X, was that an S1? At least what you did and put out?
Yeah.
That was an S1.
Yeah.
Okay. SFV.
What was the
S1?
And also the original, because
also, so because it would be a rename, yeah.
Because they renamed,
yeah.
I give it to clubs, like one of the clubs, like RDC and Soho, and the San Fernando Valley. They both had tables that were these giant tables that just had the plugs in them, so they could hold 1,000, 1,200 plugs at a time on each side. And they would fill these tables up with the cuts and then sit there and push them out. So if they're not going out fast, they're going to change the name a little bit, and then they're going to continue to push out the clones.
Right. So you either sold them a cut of one or the other, but who knows what they ended up putting on the shelf.
Here you get the SFV, and maybe it was because he was popular, and then they cut the other one. They had the SFV that was the S1, and then they have the mother of the OG right there. They'll cut that and call it the SFV the next week because it was selling faster than the original OG.
Well, and not only was all of that happening in LA, but then you had all the people around the world that bought OG seeds.
Yeah.
And then you also have the people that were buying pounds, right?
Yeah.
Like Rude Boy, who popped popped the Irene, or like my buddy Chris, the real OG Cushman, that popped the Poison, or like me that popped the Face Off seed from early 2000s bag seed, late 90s, early 2000s bag seed. All the same. All these different OG cuts are either bag seeds, S1s, or even just the original cut renamed.
Yeah.
And trying to decipher which cut is which is nearly impossible unless you basically held the thing for 20 years, right?
Yeah, and then the worst part is when they DNA all of them, they all have the same DNA patterning in them.
Well, and I think Caleb from CSI Humboldt sent a clone of something and then an S1, like a direct S1 that he made. And I can't remember if he told me that they said it was the same clone or that it was something different. I think he said that it was the same clone. So it's like he knows for a fact that it's the original clone, like let's say Mendo Perp, just for the argument here, and the Mendo Perp S1 number 7.
Yeah.
Submitted both of those samples to Phylos, and they said it's both Mendo Perp. Yeah. So if your gene sequencing isn't precise enough and it's just short sequence,
almost every OG is going to match.
There probably will, as long as they're an S1 of itself, at least based on whatever limited information we have with gene testing currently available.
They were showing something saying someone had sent like several different OGs and the original cut of OG, and they all match back to original.
That on Phylos as well, and that's what I'm saying. It's like it's either
I
all
don't
the
know if
same
I
cut
trust
or
them.
it's all S1s, but it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, but it seems like their gene testing isn't as strong as it should be for what it should show back.
Right. And so, like, you know, you got Swerve with his whole original story of SFV and Tahoe OG. I mean, his original claim was that he had gotten a clone from Tahoe of someone that was, which OG clones ended up in Tahoe, but he's saying that, I think I'd have to go on, look up, you know, nondescript IC Mag archives, basically, and go look up the old posts when he used to post as Mr. X and stuff. But, you know, he was claiming the SFV. I mean, you remember when there was the other handle unregistered, and he was claiming that guy was the guy that bred OG? And this all happened like, okay. Or if it wasn't unregistered, it was someone else that was, you know, but right. So that would maybe make sense as well, you know. But I think you remember when Swerve first came online to IC Mag, and this was like 2006. He was growing like Rainbow something, Red Diesel, Garberville Purple Kush, no OG though, right? It may be a Bubba or something like that, right? Yeah. And he wasn't talking about them, and other than buying them and smoking them, that I remember. This is when he was Mr. X. What do you kind of remember of all that?
In the very, very beginning of all of this, I don't remember seeing not one person online anywhere talking about OG or Bubba until after the fact that I released S1 seeds of it and gave out clones of it. I never heard of it. Everyone called me a liar about it, said it didn't exist, said it wasn't real, said this thing's fake. And then after it's been out everywhere, it seems like it's real and it's everywhere, you know? And people are using it in everything. But before then, Swerve, all that, I never seen any of these guys putting nothing online about none of it.
Well, and not only that, but you were in the same local area. We know where OG came from. Your lineage of the work that you've done ties up with the people that we do know it came from. Josh and that crew, right?
Yeah.
Were any of these other guys part of that crew or ancillaries that any of these guys knew, you know? No. It's because if they weren't, and they're not claiming these guys were, then what is there some other completely different group that Bubba gave OG to and Swerve's part of that crew or something? It's like highly unlikely in the San Fernando Valley.
I'm playing the light socket. Yeah, a blind merchant for the evasive. Damn it. Oh, it's about to be 7. I'm about to get off here, guys. I got shit to do. I'll catch y'all niggas on the next one.